Hi guys, I'm Swayambika Sachar and everybody knows me as Sway. I'm the IGL and captain of Orangutan female, and I also play the duelist role in this team. I think it would be Japib. Like she cracks the most jokes in the team, according to me. I feel everyone's pretty funny in my team, but so the second most funniest would be Casper. They're like almost equal. Me in Singapore, because of the time difference, usually I'm the first one to arrive at the practice, but yeah. I think everyone sings a lot in this team, so I guess Japip and Casper, even Kachao. Oh yeah, by the way, Kachao sings during clutches, so there's that. I've gotten a team with more like-minded individuals with the same goal and also who are pretty skilled. Because of the arrival of the LAN tournament, I feel like the girls are more serious and actually have made this like their career this time. So personally, I feel that my focus has increased into the professional gaming thing. I am more interested in making this my career now, as the GC scene has been like flourishing a lot. I've gotten such good opportunities, so I've been definitely lucky this year. That basically happened because like Casper has been going through some health issues. So we wanted someone who was at par and who had the same level of experience and knowledge about the game, and nobody could be a better option than Oreo. So that's why we got her in. Oh, definitely to win the entire thing. That's our expectations, and our goals are always the highest. For myself would be to be in my best form. Also to guide the team properly. So basically I have this ball and I have a few exercises because like I want to keep the health of my hand. It's really important for us gamers who spend so much time on the PC. So what I do is there are a few exercises that my physiotherapist told me. This one and this one. And then there's this ball, this is stress ball, which I squeeze. Really gets the blood flowing and all. And then this is for my wrist strength. I think it would be Jing because I love his personality as well as his gameplay. And I really like the way he talks. Like he's very soft-spoken and stuff. And also his witty humor. We treat every team equally, and I feel like since we are gonna go against everyone, they're all our rivals equally. I think diverse, since we're like from 3 different countries, 4 actually, with the addition of Oreo, dedicated. I really want to improve myself to a level where I'm not only just a good game changers player, I'm also a good player in general. So that's how much I want to improve myself. Keeping my health in check, watching words, doing my routines and everything. I go to the gym. I love walking, love playing badminton. I also love playing chess. Most of my day is just Valorant, so yeah. I think our region right now is still doing really good, and we've actually gathered a lot of attention from the other regions towards our region because of the players and all the skill that the players possess. I feel that we are constantly evolving. Even though it's one slot this year, we will prove ourselves and we will have more slots maybe the next year. It's always good to be content with what you have, and let's hope we get more in the future by proving ourselves. I want to say that no matter what team qualifies for Berlin, I really hope we give our best and we prove ourselves like our region APAC, leave a print on the world map. That's what I would like to say.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
and we are here at the Elites. 1 whole year, we finally made it here, and we are now at the last moment to see who among all these girls will make it to Berlin. I'm Tashbunny, your host, alongside the Analyst. We also have Sleepy.
Okay, did you have to really say it like that? The Analyst. Well,
yeah, the Analyst. You're smart looking. See, you have the hair.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment, Tash. It's a pleasure to be here again with you, the invader of countries here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
But yeah, today is gonna be crazy because this is the opening of the Elite. This is where it starts for all these teams, right? They are fighting for that one singular slot to the Game Changers Championship over at Berlin. And it's gonna be one hell of a packed competition because all these teams, they've been insanely talented and they've shown us a burst of growth that's been unfathomable, right? So I can't wait to see them on the server today.
Yeah, when you speak about growth, some of these teams started off on the lowest of low. When you think about it, from ZOL Meraki, who's shown such great growth from beginning to end.
Yes.
We saw one of the biggest comebacks of all time from Orangutan 11-1 and Nigma
Wow.
Galaxy's statement comeback in stage 3, I believe. I think it was open overtime.
Yeah.
Also shows another thing. But for now, let's see what's up on stake here as we see the VCT Game
boy.
Changers APAC Series 2022. And look at that. First place, $12,000 US.
My lord, that's 12,000, by the way. It's not 1,200. That's an extra zero. And even second place gets 7,000 USD. Third place gets 5,000. Fourth gets 4,000. Fifth and sixth, they'll each take home 2,500, and seventh and eighth, of course, will take away 1,000 each. So
no one goes home with nothing.
no,
There is something.
everybody gets something.
Exactly.
They're at this point, right? They're supposed to be celebrated when they reach this level, because this is the tip top of the Game Changers competition circuit here in APAC, and I do think they all deserve all these prizes and praises. And yeah, these are just pocket money in retrospect, because that's not what they're here for, right?
No.
They are here for something much more glorious than just cash. So, pride, lots of, I guess, things that they've been fighting for since they started their journey to become pro players. They are fighting for that today. And they've been fighting for quite some time now, Tash. They've been through Open 1, 2, 3, and 4. They've got through overtime. They've also, of course, came on top out of the last chance qualifiers from the VCT Game Changers APAC circuit. And finally, they're here today.
Yeah, this has been a very, very long journey for them when you think about it. From beginning to end, all these girls showed tenacity, and not only that, we are seeing the consistent names from stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, all the way till today. So it was sort of already predicted when we saw their journey, but some of them, though, we didn't see it, kind of the growth since stage number 1, especially from Orangutan, from ZOL Meraki, where we kind of thought okay, they're at the lower sides, but they've shown that they can, the more they played, the more improvement they showed. And these are the teams I was talking about. We have Alter Ego, the Queens here, Bren, Victress, Orangutan. We have ZOL Meraki, W Streak, which is a great rebrand from L Streak. We also have X10, Sapphire as well here.
Yeah, we have SMG and Rising Hope as well. Another rebrand. We've seen a lot of rebrands, but in terms of their skill, it's not that much of a rebrand because they're just still there. They're still on
just a
top
change in
of the
name.
game. Yeah, it's just a name. So I'm glad that we're still going to see some of the familiar faces, but also some fresh faces as well, especially from the likes of ZOL Meraki that we'll talk about a little bit later. But yeah, this is your brackets, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Queens, Alter Ego Celeste fighting it out with W Streak Female, and today we're going to start with Orangutan versus ZOL Meraki. We have Bren, Victress, and X10 as well as SMG versus Rising Hope.
Yeah, when you think about these two teams, we are going to be seeing these in two different streams when you think about it. So On this stream in particular, we'll be seeing Orangutan and ZOL with Bren, Victress, and X10S, AACL, WSF, SMG, and Rising Hope will be on the sub stream. And I have to say, out of all these 4, I am more interested in SMG and Rising Hope. I'm gonna have to say, just because of how close they both are in terms of their skill sets and how they play. And I'm really curious to see who exactly goes up to the upper bracket and who goes down. So when you think about it today, so these are the games that we'll be playing. So the winners from these will be going to game 3, and the losers from the other will be going to game 4.
All right, and of course, like I mentioned, we're going to start with Orangutan versus ZOL Meraki, and then we'll also be treated with Bren Victress versus X10S. When you said you're interested in the SMG versus Rising Hope match, I'm actually very interested in the Bren Victress versus X10S match.
Oh yeah, also really good.
Yeah, because these two teams, I feel like, are the two strongest candidates to topple off the Queens, because they've come so close in a few instances in the Game Changer circuit where they were this close, Stash, to beating Alter Ego Celeste. And maybe this moment right here in the Elite, the moment that matters most for all the teams, right? This could be the time when they actually make something happen. And it's very important for Alter Ego Celeste because they've won everything so far.
They lost
what happens,
one singular match.
In Game Changers, like the tournaments.
Stage 2. Yeah.
So what if they also lose here, which is like the most important one? And I think these two teams, Bren Victress and X10 Sapphire, they're like 2 of the strongest candidates to do that.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at them as well, they have a brand new coach when you look at AECL.
Oh, yeah.
A brand new coach coming in to teach them. And when it comes to the changes in coaches, it changes the way you think about a game, how you proceed and how you want to take it. And it's actually really fun to see how exactly or what changes can they do. Because coming into this, changing a coach can be really good for them. Because now no one has an idea, like, what have they changed? What do they do? They can look at old VODs, but I'm like, the new coach may have different ideas.
That's actually very true. And this is something very interesting that a lot of people maybe don't realize. A change in playstyle can actually mean a lot, especially if you can actually execute it well. Because a lot of teams really rely upon VODs and things that's been, going on before, but changes, they might catch you off guard.
Speaking of that though, our first one will be, I think it's gonna be ZOL Meraki as well as Orangutan. So when you look at Orangutan, I did actually go to Singapore last weekend to go see them, and this is really exciting because I got to teach them, I got to talk to them, got to see how exactly they train. But let's have a look at the team first though. Orangutan and ZOL Meraki, our first teams for today. Is our 2 teams that will be taking up the first match for today, and this is really exciting. So coming back to what I was talking to you about Orangutan, so talking to them, I saw them how they played, how they interacted with each other. They are a team that's very in good spirits, and coming from different nationalities give a little bit of spice and diversity to their game style and gameplay, especially if they know that their coaches are actually all the way from Pakistan and India.
Yes.
So So one thing to know about them right now is that Casper is not here. Unfortunately, she's not able to fly in with the rest of the team because of health complications. But I think because of their morale, being together with each other, and of course their friendship with Casper as well, how close they are, can give that confidence boost that they need.
Yeah, I think so too. And there is an interesting fact that is Oreophilia, a previous player from Alter Ego Celeste, is now with them. And I think this also comes in hand with the coaching staff, because then the experience that she's gotten from the previous matches that she's played with the previous team, I think the lessons they can get from just incorporating her into the practice, into the maps, is insanely stacked. And that is something that I'm curious to see today. But of course, we have to look at some of the players here. Sway, the IGL, is also an ultra aggressive player, I feel like, because she likes to play Neon. And I think she loves playing all these like fast-paced agents.
In your face.
In your face. Very self-sufficient agents that she doesn't need teammates. You know what? I'll do it myself. I'm the IGL. I'll also kill them all for you. And look at the stats. It's not just, words. These are facts. These are numbers. 206 ACS, 15 average kills. That's a very good stat for an IGL.
It's pretty high.
And I think she's going to be one of those players that can be very impactful for her team. And we're also seeing Capricious here with an very high number of ACS, actually. 265 with 19 average kills. I mean, we don't see a lot of players have this stat. So I think with this stat, she can also try and carry her team against Orangutan.
Yeah, when you look at Sway, I think the reason why her ACS would not be as high as Capricious's is just because that she's the IGL. And I think what's more interesting is the fact that she's IGL and laning a duelist is insanely hard. Usually we see for pro teams, it's always the controller or maybe the sentinel that will be the IGL. The fact that she has enough brain capacity to do both shows that she's probably 500 IQ over everyone else.
It's very underrated, the amount of tasks and brain capacity that you need to hold those two roles. Like, you're entering for your team and you're calling the shots. Like, where do you focus at every moment? You have to be focusing on your crosshair. You have to be careful about holding the angles that you're trying to enter into. Yeah, and you also have to look at the minimap like every 2 seconds to just watch where your teammates are going and then also give them directions. So huge shout out to Sway for doing all this. But of course, it's not just about Sway. It's about the team, right? And I think Orangutan has shown tremendous growth over the months that we've seen them play this year. And one thing that's very interesting about Orangutan is that they're so dedicated, Tash, that they always fly to Singapore to play these games in Game Changers.
They're actually training at Reality Rift, which is actually, I believe, a facility where they have a cyber cafe there. So, they actually are training all the way till 1 till 2 a.m. That's how dedicated they are. And I wish I knew more about ZOL Meraki to talk about this. Yeah. But we do know that in terms of ZOL Meraki, they've had some roster changes before. But we all know for their last game in open overtime, they 3-1 W Street Esports. So 3-1 is not something that is just like you have to overlook, because this is a team that's extremely strong. Their growth is insane from the beginning of the year all the way till now. So Ascent, Haven, Icebox, what do you think?
I mean, Ascent, Haven, Icebox are staples, right? For Game Changers, for any VCT games. I think these maps are very familiar, and we're going to see a lot of tested strats going into the games. But something that's we can't really talk about is what ZOL Meraki is going to do, because Taz, they literally just swapped out 3 of their players. There are 3 new players in the team that's going to go into Elite. Like, you actually overhauled the team since overtime, and you have like, what, 2-3 months to try and put things together with 3 new players? If it was only a player, then maybe I can understand. But 3 players, that's like changing the whole team.
Almost.
And I think we're going to be getting some surprises today, hopefully good ones, from these players, Bess, Camille, and Rosie. But of course, they have had experience in the game, especially Camille. I think she's one of the players that actually have had good amounts of experience in the competitive scene. So maybe with her addition into the team, we're going to see the team just get, new levels of strats, that can be applied to play against these more experienced teams as a whole, like Orangutan. Even though they're relatively new in the scene, I think they've been pretty consistent in terms of showing up in game changers. They've always qualified to playoffs and stuff, and they have had some tremendous support from their org and of course their coaching staff. And now with Oreophilia, things are very, very grim for ZOL Meraki. But having said that, they've had some good recent results as well. So all in all,
really
these are very even matchups, and I think these two teams are going to show us some really good stuff today.
And looking at Ascent, I believe that was the map that was 11-1.
Oh, the comeback map?
Yeah, the comeback map. So the fact that ZOL still chose this against Orangutan is making me a bit nervous for them.
Yeah.
Perhaps they have a way to counter the way they play.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Ascent is a very I want to say basic map, right? So the strats that you bring into Ascent are strats that are modified. So it comes down to the nuances that each of the players bring. Having said that, the win rate for ZOL Meraki is not too bad. It's not below 50%, so it's still above average at 6 to a few percent. And they almost always start on defense first, interestingly, because now that they've picked it, maybe they're going to go over attack, and maybe this is going to have some effects on how they approach the game. Starting on attack, starting on defense, those are two very different things, so that might affect their agent composition. At the same time, if you look at OG, their Ascent win rate is actually at 80%. And you just mentioned the big comeback on the very same map. So this is just a very interesting map pick, to be honest. If it came from OG, then it's very understandable. Okay?
Yeah.
So yeah, we're again, surprises are going to come from ZOL Meraki.
I think so
haven't
too.
really seen a lot of things happen with this current roster.
Yeah, it's hard to really predict in terms of how they are, how they train, what they're going to do, how fast they pick it up. But I'm more interested to see if it goes to map number 3, because Icebox has always yielded the most interesting set of plays, results, and lineups, I have to say, throughout all the maps that I've seen in this game. It can be very inconsistent, it can be very surprising, because even though I always say like, oh, it's a very attack heavy map, but you can think of it more of like defense can also be an attack, especially if you know how to take control of parts of the map.
That is very true. We've seen a lot of teams starting out on defense just being so hyper aggressive, just taking early control of that A main area and B main area and just cutting off the rotation right from the get-go. So you're absolutely right when you say teams on the defense can just take initiatives as much as the attackers. And looking at the win rates of Icebox, they're actually dead even. For ZOL Meraki, it's 83%, and for OG, it's actually at 83%. So that's exactly the same number. And so if we do go to Icebox, I think is the perfect map for a decider.
I'm more curious about the agent picks as well, because as we know that Reina is one of the favorites or staples for game changers, and I'm not sure if Reina's changes are in this particular tournament or played. I will have to double check that, but if it is, and given the fact that some of these girls actually do enjoy playing Reina, this can be very, very scary, because she doesn't really play like your normal duelist. She's actually great for just getting those solid picks all alone. She can make noise at the other side and still make it out alive on her own. And sometimes if you want to have a lurking Reina, it can work too, given if the timing as well as the understanding that your teammates are already there is great as well. So there's so many ways to utilize a Reina now, especially as she is stronger. But what do you think?
I mean, Reina has always been one of those wildcard agents that you can just pick out of nowhere and bring a surprise to the enemies. With Reina, you almost always have to play aggressive, right? And with these teams, I've seen a lot of Game Changers teams just being so free with the way they approach the rounds, in terms of just going into their opponent's faces, just making sure that they take early control, and I enjoy that. So a Reina buff that we've seen in the patches, I think, is favorable for these teams. And honestly, it's not going to be too much of a surprise if we see Reina today. And I personally am a Reina main, so I would love to see some Reina action today. And the question is just who's going to play the agent. And we've seen Capricious on Jet a lot, and she's got quite good numbers with that agent. So are we going to see her on the Reina? That's a big question because Jet and Reina kind of different duelists, right? One is a very fast action, fast-paced, in-your-face agent, while Reina is more like a, one and done angles and just, trying to trade your teammates more effectively because of the abilities that she's equipped with. So who is going to play this? We also think that Sway, the IGL duelist, Reina is actually not too bad for an IGL duelist because then you can lay back a little bit, right? The responsibility for you to actually open up spaces and get in front of the enemy is actually a little less when you play a second duelist. And so you can use that mind space to focus more on looking at where your teammates are going and maybe giving them directions while being ready for those trades that you need to come up with. So honestly, I don't hate if Sway is going to be equipped Reina.
I mean, if you look at both teams, I think the only team that actually utilized Reina previously was ZOL Meraki. I don't think Orangutan ever used that. I mean, they prefer the Neon, and I don't blame them. Neon takes up so much space, and I think she's so great at taking mid control as well in Ascent because you could just, if there's a Killjoy trap, she could just basically run through. She won't really be punished for it. Regardless, though, now with the changes in ZOL Meraki, I'm not too sure if the agent compositions that we saw before will still be viable. I wouldn't be surprised if they still utilize the Fade because I feel like seeing the Fade in their lineup team, if they actually did use it before in the previous one, would give so much value on Ascent. I mean, for Orangutan, their lineup is pretty much a staple, like a Breach or a Jet, Neon, Killjoy with the Sova as well as the Omen. So it's considered a double initiator as opposed to ZOL Meraki, who they prefer KO or Fade. In terms of that, but they do have a staple of Sova, which they might change out with a Reina. So they can also do a double duelist sort of comp. And I don't hate the idea of a double duelist, honestly, because aggression in Ascent is great for not only taking up space, but even if there's one pick on one site, the site is pretty much easy for taking.
That is actually very true. I totally agree when you say Ascent is a very open map when it comes to aggressions. It's such a simple map that makes it really hard for you to play too careful. When you play too careful on Ascent, you're actually giving the opponents too much space to take. And as long as you can cover these choke points like A main and B main, it's going to be very easy for you to stop them. Or if you're on the attack, if you can take A main and B main, then it's very easy for you to execute as long as you have that mid control. So question is, how are they going to approach the rounds? And already we see the Sway Neon on Ascent. This is one of the rarest agents to see on Ascent, to be honest, Tash. So this is one hell of a surprise, and I'm all for it.
I love it.
Surprisingly, we don't see a KO on Orangutan. We see a KO on Camille, though. So that's kind of a staple. And so this lineup from Orangutan is really interesting. Let's see how that works.
Remember when Sova was a staple? Now it's already replaced with the Fade.
Sova is retired from
He's retired for a little while, but to be fair, we saw him on almost every map previously. So Fade's getting the spotlight this time, and I don't hate this double initiator comp that we're seeing it through. But also another thing I'm really liking is the fact that Chloe still decided to go with the Killjoy. We've seen how she plays Killjoy. She likes to play the turtle shelling method, and she's really great at anchoring a site. She will probably get 1 or 2 picks before her teammates come by. So she can literally just be the solo anchor while her teammates stack on the other side. And she's probably just going to take just give a lot of space for her teammates as well. And we all know that before this, Chloe has done some insane clutches too. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what more she can do or what more she has learned in terms of how to utilize or fully utilize the Killjoy setups.
Yeah. Having said that, though, I think it's very risky to play a Killjoy because she's such an anchor, right? You can't really play too flexibly on her. You have to stay around your toys. So if you are not the targeted side, then you're probably going to have to play a lot of retakes, and playing a lot of retakes are not fun for a Killjoy.
Yeah, regardless though, enough speculating because now we're gonna see who will be going forward are getting the first match point and who will be just trying to struggle to come back. So for now, I'm going to invite our casters of Xeaora and Blackenblue.
Thank you so much, Tosh and Sleepy, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, friends far and wide here to the Valorant Game Changers APAC. It's day number 1, and we're starting with game number 1. I am Blackenblue. With me is Xeaora. You can call her Seiya. How are you doing first and foremost, and what do you think of this game we've got up on hand?
Well, it has been a while, and as our panelists have said, Sova already retired here and fade in, but the one that really piques my interest is Sway's Neon. Again, this is basically a very agile or a very, very fast agent here, and I feel like they are going to go for some aggressive pushes here and there, depending on how the map is going to be. So there's a lot of varieties in terms of their strategies right here, Black and Blue. How about you?
I mean, all eyes are on that Neon, right? And you look at the team like Orangutan, they're the ones who have really kind of pioneered having that Neon here on Ascent for Game Changers ever since the turn of when they introduced Neon. From many moons ago, many months ago. The real changes are here when we look at the initiators they bring to now complement that is where we do see lots of differences. Before they bring in the Sova, but now they're looking to go for that fade route, which the panel did talk about, gives you a bit more, I guess, mid-round scramble ability, right? Mid-round fight ability. And when we go into the map, we're going to see how effective that could actually be. We look on over to the composition on ZOL Meraki's side, though nothing super far out of contrast there. They do switch out the Aster for the Omen, I believe, and that gives them a bit more, I guess, ways to kind of switch things up, as you kind of already expect an Aster to, really be more of an anchor type role. But in this case, we look at, ZOL Meraki. They're the team who are a bit more, I guess, fresh-faced, especially with the composition that they bring and the roster that they have, right? 3 new changes as of recent, and that makes me wonder if they've found the glue to make things gel this quick on.
I mean, definitely. This is basically their chance to really fight for that spot here, Black and Blue. And of course, for both of these teams, it's really not... we really can't say who gets to have the upper hand, considering, okay, in terms of stats-wise, they're pretty close. And of course, as well as their gameplay, they do have the tendency for both sides of the teams to be very much unpredictable, and their clutch plays are very much really getting us in the edge of our seats. The one thing as well that I would also like to highlight is, the usage of Chamber here in towards the set, because already then and there, especially with the Tour de Force, the mid side is already quite secured, or it depends on where this Chamber is going to position herself at. So I'm really much excited to see how things go here. But do you think already, since this is a pistol, this is one of the crucial things that we are going to really witness here, Black and Blue? We've been witnessing there some strategies wherein everyone pushes into a site and just go for retakes. How about for this specific matchup?
It's gonna be that big contrast of how the Neon really performs under pressure. Now, Sway, she takes it upon herself and shows that she is a leader who wants to lead by example, not just with her words, and we've been seeing that be put to great effect. Many teams have felt that pressure being on the opposing end, but ZOL Meraki, they're a team that nobody really expected to get as good as they were in such quick time as they have, and so even with the changes they have to their roster in the recent times, I'm not going to be one to shed any shadow of a doubt in their case, because they have really shown to be a team that anybody should be looking out for. So, map number 1 of this opening series of the day, we're going to be going over to Ascent, a map that you look at on either side. This is actually, I think, one of the more equal maps we have for this entire series. Haven, a starker contrast in win percentages, but Ascent, this is, I think, going to go the distance.
Definitely. I mean, as well, we do see some of the ladies already into their camera feed. They are ready. They are equipped as well. Of course, it's not just about how their strategies come to play, but also their, their tilt proof or their mental state here on how they are able to really bounce back up whenever one team goes far beyond, or not in terms of scores. But then again here, in terms of these teams' gameplay, and I feel like they're not focusing. I mean, the panelists have mentioned that with the usage of Reina, but this time around we won't be seeing it right now, since I feel like they are going to opt for a more utility-based kind of play, since Ascent is very much a compact of a map. So the more utilities that you really shove into your teammates, the more chances that you can really get a hold of those sites as well. And of course, I guess without further ado here, Blackenblue, we are going to start up our first match or game of the day here between ZOL Meraki and Orangutan.
Yes, we are. On this defensive side, I believe this is supposed to be ZOL Meraki, and on the attack is going to be Orangutan. And Orangutan, their attacking side here on Ascent, historically, has been their more, I guess, less favored side, and that is, I guess, due as well to the nature of the map being more defender-sided, but it's a bit more equal on the ends here of ZOL Meraki historically and statistically. Starting off here, map number 1, round number 1, ZOL Meraki, yes, on that defensive green side, attacking will be Orangutan. They're looking for that mid control early on. I think there's a notion here from ZOL Meraki on this pressure. That KO knife is going to find them all out. They're going to try and dismantle the short position, but Victress is a great spot to find one. She gets away with it.
And of course, definitely following up with the members of Orangutan here, get that trade off. And now we have to beat the power from a really but look at this best with one on the top side. Much easier for the trade. They already spot out one from generators, but this is a good time to plant. But looking here, the Chow spots out one, tries to secure it with a little bit of a peek in there.
Planted.
This is a, if I'm not mistaken, a 4v2.
One enemy remaining.
Now the Chow gets one, and it's only up to Fade to make this dream work, but they do know where she is now. It's just a matter of waiting game, and we do see here Miha just playing around generators. Actually see, but what a beautiful nice tap there from the other side. Still waiting. Audio cue in there as well. On destroyed, trying to get up all of those. But then again, Chloe for the trade to her first round.
Came down to the 1v1. Valiant effort there by Miha, but doesn't go her way, unfortunately. Chloe on that swing. Great opening attack here from Orangutan. I talked about how their attacking side is the one that typically does falter a bit more here on Ascent. And for them to get this opening pistol, that is paying big dividends in the end. I think that's going to give them a lot of momentum to start this map off with. And ZOL Meraki, valiant defense on that, but simply, as soon as that short hold crumbled from them on tree, that just spelled the end of the round.
Indeed, and of course, they do have economy now to buy their guns.
Shadows traveling.
Towards the second round, as is to be expected. But I feel like there's also a good call for Orangutan to start the half with the attacker side, just so that they have that insurance policy when they go on towards the second half. Because I feel like they're more confident in that side right now. Starting up, going away with the two for one of them each having a kill. From behind here, the Chow secures a site once again, taking best down. Now it's up to a forced rotate for both Rosie and Capricious. Goes in towards the alarm, but the text one is not able to break down the armor here now. For the plan, a little bit of spray down there. Just try to make things work here for ZOL Meraki, but I really love the angle that Orangutan is actually securing here. Crossfires here and there, Chloe with a one-tap with the Spectre, aided by Casper. Now they're going towards Evan. Casper finalized and submitted. Getting a little bit of a damage from her.
Well, great round converted here by Orangutan. One they should. Dismantling of, once again, the defense. Coming a bit too easy, but that's expected, okay? Anti-eco round works out for them. How does the bonus go this time? But they're on the attack. They can go for mid control, which them being poised here on B-Link already gives them, or gives us the notion that that's what they could do. Pings all around this B site. So the B site is what we're expecting here for ZOL Meraki to have to defend. Up close, Rosie's got a big job to do around this corner. When Sway comes to it, it's going to be the first person to contact. So Rosie, how will she defend this site? As now they go in for a perfect seize. It connects, backs out with the TP out for the rendezvous, and Chloe gets the one.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
I love it how
Swarm
Orangutan
grenade
is
out.
playing with experimenting with the sites, knowing that they did have a good amount of confidence in taking A. So Chloe with a little break of here, look at all those utilities, but that's not Coming gets one task before the trade. Time is taken, however, Rosie does know that there are people out after one down, uses the teleport out to safety.
One enemy remaining.
happened of the
dreams, asshole.
towards the final player from Meraki closing steady now. They're going Blackenblue. If this really goes far beyond for Orangutan, I feel like the momentum is really gonna go very much in favor of them.
I mean, let's set the table here, right? Orangutan, they're a team with more experience together, have done more things, and they also have players who have also achieved, greater heights in the past, but that's still no excuse. ZOL Meraki here on their defensive retake there, seeming to not be able to find out the puzzle and how to get these rounds going. They find the opening pick, yes, Rosie does. Dismisses back out to safety there, but still cannot find any much more. I like the attempt here, I like the play for them to try and go aggressive towards A main. They know they're on the eco, they have to try and go for a big risk for an even higher reward, but it's not gonna come because now Orangutan, they know what to expect, they know what's coming towards them, and they're just simply gonna win out these fights. So, good attempt here by ZOL Meraki, cannot be faltered for that attempt, I guess, but still, I don't see this round going their way. If they can find some damage done economically, then that's all they can really hope for.
Oh, very nice.
One enemy remaining.
That is of course the low HP. Chloe is disadvantage of everything right now. And as you say, the valiant effort to really try and rush as it was actually free for Orangutan to take the side, and I feel like that could have worked if they were on the same side here, because we've been seeing a little bit of spark of hope, at least for that round for ZOL Meraki. It's just that in terms of them taking one down, their HP kind of decreases as time passes, and it just all before this opportunity for both Chloe and Japip to just really dwindle down the members all through.
Well, they're never really going to be able to win a fair fight that way, right? That's why you see them try and push out towards A main. Unfortunately for ZOL Meraki, Orangutan, they're just ready for that. And Casper making that contact here. Sway has got a lot to do. Find the opening pick here on Academy. Japip's great entry. Now they can try and force their way into the site, but they know utilities can be thrown at them as this Seas cuts the noise. Capricious is able to fall back here on the switch. Does not have her dash out anymore.
Indeed, I love it how Sway just uses the wall and the power didn't actually
Go!
in the process. So the element of surprise is still there. So her look at this already covered with the blade stroke spots out Casper, and then Cost really will make those crosshairs turn back best though.
One enemy remaining.
And with a 2K on her name, Casper really does go far beyond really taking this time to really identify their location. Rosie rather, than Marshall, as Chloe not really being, not giving any more time to escape, really secures their point.
So difficult to try and retake that B site with an operator on the defensive side. So Orangutan really clean so far here. They're winning all the fights that they need to and should. Casper absolutely holding down that site in the duel versus Capricious. And I think that's like the core essence of the problem, right? These duels. They have to try and go and win these rounds with defense. You look at their composition. They have the Fade. They have the KO. They can play these trap setups without actually having, Sentinel as a trap to really kind of pencil in where they want the fights to be. We saw that earlier on in the pistol round where they do this maybe 3-player cross-up setup towards that tree position, but we haven't seen it outside of that pistol round, and want to see those type of setups a bit more. Ones where they can lure Orangutan in. They know they have a Neon on the opposing side. They know how they have a breach on Orangutan. Lure them in, and that's where they should punish.
I actually agree with you on that, because so far ZOL Meraki has been very much aggressive despite being on the defensive side. I feel like, as well, to add into your point, that let them spend their utilities as well, because that's basically what they do to try and take a hold of the site. Now if they don't have the concuss, if they don't for both Neon and the breach, as you mentioned, and we've been seeing a pattern here that Japips is basically using the Prowler as a bait to try and really let them take it down before them actually taking the double or triple peak ever. If they do kind of let them end all of the utilities, I feel like it could work for the set of ZOL Meraki.
That utility shuffle is always going to be important here. Fragment burned out already. Prowlers as well. The concuss, it connects. It got pop flash to burn, but Capricious cannot land a shot. Casper finding one, but on the flank, Zamiyu and Best finds a double here. Kamiyu, that's 2 for her. Gachao, though, able to trade things up. 2v2 as of the moment. Weapons advantage heavily in the favor of Orangutan.
Indeed, but still this is a 2v2, so it's still a well, rolling thunder here, denying entry from Heaven. What? Miha takes one with the Marshal. This could be a good piece for ZOL Meraki here, but right now Casper trying to buy some time as well, taking that defuse, and of course with the Marshal takes, ZOL Meraki takes now their first point.
Great work here from ZOL Meraki. They finally find a solution to how Orangutan have been playing, but can they continue that streak? Even though they didn't have the weapons advantage in that 2v2, still getting things done. We saw here on the opening entry, Kamiyu absolutely huge and Best as well, peeking at the right time to make sure that he doesn't go untraded, that there isn't a single 1v1 that we're going to find here, because that is where they've been losing. So to be able to allow that to happen, great job. Pop flash on in and out. They capture them and pincer them right at the choke point, and well, victory after that. So opening round here finally for ZOL.
Tried to get that shot in towards Copy here, but Best was able to really evade that and prevent any more advantage. But as I say, it's Sway with the off takes Capricious down. This could be a little bit difficult here, as in terms of retake, they don't have much in terms of entry and potentially to use Capricious's bait. But right now, in terms of manpower, we do see Orangutan here having the advantage, and I like it that they're taking time here in comparison from the previous rounds, at which everything was very much on and going and very fast paced. But right now, we are seeing them trying it to tone it down here, just so that they can have the impression of, you know, the mystery of wherever they may try to rotate at this moment.
Yeah, they're giving him a different look now, right? Now that ZOL have won the round when they've been playing real fast, they take it down real slow. Pop flash by Kamiyu out, doesn't find a timing on it. Still has a fragment to keep him at bay. That 0 point and null command together is going to be such a big problem for Orangutan. All abilities removed and taken out of the equation. ZOL, they can tell now the rotation's coming. Orangutan trying to take mid instead. They could force their way into that A short position where Rosie's gonna have a big job to do. They have the man advantage at the very least though, so Orangutan here, they can force their way, but Best equalizes the odds.
And of course, the only time really was on the hands was able to spot a Rosie at the backside of the generators here. Uses all of the swamp grenades. Trying to identify where ZOL Meraki are at. Tries to take a jump shot, but Miha already fast on her feet, takes her down. But then remember that there are one aiming. Miha with another shot. One dead from 3. Thanks for one enemy remaining. A little bit of a trick for Kachao, but only one HP left for Kachao takes 3. Clutch things through on their stick.
Kachao! What a round! A big time player with a huge play there. And because Best had to go tuck in the corner and reload, Miha was the one in the 1v1. And now, whenever you're in a 2v1 situation like that, you want the low HP player to be the first one to peek instead, because what you end up is having those situations where, look, Best, she's all left alone after Kachao wins this fight versus Miha, and that leaves her to a single bullet to death. Miha still, though, big flank there to come from the rear to go into A main, but still, in the end, huge round for Orangutan. Kami, what?
One for the head there. Now, though, does even things out as, you know, one and done as well. If you're trying to throw the dash in, but that still equalizes the board all in through with all of those trades from B site. They are planting in towards B here, and I feel like Crossfire can be the play here for the side of ZOL Meraki, unless Orangutan does have their stakes high here, and they are able to secure the entry points from B site.
We'll see. 2v2. This is exactly the type of round that ZOL won. This time, though, benefit of the doubt. They've got the Rolling Thunder here on the Orangutan side, but no monkey business is going to be about. They know the flash from behind. They know there's one on the back to the side. Casper's been given away. He's been taken down to a ghost. 1v2. Here comes out that Rolling Thunder we talked about. Isolates the fight. Kachao with another 1v2. Finds a one. She knows that Rosie is here, but this time the flower petals, they flow and fall in ZOL's hands. Do they have enough time is the question. Barely enough. Half a second to get the round. And once again, these big time 2v2s, those are the clutches that are ZOL. Those are the ones that are winning.
We'll really take you off that group, but I feel like because we identify two from the team, it was really enough for them to really get a rotation going. And Casper, as you mentioned, it was
One enemy remains.
towards that corner here, and I don't think that the Kachao was also a bit of helpful in that, because it really didn't get time for Casper to use the strategy to escape. And again, it is okay because they forced to have the money for that, and it didn't detect anyone from that suppress, but it was actually a good call from Kami just to see if there are any quick pushes that can come forth.
Yeah, good information gathering here done by Camu. Make sure that no surprises are abound from Orangutan. We've seen them be very dynamic in their timings. And ZOL still struggle, right? They've won 2 rounds, but those have come at what odds? Clutches, big time rounds, but we haven't seen them win a decisive round just yet, and that is what ZOL needs to solidify here early on, especially that they're starting on the defensive side. Their attack, that's going to be much more difficult to close around that, but Sway has crossed. No traps. They have no idea. No assumptions to be made. Mia's found it out, though, but luckily she isn't taken out for the count. Stun comes on in. Capricious able to get the trade. And on the flank here, as well on the lane. Huge play from Capricious.
One
I
enemy
feel like that's
remains.
the nice little play that you got to happen here as a number not alive anymore as Mia goes for the shutdown, and that was actually pretty smart. Capricious not being able to reactive, or actually didn't hear them walk, but then again uses that good timing to enter in towards. And look at that dash and speed by using the cloud to recover, and of course Mia from the flanks tries to secure her back, and that's just a good amount of synergy that really came from ZOL Meraki.
Yeah, great heads up here from Capricious and ZOL. Bit of a lapse there in attention and allowed Sway to walk on in. But this is what we see from Sway quite a lot. Yes, she is on that duelist as the IGL, but it makes me wonder if the rest of the team, even though with the successes they found, suffers from that, because we see her a lot of times maybe near the lower half of the scoreboard for her team. And now a duelist isn't always supposed to be your top fragger. Yes, more important for them to take control, but still, it can be a lot of weight on one's shoulders to both IGL and be that entry. So I'm looking to see if we can start to see her Thundercard alive here.
Yeah, and of course this is going to be a safer Orangutan Arctic. So go back and push it out. But look at this, Camu already less than a half health because of the marble shot. But it's all just up to basically securing the site. And for so far, Orangutan doesn't have that in possession yet. Because look at their position in towards our minimap here. They're all collided in towards Catwalk going into tree. But Bess here is already up and guarded. So this is basically about more of the timing as well. Look at that. Probably not spawning out from the ones in tree. Let's see.
30 seconds left.
Now takes one with the Bulldog here. Blackenblue. Could this be a redemption round for Orangutan?
Definitely so. They've turned the odds in their favor, at least in terms of the player count, but Chloe, here in the corner, has a crossfire to dismantle Bess! Oh my goodness, the best way to do it as well! Smoke out there towards A main. Kachao finds one, but the Lightning McQueen cannot get this crown. Casper goes down. It's all on its way with an operator into 1v3.
Ooh. I'm out of here. So that's the key here. Try to get a little bit of a takes Mia down, but not so fast for Capricious here as she secures Sway plus the off for 6.
Wow. A round there that almost was converted by Orangutan, but really Bess. Perfect timing on this. The Prowler catching Chloe's attention allowed Bess a momentary opportunity to capitalize on, secure potentially the nail for that round. Orangutan call their timeout here. First and foremost, they've got a lot of ultimates to throw on out. Sways, 2 orbs from hers as well. So that Rolling Thunder and the lockdown, very high impact. They can turn the tide of this attacking side to gain them the advantage.
I feel like they would use all these utilities on the last round before the half, though, because I feel like now that they do have the rifles to work with in towards this 11th round that we're approaching, I just feel like they're going to play for peaks here, Blackenblue, because earlier we did witness a certain amount of pacing for Orangutan whenever they do try to take either of the sites. It was also mentioned from earlier that this is not really their best side is in this specific map, but then again, it really worked out for them until ZOL Meraki really did find that clutch or that fight, or wherein it really went well in terms of their streaks right now. So I feel like this is going to be cool. I mean, for the side of Orangutan, and I feel like they do go for the split push for to try to dwindle down the members of ZOL Meraki before really going on full force.
Rosie, she wants to make sure she isn't dwindled down, but we talked about, those kind of decisive rounds. We're finally starting to get them here, ZOL Meraki. Great shutdown, pop flash from Cammy, who by the book, as is standard, best shuts them all down. They're completely crumbling under the weight of the shoulders here. ZOL, this should be a quick round for them. And once again, they get those decisive rounds that we're finally talking about. We saw a while ago ZOL have to win the rounds that were difficult for them, clutches, but those type of rounds are the ones that they can rally behind, and that they have to finally get some great rounds like this.
I feel like the story could have changed if the way wasn't flash by coming here, but as you mentioned, it was a beautiful pop flash from, and the timing as well is very much favorable for Kamiya at that time. Really, the decision maker for that previous round. And here, as anticipated, they are going to use it towards the last half. But Rose quick step down from Cubby already, not really getting faltered by these walls anymore. And because of that, it kind of paved or made way for Orangutan to try a different approach here, because they have to shut down before they actually take control. Takes that spray down, gets that pop flash but
Spike down
if they're able to shut down and uses the paranoia to deny any vision here, but he has a lot of angles. Consider Prowler is down, gets in towards Street, denying herself from getting down. But Nina gets that down and
Man, Rosie's a trooper. She just did not want to leave that short position. She is going to hold on to it for dear life to make sure there's going to be that rock that her team can rely on. And ZOL Meraki, look at this. 5 rounds in a row. They've crawled this one back, equalized things at the half, and now we have ourselves a real game. Still though, Orangutan, by far, this is not a bad half at all for them. Yes, momentum has started to swing the opposite way on the pendulum for ZOL Meraki's side, but then Orangutan, they're slowly crawling back. We're going back to the panel. We'll see you guys in a bit for this halftime break.
Tashbunny, but that's all good and fine because I'll be talking about that last map. I mean, 12 rounds. We've seen the 5-0 from Orangutan. Just really explosive start from the team. It was a pretty darn good start, Tash. Thankfully you're back. Hello.
I'm back.
How are you
Why
doing?
is it not working? I don't know what's going on here, but it's okay because I really want to talk about that first half. And I think it's one of the strongest or most interesting first half I've ever seen. When you think about it, first half was very dominating, especially the beginning, all the way to round 4 from Orangutan. But ZOL managed to bring it back. And I think this also comes down to a mental game, because immediately after the shift, we saw a change in pace
Yeah.
from Orangutan, and we saw ZOL shift too, where they went into more of a retake
Yeah.
instead of just waiting for them on site.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, at the start, when they lose rounds to Orangutan, I think ZOL, the game plan for them was also a retake sort of game plan, but it just didn't work out very well. But after the pause, a switch sort of flicked, and they just became this monster of a retake machine where they had much better coordination. They got better patience when it comes to waiting for the teammates to get into position and then actually going for the retake. And also, we've seen even better trades and crossfires that made it just impossible for Orangutan to enter the sites without casualties. In fact, a lot of the times towards the end of the 5 rounds, we just don't see Orangutan getting into the site very much, and when they do, the retakes were on point from ZOL Meraki. And I have to comment. Sorry, just one more point, Tash. Just Capricious on round 9, it was beautiful.
I wanted to say that too, but now that you've taken that out of my mouth, I really want to talk about well, she's had this insane two-time takes where she's very great at taking fights. We see Orangutan have these really good crossfires, especially coming into tree area. But what she's able to do is just play this sort of like drive-by shot where she goes in and then weaves back out, resets, come back in. And in a lot of situations as well, she's a little bit more faster when it comes to that first contact. We've seen her really clear a lot and win a lot of these 1v2s compared to her teammates as well. Yes, for the beginning, I think Orangutan came into the game very, very strong. But then when the timeouts already happened, when they managed to figure out the Rubik's Cube as in what exactly Orangutan is doing, suddenly Orangutan were at a loss. How exactly are we going to stop these retakes? We're not sure where exactly they're going to come from, and they're actually just kind of like finding out our crossfires here. So in reality as well, there was actually a round where ZOL was actually kind of like pushed out of sight here. I think that was round 7, round 6, where Orangutan actually used 2 ultimates to keep the team out of sight, and they were actually on eco. They still won the round regardless. So this comes into more of a utility usage, I believe. Because personally, to me, I don't think the Nightfall as well as the Rolling Thunder should be used at the same time. It can be used one by one to take time and use it advantage. And number 2, we didn't see a follow-up to the ultimates as well, because in a way, you kind of want to really take advantage of these ultimates in order to get those picks and give you more space.
I mean, props to ZOL Meraki for avoiding those ultimates and just, being very patient when it comes to the retake. And again, the 2v2s, man. Every time they're on a 2v2, it's almost like, this is a sure win for ZOL Meraki. And they did win a few 2v2s, so something about that is scary from ZOL Meraki. Don't get into a 2v2 against ZOL Meraki. But having said that, I think Orangutan, they came very dominant. They came very confident into this map, and we're still yet to see Chloe playing on the defense.
I was about to start stealing this from my head.
I mean, we haven't seen them on defense yet. Now they're going on defense, and we're going to see if ZOL Meraki is going to have a game plan in terms of going to dodge this Killjoy, or are they going to challenge the hell out of this lady? So that's going to be part of the question that I want answers to for this second half. I would love to see that, but of course right now we do have a tech pause on the screen. We have 3 players disconnected from ZOL Meraki. So we have to wait a little bit. So hopefully things are getting sorted out really quickly so that we can get right back into the second half.
I'm really excited. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what to expect on the second half here. Obviously, now that Chloe will be on defense, it's going to be looking really beefy, especially for their team. But we all know that in terms of Orangutan, they like to play aggressive. With Fade on defense, you can actually follow up the utilities, walk the cat, if you want to say it, follow up inside. As we have one Fade walk, changing the cat out, you can actually the Prowler so that you can actually get a shield as you shoot out. Also, another way that you can play this if you want to go a little bit aggressive is that you can actually play the Killjoy in a more lurk manner, like how we would see probably a chamber. So what you do is once the site is empty, sometimes there's those memes that say like, oh, the life of a sentinel when no one comes to you. So no, take take
Go
your
for it, yeah.
yeah, and just lurk. And we've seen Chloe do this before previously. I think it's actually really good as well,
Yeah.
especially if she can do those post-plant setups as well, further than on the site itself. Perhaps maybe if she goes on to B, she can control instead of putting it on top of the spike. So there's a lot of ways how you can utilize how you want to play as a Killjoy if your site. So this is where a lot of pressure is going to come onto her shoulders, because she's anchor and she's also going to be the person kind of clearing out so many different angles as they go for those retakes.
Yeah, it comes down to these adaptations, right? How are they going to adapt to what ZOL Meraki is going to bring to them? And with a Killjoy, it's always very 50-50-ish, right? Are they going to go to A? Are they going to go to B? And so it's going to come down to how you manage these decisions. Like, how do you know when to anchor one side or the other? And how do you know when to push out? And with OG, I feel like it's not going to be that much of a problem. They're very confident. They're very experienced. So it's not like they're not going to be pushing for control, which I think is very important on Ascent. This is something that was costing ZOL Meraki a few rounds back in the first half, where they just didn't really take control of the A main and B main. And once they start doing that, when they actually just plant themselves in those choke points, then they started seeing rounds get onto their scoreboard. So with OG, I think we don't need a few rounds to be lost for them to realize that they do need control of A main and B main. And with Killjoy, yes, she's a very defensive agent, but if you know how to play her, she can be quite aggressive with those turret placements, like forward placements, with an alarm bot placed towards the area where you don't want to have any business with, and then just focus on that one area to control that choke point. So OG, I'm looking forward to see how they're going to play this defense. I'm looking forward to see how Chloe is going to play the Killjoy. And at the same time, we want to see ZOL Meraki just break apart those defenses from Orangutan.
Yep, but for now, tech pause is over
Alrighty.
as we prepare to go into the second half of the game. So, ready or not, let's see who will be taking match 1.
All right. Seems like we're back here, Xeaora, with our
we are
second
back.
half. Thank you, panel, for buying us a bit more time.
Yeah, thank you. Like, I was actually in the middle of, you know that pretzel biscuit, the pokey. Yeah, I was in the middle of while we're listening to the panelists. But you know what, Blackenblue, they do make a point right there. It's more of basically utility usage and the other side's team's adaptations on how things are really gonna go on towards their side. And I feel like ZOL Meraki really capitalized on that fact, and the fact as well that they were able to really get the streaks going enough for things to go on reset. But Blackenblue, we do see stats-wise and in terms of, play style, Orangutan here is basically, favors the defensive. And they've been mentioning as well on the panelist side that it depends as well on Chloe on how she is able to really do these setups and these lurks with much ease. But what do you think? On ZOL Meraki's side?
I think with you bringing up those pretzels, you're trying to get me hungry. I think you have an
You're
ulterior
welcome.
motive here.
You're welcome.
Well, to more serious affairs, well, you look at the defensive side right here of Ascent. It generally is a defender-sided map, but Orangutan far more so. Their statistics do infer them to be a more defender-favored team on Ascent, whereas ZOL Meraki, they're neck and neck, 50-50 on both ends, right? That's the big thing here. For Orangutan to lose those 6 rounds in the opening half, this makes it not a bad half at all. They end this out, equalize, and by all means, they still should have the advantage here to close this out if things go according to script. But ZOL Meraki, we've seen them turn rounds that you'd think they're not supposed to win, but they still convert those. And that kind of star power, that kind of, I guess, really conversion is what makes ZOL Meraki so formidable here.
Indeed, I agree with you on that. Of course, that account, that miracle place as well, is really one of the things that you have to highlight ZOL here. But as you can see here, in terms of their attacker side this time around, there's a difference from Orangutan. Orangutan usually started it off very much fast-paced, rush push, but right now look at this. ZOL Meraki is just basically off in towards the map. Went in towards mid, with Capricious going in towards market, but joins along with the friends. And there's one from the flanks just to try, to ensure their back here. But look at this, though. Mia and Sway goes for the trade, respectively, for their teams. Going in towards the push. Rosie takes the peeps down, who was looking far beyond. And there goes the spike plant. We do see here the retake potentials from the side of Orangutan here. All they need now is just that good timing. But then again, look at the timer for the Cacao. 16 seconds, but Cacao still gets the shot. Cuts it out from one here towards
Oh!
Takes 3, beautifully done. And Casper with a ring of HP. Beautiful tap from Rosie, taking the 4K.
Ring around the Rosie in a pocket full of taps. 7-6, ZOL Meraki finally take the opening pistol of their half. And that's a great one. Seems like there's for some reason, a curse here that just bodes well for that attacking side team on pistol. Rosie swinging into the back line, then holding it down in that post plant against the retake. And Orangutan, they by all means had the advantage in that round, but this is where I said the star power and just the ferocity and tenacity of ZOL Meraki is so formidable. They win these rounds where they do not have the advantage, and that is a difficult prospect to be against.
Indeed, and of course, you know that it's not just about those, those star plays coming in from Rosie. It's of course as well. It comes from the anticipation that she's getting at. That's why she has that confidence in placing her crosshair towards that side. Now they're trying to go in, not the bamboo. Takes another as everything is being traded out. Favorable for ZOL Meraki right now. Again, another kick towards B side. They're already planted down. The spike here suppressed towards long just to see if anyone tries to go in towards that area. Now we do see Kachao here in towards B with the classic and the dream. Not spotting at the in towards the spike here. And just the HP. Right now that's
one enemy remaining.
Up there, but Miha is there for 59. Only for Caprice to clean things up.
And Casper got 2 kills there with a mere classic, and if Kachao was able to connect that right click on a Rosie, it could have been a 1v1 very easily.
Yeah.
Who knows how things could have gone. So Orangutan still fighting back with what they've got. They're not out of the count just yet, but as you expect here, ZOL Meraki, they had the advantage. A bunch of rifles bought up by them, but only one is able to be saved, as the round not as clean as it should have been. Still, they get the win, which is the important factor, but these are small things that could pay dividends in the end in terms of economy. In the meantime, though, ZOL Meraki trying to spread themselves out, hopefully not too thin.
Indeed. Those are the most gorgeous ways, just so that she can narrow down her options when peeking in towards the site. But of course, this is a bonus round for ZOL, so it is quite expected whenever Orangutan does win the show. Unless the swing line is not so good for that of Orangutan. This time, I love though Blackenblue the shift from B side to A. This is their first attempt, technically, in towards this site. But look at Casper just trying to jiggle peek right here. Body that's paranoia enough to, really back A.
Well, in this case, it's gonna be Mia who folds first. It's not one to continue playing her hand. Not that she had a choice. The opening pick here was found by Orangutan. They have a 4v5 retake heavily in their favor. Only a single rifle here in the hands of ZOL Meraki. They're gonna have to find some way to pull this back, but we've seen him convert these. Sway finds one, but they all crumble against the weight here. Capricious can only try and give them one more back in return. As Orangutan close this gap after the anti-bonus to a single round.
And of course, I mean, it is quite expected to get at least Orangutan to win it out. Technically, that was ZOL Meraki's bonus runs that they were able to win out previously. But of course, you also have to really commend the way or their timing on how they positioned themselves. Look, Sway was able to deny the flank from mid as well, getting a 1, and of course, after he got the opportunity to enter towards the site, was taken down by Capricious, however, with the spray in towards Hell. But then again, Chloe did her job to trade it off and to basically secure the round. But here, we can only go so far because, we have yet to really does get, that upper hand here.
Well, let's see. An undercut could be thrown by ZOL, especially that they've crawled up now towards this mid-pizza position. The alarm bot's going to give them away once they turn the threshold in the market, though. Smoke, they're waiting, just in case this dissipates in their favor, but no one's going to be playing that. Orangutan, they're banking on this alarm bot being the sole thing that's going to give them information on whether there are players here from ZOL coming into it.
And again, the pace and timing as well. Look at how this time around it's not as aggressive as
Yeah.
they're basically trying to towards the areas. They are concussed, but there's the reply getting that paranoia down just so that they don't get pushed from behind. And that's actually a good utility usage from, you know, both for both Bess and as well as for the breach, which is Kachao. So right now, I love as well the additional
30 seconds left
here. Denying the entry point just so that I'll give time for the members to rotate back.
Well, they force themselves in here. They still have the Rolling Thunder. Sway in a great position to catch one off guard, and that she does. Turning the tides in their way now. Sway here can save the day. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. He brings the storm, but Bess is able to find two somehow. What a great play by her. In the generator, Sway not able to get the one. Pulls out the Thunder Fingers, and she's able to take down Capricious. Follows suit Cameo, and what a day. A save by Sway.
Thunder Fingers, I like that.
Coin.
Thunder Fingers, I like it, But then again, you did mention it some. Sway literally became like the iron guard for the side of Orangutan right here, really securing the flanks. And I love this tandem coming from Kachao and Sway. Notice the concuss that they went from Generator, Sway, plus the Rolling Thunder. It really assured them, or basically, you know, secured them of this round, because not only did they catch up Niha from the middle side, but also tipped off the positioning.
You want to
that
play? Let's play.
So all of those utilities are really much into the game. Power as well, just tries to bait out just information, not necessarily, you know, trying to set out their picture.
On top above. Sway has to be careful not to overcommit to this. Still, she's got backup just in case things go awry. Bess is giving herself away, can TP out to safety. Really wants to try and contest this, not to fight that she's going to be favored in. Sway finds a second here. Not quick enough on that jump peak there, Bess, giving a bigger window of opportunity. And ZOL, this is a round that they could have turned around, even though they had the eco state with Orangutan. They look firm to hold on to the lead.
Again, of course, this is quite detrimental though for ZOL Meraki to really try and to win this out, because if they do not, again, economy won't be very much into what they're favoring. But of course, in terms of numbers or the advantage, it is on the side of Orangutan. So I like it that they're not overextending themselves. They're letting them in the fight. They're going to let them fly.
Enemy remaining.
Corner, Casper takes two already in the process, not needing a helping hand. But of course, Chloe is there for the safety net. But it all comes down to Capricious with the Marshall and the Dream. With only 12 seconds on the spot, probably going to updraft Dash in. Depends on her fortune. Wait for, but your Pip sees it through from tree. Flawless round and goes to Orangutan.
Clean here from Orangutan. Painting the walls orange. For the meantime, though, ZOL, those shaky rounds are ones they have to let off, because they had the Blade Storm, they had the Tour de Force after taking the orbs, but still, they weren't able to put themselves in a position to utilize that. They challenged this B main operator, not that they knew initially that there was an op, but you could hear Sway letting those shots ring out to try and go for a wallbang, so they knew that the operator was there, but they still contested with Amir Marshall, still giving themselves on up. And really, ZOL, this is a good timeout for them to call, because the momentum, it's starting to sway heavily into the pockets of Orangutan.
Indeed, I agree with you on that. Sway is basically, taking that away from them at the moment. But I feel like the timeout could work out for ZOL because remember earlier from the first half, they were the ones who called the first timeout and yet they were able to win out some scores. Orangutan was able to redeem one, but then again, after that round alone, it paved the way for the streak coming in from ZOL Meraki. I feel like this is just more of a mental reset as well for them because they kind of feel like, oh, okay, for the first 3 rounds of the second half, it's not really working out for them, and Orangutan is just, capitalizing on that fact. So right now, we do see here, at least for their side, looking into the minimap before the round starts, I feel like they have a bit more grounded foundation in terms of how they position themselves and the way that they do not, easily react to all of the reacts that was annoying to
That's huge damage done here by Japeeps. She knows exactly where Capricious is going to want to be to close that switch out.
Placing alarm bot.
Almost
Spike planted.
punishes her mortally for it. Sway. Maybe difficult to retake, but the flank has to work out here. Casper doesn't even realize that she's the ghost in this case. Sway, great trade on, now to be able to equalize things up. Japips finds that pick on the best. Capricious is still alive, which leaves a very low player still here in the fight for ZOL. They can capitalize on that here, Orangutan. They go in for the peak. Here comes out the Hunt, but they're winning every single fight as Camu is a sole defender on this site, but her lonely shoulders cannot keep up the Atlas of this. Orangutan extend their lead back up to 2.
Boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka, boom. It's the jump shot I really like from Sway towards
I can
Market
tell.
earlier because it basically that op shot was enough to not let them pass through any further because of course you wouldn't really want to get taken down by up the second time around. The moment that they're dead, that they didn't really have time to go and reposition themselves, just went in towards B side all the more for Orangutan to just really, capitalize on their numbers and as well, taking it a little bit of an overkill to get, Kachow's concuss up and running as well, just to, secure all the more because they already know that both of them, the remaining, are already on B site. So right now, again, this is their 10th point for Orangutan. This is a bit of a smooth sailing coming in from them. Unless, of course, ZOL Meraki has something to do about it.
If you look at the scoreboard as well, the frags here are completely evenly distributed. Orangutan, 3 players with 14 kills. Actually, scratch that now. The Chow's found a pick, but still, you can see here for both of these teams, really, that nobody's overshining the other. They're all working as a team, working as a cohesive unit. It's just Orangutan so far who's been doing that more consistently. Sway, legs ZOL Rosie here as well. It's going to be difficult for her to try and continue in this bout. This is not going to be easy for ZOL to win. This should be an 11th round here by Orangutan. Capricious finds that other one. And Chloe, okay.
Spot out behind towards that side as well.
Remaining.
Going for beautiful crossfire coming in from both Cal and Chloe as well. And to really pop it off, clean things up, Chloe takes the 3. And you did mention it earlier. Wait, blaming this off right now. It's like, no, it's in a neon. You'd expect, I would understand a jet, but this is like, this is an interesting sight for me to see, neon with the op, the timing as well, the way that Sway enters, it's very much, anticipated and kind of, I feel like in their comms, some of the team is, okay, go ahead, try and check this out, but with caution. And it just goes to show, the way that they kind of read how ZOL Meraki plays this out in terms of Ascent.
Sway loves jumping like that, doesn't
Yes.
she?
Yes,
We've
he
seen her
does.
do it a handful of times here already. That neon. Very deep commit here by Sway. She is playing with fire, but luckily I think she might be able to win this on out. Realizes the heat is too hot. Backs on out to safety. She's giving herself away. Finds the one. Rosie goes down. Those petals, they're going to be on her coffin instead.
I like it how Sway is just adding that impending threat in towards Cubby. And I feel like if this keeps moving forward, ZOL Meraki wouldn't really have the luxury to look into that fight anymore. So because of that again, look at how careful they are trying to attempt to enter the Victress was able to detect it from the crowd. Look at what he's doing right now. Take a warning shot, tries to go with the Haven, does not find out, coming actually away with the near up, close up past the camera. Give us a kill one. He'll go to the lockdown here to add more safety and take that swing down. Will they use the VO?
Remaining.
Okay, but it's down with the utilities fails. It's through before it even happens. Casper with a one as well. And Sway for the cleanup crew.
Flawless.
Sway, you slay.
Orangutan around the way as they secure match point from taking ZOL. And their own pick away from them here in the first map of the series. What a shot by Sway. That no-scope there that she found versus Capricious up close, huge. Obviously this pick was important, but the fact that she was able to still win this fight out, look at that!
Beautiful, beautiful. Because this offense is like, what, a classic?
It's a shotgun.
Yeah, like the way that, the way
Oh my goodness. This is done.
Player standing.
It is, definitely, because Rosie, 34 HP, and
You should have run. Defenders
plays it out,
win.
and there we have it, Black and Blue. First game of our first match goes to Orangutan. Look at the happy faces.
My goodness, you can see they are elated from that one. What a win here. A statement closeout round coming from Orangutan, and they painted those walls orange. No monkey business about, because they've been swinging in the trees and knocking things out of the park once again. Orangutan, what a map for them, especially in the end. They start off strong, midway through, yes, ZOL Meraki were able to pull out some miracles in their favor, but they start strong and they ended it strong, and that was important for Orangutan. They get map number 1, the map pick of ZOL Meraki away from them.
Definitely, and we did mention earlier that it's kind of an even ground for them, but Orangutan was able to really play around the timing, play around their utility usages, and of course, as the panelists have mentioned, the adaptability. They've been seeing some certain amount of patterns in terms of the attacking phases of ZOL Meraki that they just were able to shut them down, like literally, straight.
Yeah, in many ways, they just made things so much more difficult time and time on again for ZOL Meraki. And ZOL Meraki, they were winning those difficult rounds, but those are rounds you can't consistently really rely to be able to win, right? You have to, instead of winning difficult situations, not find yourself in a difficult situation in the first place. But that's easier said than done, obviously, when you're playing against a team that has the experience and the cohesion that that Orangutan showed there in map number 1. Yeah, faltered midway through. As I said, it was ZOL Meraki finally getting things done. But, well, we're gonna see you guys after this one, because we are only in map number 1, by the way. What the tightly contested map number 1 we got, but we're going on over to Haven. We're gonna find out if we even go on the Icebox after that. So we'll see you guys in a bit after this.
Black and Blue and Xeaora, welcome back to the panel with me, Tashbunny, alongside Sleepy. And that was a hell of a first map. Now, let's talk a little bit about the second half first before we talk about the overall. And I'm really curious to know, what's your thoughts about that, I would say, that rollout from Orangutan from round number 17 all the way till the end?
I mean, dude, this is what we were scared about for ZOL Meraki, right? The defense.
Sleepy, I'm unfortunately not able to hear you.
Sorry, my bad.
There we go.
Alright. I hope you guys can still hear me though, right? As I was saying, it was an insane second half, because we sort of expected this to be the thing that's very scary for ZOL Meraki, right, Tash? The defense for Orangutan, Chloe on the Killjoy, and something that they probably did not see coming, the Thunder Fingers, that is Sway, as well as Sway on the Operator. I mean, come on! In what world is what she was doing fair to ZOL Meraki?
It's not
She was
legal.
it's illegal, honestly, in my eyes, because it should have been banned the way she played the Operator as a shotgun on that glass area. Like, there's just so many moments where I thought maybe ZOL Meraki. But no, Sway just says, this is mine. This is my home. And I think this is one of those things that's reflected in the facts and the fun facts that we shared in the pregame, Tash. The comeback for OG on Ascent, yeah, this is
It's
probably
crazy.
It's
Absolutely crazy. I mean, a 6-6 half was honest. It was honestly looking really great, and I think that for Sway, in the first half, it felt as though she was not able to show her full potential as a Neon.
Yeah.
So we really only see it shine on the second half because she wasn't really playing Neon the way that Neon is intended to be played.
Yeah.
Like, gotta go fast. No, she's playing her more as an agent that can go and rotate fast, hold an area, and then get the op. It's a very different take on how you usually see a Neon played, but I love to see it. And I think because that confidence came back, they're able to just really just close the game in a very decisive manner.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at the stats here. When you look at both teams, it's going to be Bess as the MVP alongside Sway.
Yeah, and shout out to the support players on the side of OG, right? Casper, Kachao, and Japips. They set up Sway so well that every time she was going for a pickoff on the defense, that she was just safe. You know, she felt safe to go for those takes, knowing that her teammates are ready to trade her, or at least throw out a utility to make sure that it's hard for the opponent to trade her out. And in terms of the stat, I mean, OG was just dominating this game, Tash, especially that second half. And I want to point out one thing about OG's defense. They're so comfortable with retaking. They have a system in place where if they want to retake, they're just going to let the side go. But if they are going to fight on the side, they have a system where they're going to allow for their teammates to retake and back them up quickly and then fight all on the side. And it worked so well, they just won everything quite smoothly.
Yeah, and I think that because they're able to do that cubby hole and just lock them on the site itself, it's actually very scary. But for now, we're gonna go on a quick break. After this, going to heaven, Orangutan, ZOL Meraki. We'll see you guys in a little while.
Let's get money.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Valorant Game Changers APAC. This is Elite, where we've just seen Game 1 between ZOL Meraki and Orangutan. I'm Tashbunny alongside Sleepystudios, and this is going to be really exciting now because on Game 2, we're heading over to Haven.
Yeah, Haven is a very even matchup between these two, at least according to the stats. But then again, we can't really trust the stats because ZOL Meraki, they've changed almost everything. So, but hey, we can still look at the numbers, right? At least with the win rates of both teams, they're kind of even at about 50+ % win rate. So Haven is not going to be too much of a domination from either team, unless, of course, the surprises that we're going to see today are going to change that up. So we'll have to wait and see for that, Tash.
When you look at stats, I think when you see Orangutan, they're still maintaining the same lineup or composition that we've seen before. So they're basically a team that's like, why change something if it's not broken? Continue using it. As for ZOL Meraki, I think you can throw all the stats out the window because almost everything has changed. Now, when you look at the previous matchup earlier, I think what's to be noted are especially two players, Kamiyu and Bess. Bess, the way that she plays her Omen, or the way that she takes space, is not only very aggressive for a controller, but it's also a player that's not afraid to take out those jewels in a 1v2. She knows how to navigate, how to isolate, and how to get those picks to help her team get picks. But for Kamiyu, she likes playing aggressive. She will be all in there, in your face. That's number one. Very different than how we see Sway play on the Neon. And number two, she is a player that likes to play this very aggressive angles. And once you do not check that, she will severely punish you for it.
Yeah, I think that's something to be highlighted from ZOL Meraki. I think each of the individuals, they have these capabilities of just make plays and be comfortable on their own. But then again, we wanted to see more of those coordinated plays from the second half of the first half, if you get what I mean. Towards the end of the first half on Ascent, we started seeing ZOL Meraki play as a very solid unit as a team in terms of their coordinations, their crossfires, their utilities stacked onto each other. It was good, but we sort of didn't see that towards the second half because maybe at the same time it was OG's time to shine with the Thunder Pingers and the operator from Sway and whatnot. It was tough to play against that, to say the least. So maybe it's to be pardoned. But on Haven, we need to see more of those on top of the individual capabilities from ZOL Meraki. And like you said, from OG, they're not going to change too much. I think we're still going to see the Jet on Sway. We're still going to see Omen and Killjoy, Breach and Sova. They're going to the old school, right? We're going to finally see Sova again on this second map after being retired from that first map. So for those Sova lovers, this is the time to rejoice. Second map should be fun for you.
I mean, personally, I would rather see a chamber, especially for Haven. It's a map that you require a lot of map control. There's a lot of hidey holes and cracks that you can play in. On top of that, it's a three site setup. So what's really interesting is that I think a lot of these teams, we're gonna be seeing a lot of those bombastic explosive plays, especially toward the last second, the last minutes. And this is where your individualistic skill will really shine, because sometimes when you're separated trying to get that information, you might be forced into a gunfight. Whether or not you're able to win those duels can really show whether or not you're able to take the site or defend the site, depending on which side you're playing on. Now, number 2 as well, I really talk about in terms of ZOL Meraki. When you look at their lineups before, they do run that chamber, and I think that it's really important to note that the chamber, why it's so important is that for 3 different sites, you can just kind of rotate around the chamber. That trademark will be great for giving information, and if you can play around it, like how say that Chloe as well as Casper has been playing with each other in terms of reacting to those utils, it would be great. So now for ZOL Meraki, I think what's really lacking is that follow-up in terms of utils from teammates. It's not as, I would say, as clean as how Orangutan does it, but if they manage to clear it for this map, I think they would have a really solid chance.
Yeah. The one interesting thing here is Casper decided to switch out the Omen for Astra. So they've gone for a more team play sort of thing, right? More combinations with the Killjoy utilities, more a combination in terms of anchoring the sites. As an Astra, you have a lot more choices to play with when it comes to defending your bomb sites. So it's going to be interesting to see how this chamber is going to play out as well from KMU. As you said, we need more map control. We need more of those individual initiatives to be able to take control and maintain them. And this map is really a test towards a team. If they are able to make decisions on their own, can they then converge into a side without losing too much map control and giving away too many openings for the opponents to abuse. So in terms of the agent lineups, honestly, I agree with you. I prefer the chamber, but the Killjoy have seen a lot of value recently. Because again, she's a very strong anchor, and we've seen how Chloe plays it, and I think she's just, this is my agent, yo. So why don't you let me play this and show you how it's done? So I think there's that factor as well for Chloe and Orangutan.
Given the fact that defense-sided will be ZOL first, I think they have an idea on how exactly they're going to get the lead here, especially going into defense. Regardless though, speculations aside, I think that both teams are looking real good. So for now, I'm going to pass the mic back over to Blackenblue and Xeaora. Take it away, guys.
So much. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you so much. It is me. It is I. Thank you so much again for Tash and Sleepy. You guys are doing great. All the speculations done. But then again, welcome back to the casters side of things. My name is Xeaora, and with me is a Black and Blue. Of course, he's doing pretty fine there, pretty sure. But again, I would like to ask your opinion this time, Black and Blue. Why? Why not? we gotta have synergy here as much as the teams are, you know?
Go ahead.
So, what do you think of the overall lineup for both sides of the team? There's not really much of a difference. The only thing that we are seeing here is both the Sova Neon coming in from Orangutan once again, and of course for the side of ZOL Meraki, they do have the chamber as well to really utilize here. So, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to matchups like this, right, where you don't see that stark contrast in terms of composition, it comes down to who can play a cleaner game, because they're pretty much having a lot of the same set pieces, although I'd argue that Neon being a big difference. We know Orangutan, they put it to great effect on Ascent, and they're going to try and do that here on Haven, and I would wager that, to be honest, I think it's even more applicable on Haven than it is on Ascent. So the fact they were able to make it work on a map like Ascent was already a pretty good sign for them, at least for things to come, if it will continue in that trend. But a stark contrast that I do see here between these two teams is just statistically, when you look at the statistics here and win rates of ZOL Meraki, it's pretty much 50-50 across the board on both attacking and defensive side on almost any map that you find. But you look at Orangutan, and whatever that map typically is, whether it's attacker or defender sided, that is where their statistics do typically favor. So on a map like Haven, a map that is typically more attacker-sided, their statistics do bode better on the attack, and same was true as well for their defense a while ago on Ascent, and we saw them close it out because of that consistency on their defensive side. So when you look at here now, the attacking side to be starting for Orangutan, they can get a lead early here, and I'm still going to be quite, I guess, perplexed if ZOL can bring this into Icebox if they continue the trend of what we saw from Ascent.
I mean, I agree with you on that. Both of our teams are basically quite strong in towards our third or decider map right here. But going in towards Haven, you did mention this is very attacker-sided, which I agree with you on. And the fact that this map is, of course, the biggest as well. There are a lot of varieties that both of our teams can choose from. Now, going in towards ZOL Meraki, I feel like, again, whenever they do try and attempt for those retakes, I feel like the follow-up is one of their priorities that they have to really consider, because we kind of see that a little bit of lackluster in terms of our first game. So right now, in towards A site, A long, we do see the company of Orangutan here trying to play for those peaks, waiting for the perfect timing to enter. That's gonna be the agile sway, but it was shut down with a
Down
three.
A.
Miha on the ghost. Not going to be the ghost if you actually before, but look at this. Chloe with a spray down from the frenzy, but Kami shuts it down with the headhunter here, and for only Peeps, the remaining member alive, Miha and the gang are also here, but Capricious was able to win out that fight.
Wow, Miha just being that big hurdle, the roadblock here for Orangutan, securing another pistol round for ZOL. Great opening start. On the swing, finds the one, doesn't really get hit by much on after. Where was the flash from Quack? Didn't seem to catch her just there. It allowed ZOL and Miha especially to just hold things down. So great defensive start for them. They're going to want to build as many rounds as they can here on the defense. When they switch on over to that attack, that is where they can look to close things out and maybe extend us into the third map.
You can see the good anticipation as well coming in from Miha from earlier, because she always knows where the positions are going to be at, just to be confident with that tap. Spike has been planted here, swarm grenades are also lured out, but this could be a good call for them as Beth takes one down, spots out Sway, takes it in. That's gonna be another, but only for Casper to shut down. But Capricious takes Sway down with the of a help right here. Rosie, beautiful control of the Spectre as Casper does take Camille down, goes in with the friend, but already the spike has been defused. Mia spots her out, takes her down.
Wow. ZOL Meraki, okay, 2 clean rounds generally to start this one off. Orangutan are the ones who now have the rifles, everything abound, to try and cut this lead down to a single round. We saw that early, not really early, but like initiative here from ZOL, knowing that they had the post plant in their favor, knowing that they had the Orangutan trapped there on the bottom of the grass, on the bottom of mid. That was all they needed, but now we go back into the round. Orangutan attacking side, looking to try and contest mid. They're not going to win that fight here. Cameo, Kachow, great opening pick.
That's actually a good adaptation from Orangutan. This time they weren't as aggressive as much, and we did notice from the previous rounds that they were peeking one by one. Now they're just letting them, you know, do it. First, you see some amount of aggression coming in from ZOL Meraki. That's going to be the flash. Not going to have many casualties so far. But right now, we do see this is quite a pretty good feat for the side of Orangutan if they manage to work it out. So they are eyeing for the A site here, Blackenblue, but look at the patience that they're going through. I feel like for the other, for Astra and for the kills towards that, I feel like they just want to secure it as well, just so that they don't, you know, be taken aback in towards their flanks.
Yeah, they're really practicing patience here, Orangutan. Not wanting to get too ahead of themselves, and that makes the defense kind of second guess. They fall back because of that. They're preparing to go for this site. Here comes out the concuss. Here comes out the counter concusso from Rosie. Perfect on that fault line. Chloe's able to find Miha and shut down that short with the scan. Perfect on time as well. Capricious getting found here by Sway on the back line. It's all going to go down to Bess in a 1v4.
Spike planted.
She has a mere ghost.
I mean, it's expected that, of course, look at the angles that they're already guarding here. Crossfires across the floor, and I feel like even though Bess is able to take one down, unless a miracle clutch happens here, I don't think she will be able to get this anytime soon. But then again, this is a good signal for Orangutan, however, because, you know, again, they are able to really get those scores up and going, and of course, a little bit of a morale boost to say the least. That's the recon ball, not spotting out the one from Evan. That's going to be one, going to be another, not another, because right now we do see Kachao securing it out.
2-1. Okay. Orangutan around the supposed to secure there on the anti-bonus. That they do get. And as you talked about a while ago, say really practicing that patience is what helped them out in the end. Obviously, the firepower advantage is a great one to have. But still, Orangutan knowing what cards they have and how to play them. Look at that. 2-2-2. Everybody has a 2.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for the most part.
For the most part, indeed. I feel like sometimes here as well, because earlier we did see that was technically a bonus round for the side of ZOL Meraki, so it is also quite expected for the other team basically win out the third round. But here, now that almost all of our players do have rifles to work with, except for Casper, who utilizes the Bulldog right now. I feel, but while waiting for this technical pause to happen, just to make things optimize, I do like it. However, that Orangutan didn't really took it slow in terms of, again, the patience, because that's very much the vital aspect during the previous 2 rounds. And right now, they are going to try another, kind of aggressive attempt to try and take a site here, and it's interesting. Blackenblue, that they are keep on going in towards A, because they did have their chance, or a higher probability, of winning it out. But I feel like this is also sort of conditioning for them. Like, if they keep going A, they do it successfully, maybe it's also a good feat whenever they try to switch their side.
Let's see if that actually conditions here ZOL, though, because in this case it's only Cameo who's playing towards that A site. She can rendezvous back out to safety if it ever is needed. Being in heaven is not going to be something that's going to come too quick. Cameo, great pick there on the sway. Perfect timing as well. They're trying to play that contact, trying to catch one off guard, but they're the ones who are surprised. So Orangutan, who lose a huge pick early on. Now ZOL, who has the potential to go for a retake here. Shock Dart connects. Not too much damage done, but the pips, look at this. Already low HP on her.
This calls for the retake now for the side of ZOL Meraki. Take note that they do have the numbers advantage. Well, that's going to be the flash of delaying a little bit of the push. I think the gravity control as well. Look at all of those flash used across the floor. You see the patience there, but not going to connect, as both of our teams traded it off, but only one. Cow and the Dream. Let's see how it positions out. That's going to be one, not going to be another, as Miha, Mamma Mia, secures it from the backside.
Great attempt there by Kachao, but still, even better utility usage on the retake coming from ZOL. Rosie timing those flashes perfectly. She knew to burn the utility first. Once that gravity well was dispersed here, coming from Orangutan's side, that signaled for them to try and dismantle this crossfire and graffiti, smoke up in between to allow them some cover, to allow them to be able to walk in without having to worry about that Hell player holding the crossfire. Great smoke, great utility usage here from ZOL. I love how they played that retake, really cutting things down to the wire though, but still, Orangutan, they're in the eco now.
I mean, they have to, if they do want to be healthy onto the next round here. We're not going to hit anyone so far, but again, it's more about who gets to spend their utilities first, just so that they can take advantage of that last resource. So right now, we do see that actually being used right now just to get up some cover for any potential, repositions that can happen for either sides of the team. But here, we do see them trying to patiently wait for someone to peek in towards basically Barrage, but I feel like this is not really in favor in terms of time for the side of Orangutan. Sooner or later, they have to plant that fight down. That's quickly the Cosmic Divide here, and as well as coming in, But let's see, they're kind of having a bit of a trouble entering here as look at all of those utilities denying that fact. So right now, Kachao does get one with the classic. That's going to be the plan. Takes it out. Beautiful base. Once again, that's going to be a tap one. Not going to be another as Chloe secures one down. They haven't planted this spike just yet. Tammy with a one play for the trade. Tammy for the double. Let's see the triple. Yes. Or just Pete to shut it down from window.
Almost came down to it there. Still, what a round converted from Orangutan. They get the anti-eco. Around there weren't supposed to win, but still, find things going their way in that post plant. Great cosmic divide to try and cut down the ranges of engagement to keep things up close, knowing they have a bunch of SMGs and pistols. That's more than enough here for Orangutan to try and convert with. B site was the right one for them to choose as well.
It was actually a good call as well for Quis to push it through because technically, I mean, not in the range window, but look at all of those utilities here. What's down a bit, but quick gun out with another on her name with the blade farm as well for the fingers of the trade. But look at that fast pace. I told you, Blackenblue, conditioning is the key, just like what I did with my hair.
Is that really what gave you the flowing locks today, this morning?
I'm just trying to break the ice here, but you know, I mean, it's well seen. Look at how smoothly they basically took off C-site there, not even needing to plant the spike down.
Yes, falls from head to shoulder, very smooth, very clean. In this case, though, Orangutan, as you said, right, they really conditioned things here, making sure nothing was too frizzy. Playing a slow game and then suddenly turn up the pace. And now ZOL, they weren't ready for that. They didn't expect the sudden rush on that C site. But now they've got guns, they've got rifles to work with. Rolling Thunder to initiate first and foremost. Sway, she finds the position to try and push this once again. Same thing once more. Takes control of that platform and finds a kill off of it. Hunter's Fury on out, but doesn't really connect on to much.
That's also the lockdown here. There's actually good call as well. The moment that they place down the spike and also lockdown, it delays the push. So any potential rush that could have come from that while they were pushing the spike was basically denied. So right now we do see here a bit of potential risk, but I don't think it's going to be future because more of a boost at this point is that Bren and it's kind of good. And there's way to the one off shot there. Mamma Mia with the guardian, but Jeff P, look at this, takes her down even with that jump shot.
Wow, decisive rounds being taken here over and over by Orangutan. They've been just really so unpredictable here for ZOL. They do, yes, a similar take to what they did the last round on After, but with the split of the C site, them going through Garage as well, really shook things up. It was more than enough, and the relay bolts here being thrown around, the stuns by the Neon on Sway. It's just been such a big problem. We saw this combo a while ago on Ascent, where the Breach would fault line one side of the site, and the stuns from the Neon would come on the other, and it's just so big, so difficult here for ZOL to deal with. Mita goes down.
It's also a mystery for me as well. Previous one, how Best was still in the same spot, knowing that she was going to get double shots. But then again, it was into a corner. But right now, Turret is going to spot one down. Loving the patience from Caster, not letting her home there. Letting the Turret do its job as expected. Now again with a 2K on to the site. And for only Capricious to save it here with a trip in the train. One tap whipped it up a little bit, but the down is third. And 5-3 now. A flawless round from Orangutan. Their bounce back game is very strong.
These are 3 decisive rounds. They won back to back, Saya. Just momentum's heavily in their favor. I wouldn't even question a timeout to be called here by ZOL to just not let this be continuously, I guess, trampled through. If they lose this round, I'm going to wager that we're going to see a timeout very soon from ZOL Meraki, but there's a round they want to convert. Operator out now for Capricious. We're going to see if she can finally come alive here and get us stopped. The C-site has been very successful for Orangutan. Time on over. Finds that pick, the one we were talking about as well. looking to dip in for more. Hunter Spirit to try and throw her offset. Connects with that one. Okay. How does she get a kill with a mere what?
Swarm grenade.
Swarm? A molly?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the swarm grenade. I mean, I think it's about timing. Because of the Hunter's Fury, it kind of placed, you know, in a position, or Sway in a position where in the swarm grenade is at and just pop it. And I think it's an uncalled for, you know. It's something inevitable. They didn't really kind of expected that to happen. But then again, this still rolls the ball for the side of, to say the least, ZOL, because they do still have that time, and we did mention that unless that spike is planted, time is in favor of our defender side. So right now they are going to take an attempt in towards that's the type of block the party into our team, but Cam was able to take one, taking that intel towards the team. Also got delayed entry, rolling thunder in towards the site. Camu denies the flash.
Oh my goodness!
Going in towards Team to secure
Whoa.
the and look at that beautiful execution from Orangutan.
Incredible play there from Japips. That round should have been ZOL's to use the Rolling Thunder, but still, it's not enough. They get this opening pick as well, which is what they've been searching for, and that's why they bought the operator in the first place. They get this from Camu, backs out to safety. 3v5 though, Japips holds things down, converts, and transfers the spray, and follows up there with a 6-shooter right after, and a quick draw. Orangutan, a 6th round for them.
Gotta go. You want to fight it?
Able to, you know, change your guns from literally the straight transfer to a sheriff tap. It's just so beautiful. Speaking of that, what a beauty as well for Cass to secure Seaside. Coming down Gypsies as well with a trade of her own, really capitalizing on this cosmic divide that they have placed upon, and right now we're able to spot out what is there. A beautiful tap from Sway, smoke kill, beautiful. Once again, they are, but Davis right now is just being proactive in towards our map, Blackenblue.
Very much so. Casper makes a quick ghost. Spirit out of Capricious. And ZOL, they have to start calling a timeout here. I think this is the right decision for them to make. Slow things down, reassess, rethink what can they do differently, because Orangutan right now, they're starting to run away with this map and this series, and we're here at Elite, right? The final one for this entire year to decide who goes to the mecca of game changers, and this is not a stage you want to start slipping on, especially early on in the tournament. So ZOL, rightfully so, call the timeout, discuss, reassess. What can they change? What have they been doing that hasn't been working here?
Indeed. And I do agree with you on that, because things aren't really going smoothly for ZOL. I mean, there is that valiant attempt. They do have their shots here and through, but the fact that Orangutan's presence, especially in towards Seaside, is too impactful that it didn't really give off enough time for the other members to really rotate in towards the map. And even if they do, the fact that the follow-ups that are coming in from Orangutan, especially once the intels are given, they are just basically proactively reacting to it, and it's really working beyond whatever Orangutan is expecting. If anything, it's more. So right now, I feel like ZOL Meraki, they do have the utilities. They have the Astra, they have the Breach as well, and I feel like it has to also really be crucial, especially if Nova or Minha, at least, is able to really get those information going with the recon vault. But I think it's working the other way around. It's actually doing that intel gathering.
Yeah, she's found so much now. They know that Capricious is here in the corner. Perfect stun from Sway to start off this round. Mija does get one. She's found great success in this position, but not for long. Rosie, a double, a third for Rosie! To flash on out. Doesn't expect Casper to be around the corner, though. 1v2. Casper brings it out around, turns this round into a winnable one. Now Casper waiting. Can she turn down what Rosie's been trying to do? Cameo on the swing wins that one. And ZOL Meraki, off of the heroics here from their anger on Rosie, takes a round.
I think that was also a good call for ZOL Meraki here. You know, Chamber, or basically Rosie, literally zoomed in from C to A to end it to get that timing off. But Rosie, once again, with those taps, it's just so beautiful that even if they were having the attempt of double peeking, the timing is not, you know, in towards that favor specifically, and the way that Camu just waits it out for the peak, not being faltered by any presence whatsoever, because they know that Casper's the only one remaining. So right now, this is also interesting because Orangutan did call for a timeout themselves. So technically, this is a reset or reassess, and not technically too much on their part, because technically they do have the advantage. It's just that I feel like Orangutan is trying to formulate something that's basically out of the blue, because Blackenblue, but since since ZOL just called for a timeout first, got around right, and then Orangutan timeout for their turn, I feel like it's just, them trying to make a play. And if you observed, no one is actually going in for the flank fully, and no one, or specifically for Orangutan, hasn't heavily utilized entry points from B or from Garage. So
Standing ahead.
we'll see that here, or maybe they'll just stick to their guns with A.
Well, look at this. This pace, they've shifted up once again. You talked about how a while ago, say, Orangutan, they really love to do this, and we saw shades of that in Ascent, but we're seeing even more of it here on Haven. I mean, it's the final round of this half, so might as well try something to really shake things up. They had a timeout to call, discuss on over, and now they're going towards this A side, but they take early long control. Still, don't commit too quick on it. They switch out. Now Sway, giving her the operator to try and maybe find an opening pick, but ZOL, they're being diligent, really not giving her an opportunity here to strike.
I mean, that's also going to play for either side, because if you can give that space, that's going to be, a pacemaker for either side. Hunter was able to step in and capture the process, and that's what he's already ready to anyone who tries to move in towards him. But look at that from the off. Have Rolling Thunder as well, not giving them the opportunity to just really put in through. Already seeing Sway going in towards the spawn, but there is Rosie in best try, and Crossfire is their
One enemy remaining.
rather. Look at that, time is ticking. Best only Ball takes the tap. One, not gonna be another. Cow cleans it up for an 8-4 scoreline.
Wow, that was actually
Switching sides.
pretty dangerous, considering all things. Orangutan are super fortunate that Japips wasn't hit with that Rolling Thunder, because that could have been an easy double kill there. As soon as they dropped on, as soon as Rosie dropped on in, a bit of an overheat, but I get it, put in a well place. Bess finds a low, and last two players were low as well. She could have almost converted this if the shots connected. 3 HP, look at that. So the margins there really cut close, but the Orangutan, they get a great attacking half. Still though, this is a half that Orangutan, statistically, they falter in a bit more often than they do on the attacking side. So defense of theirs, I think, is going to be a bigger struggle, as ZOL have a chance here to catch things up, especially if they take this opening pistol. But we're going to go real quick to the panel to talk about this game.
I feel like we could there you go.
There we go.
What a great first half! That was actually kind of...
It was fun.
Yeah,
All
that was fun.
I mean, let's talk about that last round, though. I love how OG was just establishing dominance, just, you know what, let's just Rolling Thunder into their base and just give them a taste of their own demise. And then once two players started dying, they were like, stop fighting! Everybody stop fighting! Just get back into the side and play safe. And thankfully, it worked out in the end. So 8-4, a pretty dominant lead for Orangutan here. I think this is something that we kind of sort of saw coming. This is their map pick. They're more experienced. ZOL Meraki, they're still trying things out. What with the recent changes with the players. So still, I have to commend Orangutan for their executes. Their executes were so well done, be it on A, B, or C. Lots of times when they started their executes, the players from ZOL Meraki defending the site that was being executed on just did not have a chance to defend at all.
I think that what's great about Orangutan is the fact that they're able to just really take their time to figure out how quickly the game is played, at least for the other team. And I think when you start seeing that change in pace, especially around number 8, you see that while they are aggressive, they are also very, very aware that a backstab is going to happen, a lurk is going to happen by best. They actually put Casper in the back in really cheeky corners to catch them off guard. And the thing is also is that they already put one man down into the defense. Now they're not meeting by putting it in the backside there. The problem is that you are down one smoker, you're down one utility user. So that's the problem with having an Astra into the lurk. It's not like where you have an escape. It's very, very different.
Yeah, and
on top of that, oh sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
So I was gonna say that one thing about OGT is that once you give them 2 to 3 rounds in a row, because they're a very momentum-based team, they start going on fire. I saw that change in pace coming in sway, especially as how she takes her way through sites. And one thing that I really want to highlight here is how decisive OG can be. If they want to take a site, they will commit to it. We saw them lose 2 players trying to come, and they still did it with just closing the round with a 3K. Regardless, what do you think?
Yeah, well, we'll see in about a second. Casters, go ahead. Here we go.
Alrighty, we're back.
Yeah,
second half of this series. Thank you so much, Tosh and Sleepy. Yeah, second half of the series. ZOL Meraki on the attacking side. We talked about a while ago. This is the side that we expect them to start crawling things back. They've won 2 out of the 3 pistol rounds in this series so far. They can make that the 4th.
Well, it will depend as well, of course, on how they are not just, playing in towards utilities, but also to follow up. Again, you were highlighting this earlier, and I feel like highlighted now is the follow-ups from ZOL Meraki, because just like that, sway to, the agility prowess in front of him. But look,
oh
that's
my
actually
goodness.
interesting, but of course it paved the way for Japeeps to take a 3 before Cammy goes for the shutdown. And from behind, seeing Kachao takes it and cleans it up. I mean, we can summarize this. ZOL Meraki, all of them, basically, regardless of positions, was literally taken from behind. And I mean, the attempt of actually taking the site from behind kind of backlashed,
Dig a deeper hole. They're taking it back for sure. What we can be sure of there is a complete disaster though for ZOL Meraki. You saw them initially want to take that B site. Once they realized that their anti-flank there towards the window crumbled, they made the right decision, yes, to go for A, but just simply could not expect Japips to be there in the graffiti, and she paints things all orange for Orangutan once more. Cammy has to be careful. This might as well be an operator considering she doesn't have armor. A single bullet in that head hunter, that's what she's gonna need to find if she wants a kill here, but no, doesn't even connect. Now, ZOL Meraki, this eco of theirs, it's not looking good either. They have the sheriff, but Chloe's gonna make mincemeat out of them as soon as they walk in.
The trigger discipline. You see how Chloe was just tempted to peek, but then again, she does know that there's just more than one. Not wanting to risk a little bit of a trade-off there, she decides to just patiently wait in garage. Knowing that her presence is not yet shown from the side of ZOL Meraki, she can really utilize this stealth into her favor. But right now, we are seeing ZOL Meraki here, Blackenblue, in towards the side. Look at that concussion. I wonder if they were able to get tapped by that. Look at the skill set with the going in towards backside. Look from behind, but Japeep still secures it even with Camu as well. But right now, you see best for the trade-off, but all of these across the floor as Casper from behind takes 2. We have 3. Jakeem takes 3 in towards backside, and of course, the back end of B. Wow, we're always going from the back, huh? From the behind.
From the rear
what's
entrance,
yeah.
huh?
What's with these? What?
Seems like
Orangutan?
sneaking up the behind is
Yeah.
where they want to pass, really catching off guard ZOL, expecting to greet them at the front door, but no. Side fire exit that we see. A lot of the Orangutan players like to just completely punish ZOL over and over, right? So
Yeah.
Orangutan around there that they should have won, and they do. But the Hunter's Fury early on, round 3 already from Japips, is huge. They can use this to turn the tides in their favor because this is a bonus for them. So they're on mere SMGs. Sway being caught out here, barely able to back off safely.
And even when she was able to back out and Cubby still concussed, and you know, anyone would have been thrown off by that by a bit. But then again, Sway, you have to commend her for her confidence to just go in despite all of the utilities being thrown at her. But spotting out none, definitely. And Casper here with a delay, was able to get one. Casper not successful here as Bess and Rosie takes kills of their own. Now it is a 2v4 coming into this game. ZOL, I feel like those
player
kind
standing.
of really had a headache for fight. Get here, Chloe with the spray down, but not even able to go in towards City. Mia was able to shut her down, denying 11 from Orangutan.
Alright. Good round here from ZOL. Could have been a bit more dangerous, but they convert things relatively cleanly. Capricious. She doesn't win that fight, but that's okay. You can expect her to start getting a bit more heated as this map continues on, but still, they're gonna have to do that soon because the cushion here, it's not a comfortable one for ZOL to be on the opposing end of. 5 to 10, 2 away from match point. That's pretty good for Orangutan here early. They've got the operator here on Sway, who's been doing great work with it. Fault line to try and secure her position early on, and now that she's poised and posted herself here in the sewers, locking down that lobby, they can leave her alone, and that's exactly what you're going to see here. Japips can rotate, and now they can put their effort and player count towards defending the other positions of the map. Shot brings out with the op. It doesn't connect though from Sway, and now they know where she is.
I mean, intel very much essential for either side of the team, and that is very crucial as well. That's the Hunter Fury. Turret was able to signal one before being taken down, loving the timing of the gravity pull as well to deny any entry from Garage. Then again, I guess that could be a facade because right now ZOL Meraki is still taking their time in towards entry. The thing that I worry about though is if Sway was able to push in towards Garden and spots out these two from their spawn. So that could be an option, but then again, I love it how Orangutan is just buying the time, taking it slow here and waiting for these peaks to even happen.
30 seconds left.
Biding their time, but the clock is ticking, and it's hollowing against them though. Here comes out the execute, ZOL Meraki. They don't even spot her out in the corner. Chloe does get found. Capricious, 2 big picks. We've talked about her heating up, and this is exactly that. Casper though has to try and get the trade. Does find one, able to find a second, but Capricious on the third. It's all down to Sway to try and retake in a 1v2. Gonna be difficult with a mere operator in her hands, unless they give her an opportunity here, Seiya.
Indeed, and of course it's just about how Sway is going to position herself in towards the side. Take note that she can't really get a gun from the teammates if she doesn't really clear out the backside. Just takes a quick over here warning shot. Now they do know that she is in city. This could be a crossfire, but look at how Kamyu is positioned in towards the gun as well. Oh, not taking a Banzo to say the least. Rich takes the 4K, takes their 6th point, and I feel like this time their strategy of going in towards the front lines are the ones actually working. You know, I was about to say earlier, especially when the second half started, they keep going from behind, but maybe if they could have used that strategy, maybe in the later parts of the game, that maybe caught them off guard.
Very true. A lot of times, you know, on a C-long plant especially, but in this case it's planted in default, but on a C plant, a lot of the best ways to retake the site is to come in from behind, take that C-long control, and then have a pincer forward into the site, but it doesn't come. And to stick onto that operator, not the right decision here coming from Sway. Should have just saved it, if not switched out for a rifle in that 1v2. It's going to be very difficult to win with an op, but Bess Big opening pick. The alarm bot here found, rather the trademark here found on Camu. And that signals them to fall back and for the side of ZOL to continue on their march on towards that A site.
This could work, however, if they are able to get Capricious down, but Capricious says otherwise here. Now, it just up. It is up
remaining.
But
Down
this is where I kind of go and shed the mystery. Why do they have to peek it one by one when they already do know that Capricious is from the behinds? But look at this Bess with an attempt to knife. Now, there you go. But Bess right here really knows how to close it off, watching their flanks as well. So far, it's working pretty well for the side of ZOL Meraki here, trying to, at least as you've observed, like they're being proactive in towards our map here. They're not very, basically being stagnant in one. And this is the part where they could have doubled this through just to take down Capricious a bit earlier.
Could have maybe played better for sure there to not allow Capricious to get away with as many kills as she would have been able to find, but still, they have more rounds to continue to win here and give. Sway once again has been found out with the up. She double dips, but luckily isn't punished for it. It's a rule. They try and double dip, but in this case, looking for even more. ZOL Meraki though, they know where that op is now. They can try and play around it or just evade it entirely if that's the case.
Of course, I mean it's much more of, you know, a little relief. You are able to really dodge out those utilities as time passes, but right now, the way that ZOL Meraki is actually utilizing the mid side of the map, creating these presence just so that they can have the impression that some of the members are rotating, which I can see Japeep's doing right now. She was from A earlier, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess it kind of gives them the time to try and utilize it, knowing that there's not a lot of members of Orangutan around. But of course, because of those shots, now it paved the way for them to go in. Cosmic Divide, closing up City and Heaven. Like, now there goes the lineup for. Let's see if it does touch through or just through. And again, this is not your default plan. This is near Heaven.
Look at this rotate catcher from Camu. This has to come in big from ZOL. I think she's kind of slipped them though. They don't really know. And she goes down as well because of it. Capricious finds two, but this retake isn't really going to work out for Orangutan. They know Casper's coming from CT. She finds the one, but that's it. She's done. ZOL Meraki slowly crawling back and marching into this round, into this series, into this map, and they've cut the lead down to just more digestible numbers. Only 2 rounds between them now.
Indeed, I agree with you on that, Blackenblue, but right now, I feel like, you know, Orangutan can call for a certain amount of timeouts here and there, because look, from the second half, ZOL Meraki is able to really run out the streaks again into a more, you know, tangible scoreline. And if Orangutan doesn't really, you know, bounce back, at least after this round, because they are on the save, so it's expected for ZOL Meraki to win it in terms of, you know, weaponry advantage. But if Orangutan does not really, you know, bounce back, I feel like, you know, ZOL is just going to take advantage of this momentum that they built upon themselves.
That momentum is something ZOL really like to heavily lead into. Turret spots on out. Camu, you're trying to give presence all throughout mid, as you talked about, right? Keep Orangutan guessing where exactly the next hit from ZOL is going to come. They make that noise towards garage, but now they're crawling their way towards this A site. Japips has a big spot here. Flash on out, gives herself away, doesn't even find one. A bit of trigger discipline could have been a better way to get things done, but Kachow in the site have a lot to do. This is going to be so difficult for her to try and go down with quick kills. Chloe, okay, shuts down Capricious, but ultimately, I think this round is still done.
It has been planted now, and all has to wait. It has to be and happening for both sides of the team. Chloe with the swimmer of base left up behind the sandwich Casper for the surf train, but I don't think this could, you know, be put into late use. That's gonna be the pull too close to comfort here, and we already know what she is, but Casper is able to get one down. Recon bomb goes into one, was able to attempt to get a rifle, but Best fast on her feet, was able to peek even before Casper was able to enter into the city. But that could have been a different story if she was able to enter.
Be a good time for them to call a timeout here, Seiya, considering the lead from 5 has been cut down to a single round. If that's exactly the case, Orangutan, call a timeout. Wanna talk things over, reassess, as we like to say here. I mean, this is a problem, and it's why I inferred into their statistics in terms of which side they typically win on for both of these teams. ZOL Meraki, they maybe not have a stark contrast in terms of their win percentage on on attack and defense, but that gives them consistency across the board on both ends of the floor, on both sides of the half. They generally have an above 50% win rate, right? About 58 and 56 for this map specifically, and that allows them to just consistently gain rounds over and over no matter which half they're on. Where in Orangutan, you will see them be a bit more favored towards one side, and we did see that a while ago on Ascent, where their defense much more impenetrable than their attacking side was. But now they switch on over to the defensive side here, Orangutan, the less favored side in a map like Haven. And you can see the problems in their play. You can see that if they can't get themselves going as they can in one half, then they're going to have a problem with that second.
You want to play?
close things out
play.
on the less favored defensive side, it's proving to be a struggle here for Orangutan, to say the very least.
Agreed. And of course, Orangutan, we are seeing that they do have some trouble in terms of closing things out or going in for those retakes, because even if before the attempt to retake happens, they're already dwindled down in terms of manpower. So it's all the more giving them that obstacle to really try and make things work. So the thing is, for ZOL Meraki's gameplay here in terms of their attack, they're not as aggressive, or they're not as really, present. More on them playing for those peaks, watching at those corners, and we are also seeing Quay kind of missing off her op shots. It's very much vital as well. Thunder Fingers, I haven't seen them quite a while as well because of the lack of skills that they're getting compared to before. So right now we do see some op shots to try to delay the push. Cloud Burst plus the dash going in towards the side. So with a tap, takes one here.
30 seconds left.
Making another though, but as Chloe also crossfires with her teammate, but Capricious was able to really detect the presence, and I feel like it's up to Casper in towards that backside. Really huge, as you have mentioned here. Being able to shut down Capricious is very vital, because not only the time is taken for best, but also the manpower. It's a 2v1. Maybe they could do it if need may be, but no! Not even letting her plant down the spike. Sway finally connects the op shot.
They finally get around off of it too, Seiya. This is a hallmark of a good team, right? One that can call a timeout and then win the round right after subsequently their timeout, and make sure that they convert those timeouts into a more successful story. So Japip's going big there, but Chloe, she's been a player that maybe doesn't get the same kind of limelight as a lot of the players here on Orangutan do, seeing as how, star-studded the roster can be. But she's been such an influential force for this team over and over to be that rock. But this time Sway gets going early, and she's a player that when you see her get going early, those are the rounds that Orangutan just storm and snowball into wins.
I mean, right now things are very much, getting intense as our score lines, really take on to either a gap or a more tangible score line for ZOL Meraki. But then again, here it's very much nerve-wracking, but right now favors Orangutan, as we do see Rosie and Capricious being shut down, so there's no concuss for ZOL Meraki to work with here, and as well as any, a more solidified entry that could have come from their duelist. But right now they're trying to take it slow. And you did mention that Chloe, not as much as taking the limelight, but I would like to term her as one of the silent assassins of her team, because he basically does the job. And that's but as of delay, Best was able to
30
take
seconds
that
left.
shot onto her. And I like the attempt from Chloe trying to transition to a classic or potential right click. Again, time is ticking once again, Blackenblue.
One enemy remaining.
Sway.
Oh,
She's gonna make sure that the time is ticking in their favor to end the day early. And Casper gets that final. Orangutan, they finally get match point here. After ZOL bring it real in close. This is looking to be a pretty similar scoreline to the end of map number 1, and even the trajectory of how things have gone, right? ZOL struggle early on, they struggle late, they do good mid-game, but then Orangutan, once they've adjusted, they're locked in and primed to go. Miha coming out here with the op, looking for a response, an answer, a way to retaliate against the operator of Orangutan. It was on Sway, but she drops it over to Japips this time, which might be the right choice. They're going towards his C site. Chloe's ready, has a lockdown, but she's have to shoot her way out of this first.
a little bit of a concuss right there. So the Chloe takes one that scores a trade. All at least was able to capitalize on that corner here before getting traded out. This is a 3v3. Takes note that Best and Kami are both low on HP on their fingers, being over here cut out from the garage. Yes, I do agree with you. I think it's done. Rolling Thunder as well for additional insurance policy. Away from the corner, takes one, making another. The Thunder Fingers concludes this. And we see it now, Blackenblue. Orangutan moves forward into our upper bracket.
Okay, the overdrive to send this and override the momentum being built upon by ZOL as Orangutan. They win this opening match, they win their opening series, and they win the opening 2 maps of today here to get them into the upper bracket. As you said, ZOL, don't fret yet, any Filipino fans of this team, because they still have a potential lower bracket run. They're sent to the lower bracket, have another chance to fight for their lives and to fight for that ticket. But for the meantime, it's a ticket here of Orangutan being booked in. No monkey business. They swing from one tree to the other, relatively unscathed.
Of course, I mean, it was a very good play as well for ZOL Meraki. We did see them really winning their rounds consecutively, so that is very much a valid effort coming in from them. But of course, they do still have their +1 extra life in towards the lower brackets, and I'm pretty sure that they are going to come back stronger here. But you know what, Blackenblue? What I want to know what our panelists think here. So guys, this is Dan, of course, with me, Blackenblue, casters, and our panelists, take it away.
A 2-0 coming in from Orangutan versus ZOL. What a match to be seen just now, as we saw a more even score across the board.
Yeah, it was an amazing series from both teams. I feel like ZOL Meraki, they definitely showed up quite nicely in the first half of the second half, where they kind of dictated the flow of the game by playing it slow and letting their players just take control individually and then execute onto the side. But after that pause, this is something that a lot of teams kind of get swayed with. When the opponents are taking a pause, they sort of feel like they have to change something as well, and that's what I feel like happened to ZOL Meraki. They were playing slow.
Was that a wordplay there? Sway?
What, the sway?
Yeah.
Maybe not, but regardless, what I'm trying to say is that ZOL Meraki, they did not have to change their pace. They were doing fine playing slow, letting Team Orangutan just overthink and less effectively rotate with their backups. But because they changed their pace and went for fast-paced plays towards the last few rounds, it made it easy for Orangutan to decide where to rotate their players and then be ready for their executes with more players. Or even if the side was taken like towards that last round, the rotates were easy for Orangutan, with the remaining 3 players just, knowing where to go and wrap around towards C, all the way from C long, from garage, and also from defender spawn. So ZOL Meraki, they were doing great with the slow pace on attack, but once they started changing their pace after the pause from Orangutan, things just fell down. And props to Orangutan for making use of those change in pace from ZOL Meraki. They knew exactly how to rotate, they knew exactly how to defend their sites if the opponents are just going in a one-dimensional way.
Yeah, ZOL Meraki took so many rounds in a row, especially on attack. And we have to remember that this map, it is attack-oriented.
It is.
I saw that in the beginning, in terms of their defense for ZOL Meraki, what I really liked about them is that they're not too eager to really stack on a side as soon as they know something happens. You would see maybe 2 would still be on A side, then Rosie will just watch B, just to watch in case of they're trying to take space through B and goes through A link. So I'm really liking that, but just as you mentioned before, that change in pace, the line is, if it's not broken, why fix it?
Why fix it?
Yeah, would be I think the idea is we probably have conditioned them, but Orangutan is definitely a team that, so long as they haven't figured out the way you play, just keep doing it. And I feel like it got really punished for that, and their momentum got severely cut short as well for ZOL Meraki. Regardless though, I think what's really amazing for them as well, because they played slow, a lot of the lurks coming in from Best this time around has been absolutely phenomenal. It's a lurkception for them, as we see maybe a lurk from Orangutan is as though timing was just so good for ZOL Meraki. They'll have another person lurking their lurker, which I am really liking in terms of how they play. Of course, I really want to highlight 3 players, Capricious, Best, and Camille, because I think the 3 of them really made so much impact for ZOL Meraki, especially on the momentum-based rounds where you can really see them starting to get more confident. Regardless, for Orangutan, I think what's great about them is their tenacity, because they're able to recover mentally. They can lose so many rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it was a testament to how experienced they were as players in the Game Changer circuit, right? So why don't we try and chat with them, you know? Let's see who we can talk to today with this interview with Orangutan. Here we go. Let's see. Hello.
Oh, it's the girls! Hi!
Hello! Congratulations, Orangutan, for opening for winning the opening match. So congratulations, Sway. And for Orangutan ladies, hello. Is that Oreophilia I see?
Yeah, that's her.
Wow.
Wait, where's Chloe?
Chloe is over here.
We need to get everybody on the frame. So
everyone here. And of course, we don't have Casper there because she's all the way in India. So I know that she's really feeling it. So first question from me is, how was it not having Casper there? How was the comms like? How was the morale like? Share with us.
Okay, listen, every question you ask, I'm just gonna tell them the question. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I think the mic might have to be set up.
Oh, no.
It's alright. We have time.
Yeah, we have time. No worries.
How
about you sign language?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Alright, no worries. As they fix that, I really just want to say that when I was in... oh, there we go. Here we are. Hey, girls.
Oh, okay. So I was saying that every question you ask me, I'm just gonna tell them so they can also answer if they want.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Can you repeat the question?
Alright, so we know that Casper is not there with you guys. I know she's been feeling a little bit sad, not being able to. So what's it like morally, and how is it like playing without her there? What's the comms like?
How is it like playing without Casper over here?
I miss her a lot. Like, the boy Casper is a really ghost.
What, bro?
Casper the ghost.
Casper the ghost?
Her spirit is here. You can see Casper is there. Yeah. Bisa chat.
Oh!
Bro.
Okay, so she's there in spirit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I think it was amazing how you guys managed to just, take a pause and just bring things right back. Talk to me about how on Haven you guys were able to just go and execute very nicely into all those sides, because you guys didn't give a chance to ZOL Meraki to respond in some of the rounds where you executed towards C especially. So was that one of the things that you really focused on in your training towards Elite?
Definitely. I think we have very organized plays, and that really helped us get control very cleanly and led to the victory.
Okay, so my final question for you guys is, going into this tournament, I know you guys spent so many hours in training. I've seen it with my own eyes. So what's the mental like, especially for the whole team? What's your morale looking like?
Oh, it's very positive. What are you doing, bro? It's very... It's
love
what is the morale like? Mike to Chloe. Oreo. Good job.
Situation?
Celeste, what is the morale like?
Moral?
You want you tell me what? Okay.
We were
No,
just
morale is positive. Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, very good.
I love hearing that. I love hearing that. Thank you guys so much, and congratulations on your
Thank
first
you.
win for today. Looking forward to see what more you can bring for us. And for now, we're gonna have to say bye-bye to the Orangutan girls. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Say bye, guys. Yeah, Pepe.
They were just like, here's the mic for you. Here's the mic for you. No, here's the mic for you. Everybody.
Here's Sleepy. Here's the mic for you. Wait, this way. Here's the mic for
yes,
you, Sleepy.
this way. Yeah. Oh well. Anyway, that's been it. I think it was amazing, Tash. So I can't wait for the next match.
Yeah, speaking of next match, before that, we're gonna take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, because after this, we're gonna have 2 amazing things going head to head. See you in a little while.
We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been in a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts when not with you, when not with you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Valorant Game Changers APAC Elite. I got so excited, I nearly knocked something down. But anyways, I'm Tashbunny alongside Sleepystudios.
Hello.
And we are your host / panel for the day because now it is game 2 and it is getting hot. X10S versus Bren Victress.
Oh my god, I'm so excited for this one. As I was saying in the pregame for the previous match, these are the two teams that I think are the strongest candidates to topple off the Queen's alter ego Celeste. And they've been head-to-head for quite some time, and they've been trading results, you know. Sometimes Bren Victress would win, sometimes X10S would win. And there are some stories for us to tell about these two teams today, Tash. For Bren Victress, they've been kind of struggling heading into this elite, losing to a few teams like ZOL Meraki that we just saw play today. And so Bren Victress, they're looking to prove that they're still one of the top teams here in elite, playing against X10 Sapphire. And of course, X10, they're kind of sick today, so hopefully that's not going to affect them too much.
Hopefully not, because now let's have a video introduction for both teams. Take it away. And there we have it, guys. These are our two teams competing right now. So to complete what Sleepy was saying before the video, X10S is not feeling really good, at least from what I saw from the tweets. Apparently, according to Baby TZ, the whole team is not feeling really great right now, especially Ginny.
Oh no, especially the IGL and the anchor in the team. That's been pretty impactful to bring X10 back to the glory that they once had, especially back then in Last Chance. Because in Last Chance, Tash, they did not drop a single map. Holy.
No.
That kind of performance is insane, right?
Yeah, they were hungry. They knew it was the last chance. They played as though there was no more tomorrow, because technically there wasn't.
There
they
wasn't.
They really wanted to bring it in.
Yeah.
Now, when you talk about them, for X10S, it feels like they were just trying to find their footing throughout the entire year. They're a team that makes it so close, but doesn't really quite clinch it. But for now, head-to-head, we're going to look at Shirazi and Polly.
Yeah, Shirazi with an average combat score of 205 with average kill of 14.5. I mean, she's been pretty darn good. It was a feat watching her play. And Polly, she was also one of the stronger players, I feel like, in X10 with her very reliable clutches and ways she can take map control on her own. It was really interesting to see. And of course, the stats also stay the same. AC as of 202 and average kills of 14. They're kind of even, these two players. But in terms of headshot, Polly have been hitting more hits, so that's an interesting stat. Hopefully we can see more of that later in the game. But yeah,
heads popping.
Yes, heads popping, very fun to watch. But these two players and these two teams, again, I'm very excited to see them play because they're two of my favorites to be able to win against the Queens, and of course them playing against each other. That's going to be a bit of a preview of what it's going to look like towards the later part of the bracket, so this is fun.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were to meet again after this, with one going up and one going down. Yep, seeing how it goes. Now, if you look at how it goes for X10, I think it was a little bit more when you talk about them. It's like great players individually. I mean, we know that Ginny is a legend all the way from the CSGO days, coming onto here where she used to lead the male team back in mid, be it CSGO, be it Valorant. So of course she is the most fit to be the IGL. But when you look at the team in all three stages, it felt as though there was a little bit of a disconnect between them. And I'm really hoping that after the win that they got during overtime, or at least during last chance, is exactly what they needed. But for now, if you look at the maps here, Bind, Pearl, and Haven, and the fact that Pearl was chosen by X10S is giving me vibes and hints of really interesting plays, like what we saw during Paper Rex when they chose it. I'm eager to see what lineups they have for Pearl. I'm not too sure if the new changes are in this patch yet, but if it isn't, wow.
Wow, I mean, Pearl, this is the first time we're going to see Pearl in the Game Changer circuit, if I'm not mistaken, since Last Chance. So obviously there's no data that we're going to work with, but obviously we've seen Pearl on some games in the VCT circuit, so we sort of have an idea of what agents are going to be in there, like Sage, maybe even Viper. What I'm hoping to see is, of course, Neon, and maybe even Phoenix, dare I say. I mean, Phoenix is my boy. I want to see him get played on Pearl. It's going to be very, very fun. But of course, no data, so we're just going to have to see what happens. On Bind, though, Bind is a bit more familiar, right? With Bind, we of course have seen these teams play there, but for X10S, it hasn't been the prettiest maps of all, since they only have 50% win rate, so it's a 50-50. It's literally a gamble. You either win or you lose with a 50-50. Bren, on the other hand, is very, very comfortable on Bind with 75% win rate. So obviously, Bind being their pick, they know what they're going into. They know that they've prepared for this map, and they know that X10 is not really comfortable on it, so they're hoping to take this first map. And on Pearl, of course, again, we don't have data, so the fact that X10S are the ones picking the map, they probably have more prep on it. But the fact that Bren Esports did not ban it is also signaling to us that maybe they have had some practice on it. So I'm going to call it right now, Tash. I think we're going to map 3 for this one because both teams are comfortable on their map picks.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Pearl, one thing to really remember is that it's a map with so many little holes, nooks, and crannies to play in. There's a lot of areas and angles to clear and to take care of. And in a lot of situations, you can be rewarded for playing aggressive, especially early on defense as well. So you go out of your way, get your early picks. Mid control is particularly important as it gives you access to all 2 sites from all different ways and angles. So it's really good for you to take control of mid. Regardless, one thing about Pearl is that there's so many different cheeky angles and ways to play it. You might not be expecting to see someone in a little corner, little cranny. You know that there's this one particular wall that you can wall yourself up onto. You can see onto B site as well. So post plant will be a little bit difficult as long as if you don't know where exactly to look for. Regardless though, Bind is where I'm really concerned for here, because you know that Bind is kind of like different little puzzle pieces, I believe, because each part of the map is a different area to take care of. There's a little bit disconnect as you move on to different areas. And especially as you go on to like rotations, you try and commit, but you don't have hookah. When you don't have control of hookah and you try to go onto B site, the problem now is going into long and getting onto site. You can't watch elbow. So how you want to play it is to take as many jigsaw puzzles as you can at the same time, while making sure that your back is covered, because Bind can also be pretty lurk heavy as well. But if we go into map 3, I think it'll be pretty stable across the board.
Yeah, I mean, Haven is probably a very staple map that both teams are very comfortable with. Pearl is going to be interesting. As you said, lots of corners, lots of nooks. Maybe we're going to get to see Reina, because Reina thrives
Another TikTok!
in those situations.
Why not?
Right?
Let's go!
Yeah, why not? We want to see that. But on Bind, I agree. You have to be able to take all those checkpoints before you execute, especially on the attack. And on the defense, you're also going to be forced to play with a lot of information. You have to be good with your information gathering to know where your attackers are going to go. Otherwise, you're going to get played so much with the teleporters. So it's going to be a battle of those particular skill sets: information gathering, executes, abilities to secure checkpoints before you actually go and execute into a site. And so on the defense, your job is really to get as much information as possible while also protecting those checkpoints. And on the attack, your job is to really stop your opponents from being able to figure out where you want to go. Make use of the teleporters to go back and forth between A and B. And of course, just make sure that you know how to take those checkpoints with the utilities that you're going to bring on. And speaking of which, we're going to have to see Raze. I mean, Raze has been like a must-pick agent on Bind for some time. We rarely see a team not bringing Raze onto Bind, but I'm curious to see if we're going to see Chamber, because, again, Chamber has been falling off a little bit, but still is one of the best agents in terms of pick rate. So I think we're still going to see Chamber. Fade has also been an agent that we've seen become a very stable pick on Bind. Now, the rest of the picks, I think, are going to depend on what the teams want to do. If they want to go for a double controller, then we're going to see Brimstone and Viper, or maybe Viper and Astra. If they want to go for double initiators, then we're going to see Fate alongside Sky, for example. Maybe even Sova is still going to make an appearance here on Bind. But Fade, I think, is the must pick today.
Yeah, Fade is a must pick. As I would say, Fade, technically, I feel like Fade was literally made for Bind. It's the perfect agent for that. And you could throw it over so many different walls and areas without having to commit to get onto site. It's almost like a Sova, but even better, especially with her mark. And once it marks, when you throw out the Prowler, it's almost an instant hit where you can actually swing out for and get a pick with it. Regardless, her Nightfall as well is very, very great for taking up site. It takes up almost the whole way, including those little corners of lamps, I believe, as well. Regardless, when you think about it, you can go with either a double initiator comp with a Sky and Fade. I think it'll look really good, especially as you can use the Trailblazer as well as the Prowler to clear out so many different corners. And on top of that, those flashes are great for not only information gathering, but also great to just kind of get a pop flash or even a fake flash just to catch them off guard.
And again, with Sky and Fate, you have so many utilities to work with to gather information. So you can be sure where your opponents are really going to, and you can anticipate them going into a side wherever you have a flash being popped, or wherever you send a Prowler and detect someone. Then it's going to be easier for you to defend, especially. And on the attack, that's also very useful for you to take control. So honestly, I gotta say, I think Fade and Sky on Bind are two of my favorite agents together to be played. But that is if you do want to play the double initiator setup, right? And I think it's gonna depend. For Game Changers, the trend has been aggression. I love how our Game Changers players and teams are always so aggressive. So I think we're gonna err on the side of 2 initiators instead of 2 controllers.
Yeah.
But hey, we're gonna have to wait and see how they decide to play today.
Personally, I'm a big fan of the Brimstone over the Viper. Like, Viper's pit is absolutely good when it comes for it, especially on B site when you do it on the crate and it covers the first part of of Hookah alongside the main site of the entrance to the B site. But if you have a Brimstone, the orbital strike is so great at not only taking up space but clearing out areas as well. Post plant is just so good with the Molly, and I really think that that's just why I prefer a Brimstone over a Viper. But regardless, so long as your Viper is able to stay alive and your teammate can do all the work, it can drastically change the course of things as well. I'm really liking the way that we see more aggressive Vipers, like perhaps you have you play a rat corner and then you have the poison orb up and you can just get the shotgun 1 to 2 and they're immediately out of the way as well. It can be done as long as you have someone to watch your back. So it depends on what exactly these teams want to do. I mean, if you look at X10, they've done Viper as well as Brimstone. They've done them both at the same time. Same goes for Bren. But if you look at the agent lineups for both teams, it's both very similar.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? When it comes to having a similar agent composition, it comes down to the nuances. It comes down to the little details of how they want to approach a round. Do they take more active control, or do they play more for retake on defense and on attack? Are they going to go play slow, like what we saw between ZOL Meraki and Orangutan? There's a difference, even though it's kind of similar in terms of lineup. One team loves to aggress right from the get-go. The other team strives when they play and take it slow. So let's see if that's going to happen today. Let's see if we're going to have a kind of a mirror comp, or at least a similar comp. But again, look at that. 2 raises right from the get-go. Yes.
I don't blame them. Because it's so great for clearing corners and entire one part of the sites, especially hookah, as well as lamps as well. Now, I wanted to say that for X10S, they are the only team I see between the two that has not utilized a fade in bind compared to Bren. So Bren's comp is similar to their usual one with putting Alexi on the stage. She can either play a battle sage, boosting up her teammates, or either having Twirly jump up on it, or you can have a battle sage or a more defensive wall. Also, survivability will be a little bit better. Regardless, they have survivability in the form of Ginny this time around, running the Sky.
Yeah, and 2 controllers is what they decided to go with, Tash. So with the Brimstone and the Viper, they are set up for very good poke plans.
I can't imagine it's going to be slow for them.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very slow. And on defense, they're also going to be very effective in terms of delaying your opponent's plays. Every time there's a smoke and it's going to dissipate, you think you can execute, there's going to be another smoke ready for them to defend. And I love this. Chambers, Raises, Brimstones. We are not seeing Sova. Sova is still kind of retired.
He's taking a nap.
He is.
Poor guy.
Unfortunate. And so no fade on X10. I think it's pretty interesting. They're sticking with a kind of old composition, but hey, again, if it works, don't fix it.
Yeah, I think what I'm really hoping to see in terms of change for X10 is just not forcing the slow play all the time, because they do get punished for it again and again. And in terms of defense as well, maybe have some proactive rounds, because I know they're a very stone wall kind of team that will not really take initiative to take those picks. Regardless though, because we're gonna go into our first match between Bren Victress as well as X10S. Will X10S come out on top and show us how much they've learned and done in this year, or will Bren Victress take the top bracket?
Well, thank you, Tosh and Sleepy. For the meantime, it's going to be me casting this one out sole-handedly until we can get my partner back, if we can get Saya, but you guys know what time it is. We got X10 Sapphire versus Bren Esports Victress, 2 teams that even Sleepy would agree that these 2 basically rosters are the ones that we're looking to expect to potentially overthrow the current queens of the entirety of APAC that we have seen there in the Alter Ego Celeste squad. These 2 teams, storied as they may be, they're gonna have to prove their right to be able to do that here today and throughout this tournament, throughout the elite stages of it. But man, we're looking at really 2 teams here that I think this could go either way. And even though, yes, on paper, these 2 teams are, potential best of 3 series type teams, I'm very curious about this pick, because first and foremost, if I was looking at this, to put things down on paper, Bind as a map is far more heavily favored towards Bren than X10, but then again, that's also noting the fact that typically that is Bren with Mikasi on that raise. Now they have Twirly on that raise, and we have seen her step into those duelist roles in the past. We've seen her play the Neon, we've seen her play the Reina, but it always was Mikasi who's been a big name on this map and on this stage when playing on Bind. Now X10, that gives them a bit of a fold here to try and wedge themselves in between and maybe take this map number 1 away from Bren. But then again, Pearl map number 2, that's going to be huge. A huge risk for X10 to take, one that could turn sour or one that could bode oh so well sweet. But let's take a look here now. Bren Esports Victress on the attacking side here for map number 1, round number 1, pistol round, and X10 Sapphire. They're looking to find the gems here on their defense. X10 waiting for a real response as Bren Victress. They've walked into hookah, and I hear my casting partner is with me. Hello, Xeaora.
Hello there, hello. I have returned.
Thank you.
You're
not leaving me too long.
Of course, I'm always here. But then again, I have been seeing my screen right now, and we're already into the action. So, what do we have so far here, Blackenblue?
Well, opening pistol round. So far, only information being made is some noise there towards A short, and Bren Victress. Are they going to double down on it? No. They rotate back around. Zini takes lots of damage in that bout, but look at the patience here. They're both waiting, not wanting to overextend. Twirly, not coming out of that fight unscathed. They're going to have to commit to this B site now, and here it comes. The Hunt. They know presence is towards long, but Twirly wins a big fight out. Baby TZ, big win as well, and Ali's able to get that huge pickoff.
That's so far so good for the side of Victress right here. But then again, at least then Polly can
Last player standing.
Great Polly with another. Is this going to be? They could crossfire this if they wanted to, but they have to lie sometimes. Oh, both of them are going up in time, but then again, Alexi goes to secure their first round.
Oh, very dangerous. So close, but in the end, they get the round still. Victress really playing with the expectations of X10 here. You can see Bren, they try and make presence somewhere else, recommit, re-hit, but then back off away, continuously keeping X10 Sapphire guessing. Polly, though, multiple ways to win that one, and she almost pulled out one, but doesn't go her way. Alexi there, quick on the trade, and Victress to get the opening start on the attacking side that they need.
I mean, I do kind of see the strength that the Victress has towards this map, and look at that Shirazi with the opening before the trade of her own. A Muffin was able to take down Zini, but then again, there is also the reperk that happened through. So right now, again, another spike has been planted down in towards B side. I love the aggression that's coming in from the Victress right now. The walls is so detrimental here because it'll take you a lot before it even
enemy remaining.
And look, Ali already into the backside is already prepared for that spray down, and Alexi, doing the supporting things, being able to really clean up that fight.
Being that captain and the IGL, it's a lot of responsibility on her shoulders, and that she delivers, wanting to lead by example, right? So, relatively clean round here from Bren, and these Spectres, the fact that they're able to hold on to 4 of them, actually, no, the one being a Bulldog on Zini, still very formidable, and they can convert these type of rounds, especially on such a compact map here like Bind. So, going on to it, moving and pressing on forward, Bren Victress. They get the 2 rounds, can they get the 3rd? Shower is trying to be fought on over. Quickly rescinded, though, by X10's Polly.
So far, so good for the side of Victress here, not overextending themselves. But, as I say it, I already see from the other side of the map that Alexi is trying to watch other backs. But look at this. I still love it that they're just playing the waiting game here, like expending all the skill sets or the utilities that X10 Sapphires have right now, because look at this, they're already towards the side already rotating towards A side, and the others need to teleport Molly in for at least to try to lay the push, but no, she is going to be in the corner there with an escape from Lamp, spots it out, was able to dink Analyst. Spike has been planted here for the side of Victress. Now all they have to do is just wait and play with these crossfires. They don't have to really go full on aggressive unless the flash will do something good. Turley with a one volley for the trade. That Alex still able to get that spray down. Oh, a little bit of a reload there, but beautiful crossfire from both sides. Jimmy with a double, but Shirazi will get it down with the headhunter. That's with the paint shells here. Try to audio cue the defuse. That's one. They get another
Whoa.
muffin. Was able to tap them down and getting their first hit.
They barely came out of the win with that one. I don't understand why Xeaora and Sapphire in that case did not burn that wall down to at least leave a gap to have more than one avenue of peeking, because you saw every single Sapphire player there from X10, they came through that small gap between triple and the bench, this literally one angle, and allowed Bren Victress to be able to funnel them, which is what you do not want to do when you have the firepower advantage. And as well as, you know, Ginny blinding your teammate by accident, and all these kind of unfortunate mishaps, it definitely could have been a round that Bren Esports took for their favorite muffin, just coming in big and not letting this get baked to a hand. So Bren, they've got rifles to work with. Let's see what they do with it.
Basically, to capitalize more and potentially even up the score from the side of the Sapphires here as early as possible. Ooh, I like this skin. Then again, a Viper's Pit already in towards Showers, trying to deny entry from this one. And for the side of the Victress, I feel like they're trying to play for these peaks once again, because look at how careful Alexi is trying to go in either towards B long or to the actual hookah. But I feel like it's more of them creating some amount of presence just so that repositions can happen from our defender's side.
Well, giving them that presence is what we saw a while ago, like with Orangutan, do efficiently, and that's what you're looking to see Bren Esports do here as well. The Seeker's out just to confirm their suspicions, but they already knew there's lots of presence here towards long. Slower, try and dissuade Muffin from progressing too further. Here comes out though the Nightfall. Muffin has to be careful. Bails her teammate out of it. Shirazi on this fight does actually find one. It's Baby TZ rather. Turley on the frag as well. A double for her. The res coming up for Alexi. Alyssa's in the corner but finds two with the Bulldog as well. Her bite as mean as her bark. Ginny here in the corner from the garden. Not going to be dissuaded, like a plant, like a tree. Cements herself within that garden, and now it's down to the 1v1. Polly has the advantage here, has the timing in her favor, drops down, has no choice but to go for the fight and wins it anyways! Polly looks away but double takes back on the Zinni, and X10, they get the round here, Sapphire.
Beautifully done by the X10 Sapphires here. Look at how they were able to isolate the fights despite all of the fiasco, all of these utilities. The trades are happening to and fro. Then again, that could have been a missed opportunity for the likes of Zinni, but it is quite understandable because she was already outside trying to prepare to plant. But then again, I feel like she didn't see that Polly was looking away, so the reaction time or the reaction speed wasn't really with her on that one. But then again, they are going to attempt this fight. The more chances of success that they had here, and this were slowed down in towards lamps, but then again it worked well. They were able to cut another spike. Now they're back into our post plant situation. So this time around, because our X10 Sapphires do have the better weaponry here, they could use it to their advantage. Reina Polly will meet up with Alexi, who wins it out with that tap. There'll be one more page tells about using the showstopper. Waiting for it. Tries to let it go, but there is a trade happening. Ali with the sheriff for the other, but behind Alexi goes. Gonna kill her well, but Zinni got her back and secures the third round for the side of our victory.
The late lurk from Alexi coming in big, and even on the eco, Bren Victress, they make it work on out. They take the site. X10 just crumbling here. Mirror Judge able to come in big. The showstopper as well to secure the round, even though she does get traded on out. But these sheriffs, big picks. And Alexi, as we said, a late flank of hers to find the pickoff just was the real beginning of this comeback from them. So Bren, they force X10 now into the same economic state. Now they have to go in eco.
Orbital strike is used towards lamps to just try and throw them away. Baby TZ Electro with this one was able to push the Razi down. Again, another orbital strike is actually I got it other way around. At least I was able to take one down. Too early for the trade as well for 4v3
Oh,
situation.
doesn't
Spike
hit.
has been yeah, it wasn't hit.
Down.
Spike has been not yet planted, however, so they're quite in a pincer over here. Uses the molly in towards showers to try and shove them once more, but then again they are inside the side, but they haven't planted the spike just yet. Muffin has to be very careful. Beautiful tap in. Little
Last player standing.
of course, Baby T successfully promoting that alley in the one, but only 2 HP and the dream. Let's see how this goes, because look at Baby TZ already pre-aimed in towards the same spot. Let's see if Ali is able to really get down. Gun was already seen, and a valiant effort as this to try and crouch. Thrifty round goes to X10 Sapphire.
Thrifty for Thrifty. Seems like a value sale here we've got going on, because either side, they take away the round that they're not supposed to win, but still make it work out. Muffin. Great side swipe there. X10. Just deliver the same sentence that Bren Esports Victress gave onto them the previous round. So things being traded back and forth here. Bren Victress this time on the eco. Really no team able to get themselves stable enough and stabilize an economy to continuously buy here, even after a loss.
And look at all these. Maybe he's able to capitalize onto the rifle. Once again, denying entry ports from Hookah, and now we have yet to see Shirazi really pop off. But right now, again, this is the choke for their side, so best bet would be to off on the head. Alexi was able to take one as well. The stinger presenting here. Beautiful timing from them. But from the behind the
enemy remaining.
Don't make it free.
Spike
Ginny.
down B.
Not gonna stop there just yet. The spike is down in towards the site. There is a tour de force from Shirazi. Waiting for the smoke. Oh, this is the shot. Wait, what is it gonna be? Another transfers into the backside here. But the not shot out falling onto the side. As when it's preoccupied in towards the tin can. Valiant effort from Shirazi.
Definitely was. And the way they dismantled that crossfire there, say, towards the hookah. Look at this. The quick dink from Alexi to swing on back. Zinni and Alexi open up that hookah, but Ginny just in way too big of a spot.
Enemy remaining.
She rubbed the lamp, came out the genie, gave him a bit of magic. Well, that was all they needed to secure the round. Shirazi in a difficult spot there to try and pull it off. And X10. They call a timeout even after winning the round, so they want to slow things down here. They know this game has been going back and forth in terms of rounds. They want to continue what's been working for them.
This is also an opportunity, at least, for Bren Victress to try to reassess whatever plans that they're trying to take whenever they do attempt to take a hold of a site, because we actually kind of see it as pretty beautifully chaotic in a way wherein skills are out, utilities are out, and yet they don't have a certain amount of follow-up here whenever one is being taken down. So I feel like they do have to reassess that, because in the first few rounds of our game, they have been doing pretty well in terms of their strategy.
Those early rounds is typically where, as you said, right, where they do kind of find a bit more fortune, but I guess a lot of times it favors the bold. And if we see them take these type of rounds where we're going to see big risks coming in, especially on the attacking side, that's where Bren Victress can really start to secure some of these rounds and really start to get themselves going. Snakebite on out, utility burned, yes, that's the bot for a snakebite, so all is well. Bren Victress, once again, held up at the choke point, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the utility to dry on out, and Shirazi, absolutely huge pick she finds on Alyssa.
And right now, again, these utilities are making it a bit hard for Bren Victress to actually try and enter Hookah, but they still do have less than a minute to spare to try and make things work, so they could go full blown out in here if they are able to set their utilities right. And of course, Speaker's advantage as well. But for the side of X, I think they're doing pretty good in terms of taking a hold of it. Because the mere fact that the Victress are having difficulty in really taking these sites is something they have to really, consider. Right now, look at these muffins.
30 seconds left.
Razi down, who is alone, so being able to set up may not be the best of a strategy, but they were able to wall off the narrow side of A, and they are able to plant down the spike. This is where things get a little bit messy for Bren Victress. Let's see if they do anticipate this.
Really smart here for Xeaora Sapphire, for both Muffin and Baby TZ to go take showers, knowing that the site hit was about to come very soon. They can't get pincered, and Muffin finds a huge pick. She has been absolutely stellar in these fights. Polly and Ginny simply rubbing the lamp, and they come out once again from the lamps. X10, great round. Completely read like a book there, Bren Victress was, and I have to reiterate there. Baby TZ and Muffin, you saw the position they were playing. Baby TZ on that triple, Muffin closer towards the showers. They realized, if the site execute comes and there's only two of us in this site in a 4v5, they're not going to be in a good spot to try and fend all of that off from both showers and from the A short position. So they choose on one, they gamble for which one would have less presence, and they make the right choice. They go towards that showers control. After that, for the flank on after from the rear exit, and that just really made things so much more difficult from Bren Victress. Great heads up, and once more, a spectacular read here from Sapphire.
Speaking of a good call, Bren Victress also calls for a timeout here, which is basically the thing that they need right now, because the things or the plays that they're attempting to do doesn't really go in towards their favor, and yet it goes vice versa. So right now, Bren Victress, I feel like they need to capitalize more on, like, I feel like in terms of number advantage or man advantage, because there's no follow-up whenever they do. Yes, they do try to split push, but there's no one to really have their backs whenever the aim duels are happening. So again, for the side of X10, they're doing pretty well, and our panelists have mentioned that they are sick at the moment, but I don't think that's faltering their their gameplay anytime soon.
It seems like they're not sick, but they're like sick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're sick. Yeah, exactly. Like, they're kind of incorporating it in towards their gameplay right now. It's as if balance the medicine for whatever sickness they have right now.
Let's not forget Michael Jordan had one of his best games of all time with the flu. So
exactly. So
this just might give you a bit of that. I guess I don't know. We're just copium and hopium for this Search squad, because rather X10 squad, excuse me.
Yes.
Because they're doing really well. This star-studded Vi roster has been such a dominant force in the APAC scene for a while. Vinny's gonna have to eat a lot of this nade, but she gets away with it unscathed. Finds a third. The fourth doesn't come. Zinni and Twirly answer back in response. Still, though, the advantage here towards the X10 side. Twirly, he can find his pick somehow versus Polly and control that hookah. That's going to be huge. But Polly too quick to adjust. It's all on the Zinni right now. That's it. That's done. Round secured. Next 10. Once again, off of some great positioning from Ginny, secures the equalized half at least.
Just appeared on my eyes.
I see.
So, but right now, yeah, I know it's. I mean, I feel like
it's not like you haven't left me in the past.
Yes, no, I did not. But then again, I feel like it's my feed that is sick. With all of these intense plays that are happening for the side of X and Sapphire. The fact that they are able to catch up in towards the scores and not letting our Victress really get that breather going on, it's something I have to consider. Oh, but look at this baby TZ. Ready? Who gets to peek first?
Chamber v Chamber.
Ooh, the discipline that Shirazi has to put out in here.
They're within breathing distance of that corner. Little do they know, here's Seiya, but so is Alyssa. If if she comes around this and peeks into the showers, she might find quite a clogged drain, because there's like 3 players there from Bren Victress. Actually make that a 4th now that Zinni's joined to regroup with them. It can be very difficult to push out of here though. Here comes out that Nightfall. The shot from the op connects. Baby TZ making a quick work here of Shirazi, and Alyssa just burns Alexi down. Both Ali and Alexi, one after the other. Muffin follows up, and Zinni's the last one left alive, but she can't even have a mere chance to fight. As X10 Sapphire, they find the rubies, the gems, and the diamonds to get them in to the 7th round and secure the advantageous half.
This is so interesting how our Sapphires are not faltered by any means, and they're just, it's just the regular game, as they say, and they're doing really wonders because, again, if you look at here at the quick replay from earlier, Zinni wasn't really able to see the light of day in towards that showers, and the fact that the Sapphires know how to really create and anticipate their movement is something quite a shocker. And Baby TZ again popping off with the operator is really an impending threat.
She is such a big problem here for Victress. You get a pick though. At least Alyssa goes down. That's grim. They still got Polly, and she has full control of this situation and of that showers. Her finding that pick allows X10 Sapphire to take that teleporter from the B site and simply come in through, and now they can come in from behind. But Ginny, the sole player from the actual defender side spawn. Polly, oh my goodness, she finds a 4th off of it too! I know it's an eco kill, an eco round here against it, but still, the fact that she came out of that from the orbital, exemplary here we're seeing from Polly especially.
Holy moly.
Last round in the half.
He has been one of the players from X10 Sapphires that are really, especially when the team needed her most, she is there. And even if she's like separated in terms of guarding the site, she knows like her position. She knows when to really enter the stage, and it's really evident right here as she takes the 4K. It's as if like, don't worry teammates, I got you, take a rest for a bit, and the fact that she has that impression, she really has to her proactive, especially with her great utility.
They've been using this exact utility combo over and over, right? Simple. They have this cloud smoke up, this poison cloud, and then simply snakebite into it, and that's fended off Bren Victress time and time on over from taking that hookah. And because they don't have hookah, now they have only one choice, and that's to go A. To go through B long and only have gardens can be very difficult if you don't have that hookah control, especially if there's quite the defensive force within it. So Alyssa has the orbital strike here to deny plant. Twirly makes her way into the lamps, but that light, I think it's going to fade quick if she doesn't find the pick off of it. She does find herself in a position to do so, though. I can't find more than one as Alyssa completely goes nuclear. Orbital strike strikes down 2 and follows up with the 4th. It's all on the Zinni, and this is just so difficult for her. What a round here from X10 Sapphire, and what a half already. 9-3 almost assuredly confirmed. The ace doesn't go her way, but they know that this round is done.
Zinni makes a miraculous play right here. 9-3, potentially curse. I do not want to, curse it. That's why I'm jinxing it. But then again, right now,
10 seconds left.
Does. But up to what extent? Because us,
you got a knife out. You got a knife out.
Yeah.
No time to plant.
Oh, again, it reached 3.
One
We get another, but not enough time to spot up. Polly. Overkill still
Switching
does
sides.
not let Zinni live another day in towards that round, and just like that, we are already heading towards our second half. And again, you mentioned it here, Alyssa, great usage of orbital strike, plus she took advantage of the Bren Victress's peeking one by one outside of the lamp. That is such a smooth transition coming in from.
What was smooth is definitely Alyssa. We're gonna go to the panel though to talk about that half, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
And there we have it, guys. The first half of our first map between Bren Victress as well as X10 Sapphire. Now, I just want to say that this is a very, very different X10 Sapphire that I've seen throughout this year till today. Very aggressive, very, very confident. What do you think, Sleepy?
Yeah, I think they're very confident in terms of just tanking all those utilities that came their way from the side of Bren Victress. Look at Ginny tanking the paint shells towards Cubby at B and then getting a 3k. And then also look at Poli tanking the freaking orbital strike towards Showers and then getting multi-kills off of that. And then Alyssa also just stepped in and get a 4k of her own. So honestly, this is
for everyone.
Multi-kills for everyone, right? This is the form of X10 Sapphire that we wanted to see and we have been seeing all the way since last chance. So if they can just keep this form up, Tash, I don't think there's any real way for Bren Victress to really beat them, especially because Bren Victress, I have to say, they haven't been looking too solid. Although they did, you know, play neck to neck with X10 as in the first few rounds. You know, the back-to-back thrifties as well towards round number 5 and 6, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they were able to hold off X10S and they were able to break apart the defense from X10S. But then each of the individuals from the side of X10 just decided to get 3Ks and 4Ks all the way to 9-3 lead.
It's a very, very large lead. I mean, if you have at least 4 or 5, I think it will be a little bit easier to climb back. But we've seen miracles in the 9-3. That's why it's called a curse. Because you can see so many people take so many rounds in a row. Now, I don't think it's impossible, especially on Vine. Because as we saw before, this map is a little bit, I believe it's a little bit more easy. Well, that's how I feel on defensive side. And I think they really, really solidified that lead as they switched around before. Now, for X10S, what's really important is that they managed to close the game, and I think this is something that they kind of struggle with throughout the entire year, where they get the lead and they're not able to close the game. And I hope it's very different. But as for Bren Victress, I'm really hoping that they can crawl back and just show a more dominating side on defense. Regardless, guys, we're gonna go into our second half of our map, going to Bind. I'm gonna pass it over to Nico and Xeaora.
There you have it.
First name basis there, Natasha.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
we are both ends. We start with ends. We might as well be siblings at this point.
Ooh.
Anyway, Saya, I'm gonna give you a number, a stat here.
Okay.
X10 Sapphire, excuse me, are a 43% win rate team on defend and 58, which means on the attack they are typically better even than they are on the defensive side, and that doesn't bode well if you're in the Bren Victress squad.
Wait, you mean to tell me that they weren't better in the defender side? I mean, look at the scores right now. I feel like the stats are gonna change because of this. And other panels have said, Blackenblue, they literally, it's as if we've seen already this before, but on separate occasions. But right now, in towards the first half, all of them just pops off. And right now, the way that they're trying to take the attacker side here, it's similar to our Victress, very patient, but at the same time, I feel like they're gathering information first or trying to get the feel of each of the sites. So right now, they're slowly transitioning in towards B, and I'm kind of excited how they are going to enter here, because take note, you mentioned this earlier, Blackenblue, that they have been doing this similar utility usages in towards Hookah, wherein Polly has her smoke and her snakebite as well. So let's see how things are gonna go from here, knowing that Bren Victress doesn't have that stat. But to start it, Zinni takes big easy.
Yeah, it's a great swing there coming from Zinni. Alexi taking damage, but hey, she's a sage. Patch yourself up, try another day, and continue the fight. 4v5. Ali, that Prowler, gains him some information that there is close contact. And with Muffin playing on there, she's in a difficult spot right now. They can kind of pincer her on in, but Alyssa and Ginny, they're all crumbling here. Victress under the hands of X10 Sapphire, or just completely overwhelming in dominance. 10-3. The pistol round goes their way once more. And that was a crucial round for Victress to win. It wouldn't be out of the question here for them to force buy into this round, but no. Seems like they want to just bank on these pistols and maybe come back from an even bigger deficit.
I feel like they are going to still save in towards this round because because if they do, if let's say the Sapphires do get this 11th round into their arsenal, they may have a bit more economy onto the next. But this is, as you mentioned, the crucial part for Victress. They do not win out. It's gonna be difficult, but all with the spray. Despite having still get one baby easy already on the
One enemy remaining.
towards Narnia. I call it Narnia, but still. It takes 2 and left Alexi alone in towards to try and make the best out of things. But I think you're gonna agree with me that this is
Spike
very
planted.
much a difficult path to take for her.
I wholeheartedly disagree. Okay, it's gonna be very
Okay, you believe that Alexi would clutch, I see.
maybe a bit of hopium, maybe a bit of copium, but
Yeah.
for the most part, it's just real.
Realistically, yes,
This is,
yeah.
realistically, this is done. This is done round at the very least. They're gonna have to come back somehow 11-3, which is a huge lead. That's
Enemy removed.
okay. At least something. She
Yeah.
can find that one. This round is ultimately done though. Maybe get
Yeah.
a kill or two, but ultimately has to go down to the spike as well. You make more economy that way, can buy up in the next round for an actual rifle, and that's about on it. Sapphire, they don't want to give a single kill anymore to Alexi, so they'll let her have it. 11-3. X10, they are sitting comfortably here with a huge cushion underneath their seat.
Huge wall to climb for the side of Victress right here. I feel like they kind of, actually not kind of, they did tone down ever since after losing the 4th round from earlier, and it just went on a domino effect for the side of Sapphires. They were able to capitalize the first half and now really reflecting it onto this one. And I feel like for the Sapphires, I feel like there's no sudden change whatsoever in what they're doing here because it's really working well. And the fact that the Victress are not having any retaliation or not having an answer to this strategy is making things all the more harder for them.
At the very least, they do wall off the showers, which we saw a while ago. X10, they wanted to take control of that early. Denied for the meantime, though, by Victress, so seems like they want to take their talents elsewhere. Walk towards that B site, rotate, and see if that's going to give them a more opportunistic opening. Victress, 3 defenders on this site, lots to really go through if you're X10 Sapphire right now. As soon as that as soon as that hookah has been given away and they've passed the threshold of that, nades, the mollies, the prowlers, lots can be thrown at them and keep them at bay.
But right now, again, for the side of X and Sapphires, they do have the luxury to just really take time.
30
But
seconds left.
for the side of Bren and Victress, they really need to make this work. That's going to be a trade. Zinni with a kill of her own. Ali as well on towards the sides. They're making things work here. But Zinni spots out Ali. She is making it work for her team on the other side, 2 versus 1, and we have
10
known
seconds
Zinni
left.
to be one of the most prestige in terms of clutch plays, unless the wall bang did not make it through.
Spike planted.
Also the head did not go in, but Shirazi with the jiggle peek, it folds and still saved them a
You
round.
love that, aren't you? How
Not
stuck
really.
in your
It's
head
just- yeah,
is it?
yeah, it was stuck in my head for quite some time because I just saw it and then it's just on my head. But you know what's that? What else is in our heads this round? This is very detrimental for Bren Victress to really
seconds
try
left.
and climb it all the way back to make it a more tangible scoreline.
Seconds
And
left.
so are X10. They're definitely ahead of the situation right now. Ali, for her to hold down this garden position was really what sealed it in. She does go down, yes, but ultimately she's done her job, finds it too, defends off such a huge, important power position for that post plant potential. But X10, Sapphire, they got guns now, they got rifles to work with. And those Seekers, when it comes into the mid-round, those are going to be huge. And so that's what I'm looking to see for them to capitalize off of. Showers control. We've seen Victress, Victress, want to fight for this over and over. The orb being taken on here. Muffin wins that fight, but they come out of it relatively on top. Here comes out the Seekers, and now that there's only 3 players left on Victress, they're going to find every single player and where they are.
And they are yet to locate here coming in from their spawn. And of course, this is a good opportunity for them to plant this time around. 4v3 situation. Use the Prowler to take some amount of information, but no luck. As well as the Boombot, they're slowly trying to enter in the side. Let's see what Xeaora has to say about this. Concuss is working towards the side as well as the Flash, but up to what extent can this go far beyond? As you see, Baby TZ taking one down. Let's see how Zinni and Ali make this work, because they still don't know the showers, but Baby TZ says no. I got this, guys, with the 3K. Beautiful spray.
Match point.
That was so smart. Here, intellectual decision making from Ascent Sapphire. They know 4v3, they had the advantage, but more importantly, they knew as well that the orbital strike was available there for Zinni. So what do? They don't play within lamps, they don't play inside that U-Haul, and the only player who's actually within sight is Baby TZ, who has a chamber can back out if so needed. And that just goes to show how ahead X10 are of this game right now. They know what to expect. They know that Victress, without having Mikasi, who they really rely on a lot to play as the Rays on the spine, not that, you know, Twirly is any shy of it, but she just isn't as known for it for many reasons. She is a great Rays, a great Neon, or a great Reina as well, but Mikasi gave them something different, and you can see that they're really sorely missing that extra firepower, that extra spark that she provided to this roster.
I will agree with you on that. I feel like it's more on the choice of agent for the side of Shirazi, because I feel like Shirazi could really get her highlights or limelight all the more if it were a different one. And as you mentioned, the firepower is quite lackluster here, especially her being on the hands of a chamber, which I feel like could work in a different map. But then again, right here, Ali takes a stinger and one down to Baby TZ, but Alyssa goes for the trade with her Quis look or pre-aim. But Zinni as well takes one of her own. Zinni uses the tin can to try and capitalize this presence. Takes one down.
One enemy remaining.
Spike has been planted. Polly, however,
Attackers win.
finishes this off very quickly with a 2K Blackenblue. Not even giving us time to speak or really break down the lines. It's just, hey guys, let me just close this page for a bit, you know, and just turn it on.
They closed
to
the
other
chapter,
side.
they closed the volume, they might as well close the darn thesaurus, because that was just a very one-sided show here coming from X10 Sapphire. They completely looked like throughout the entire time they were in mere bonus, constantly winning rounds that they know they should, constantly just winning fights that they definitely should. And as we said, the lack of firepower did kind of seem apparent there. Unfortunately enough for Bren Victress, they couldn't get really a good mid game. They had an okay start, right? Going back and forth, they're trading blows really with X10 Sapphire, but as soon as X10 Sapphire called a timeout, that was it. And they continued on and won almost every single round right on after. I'm curious to see, if you're the coach like of Bren Victress, where's your timeout, right? Where is that call? And I'm not putting blame on anybody here, but where is it? You're getting blown out of rounds consecutively, 5 rounds in a row. Where is the timeout? How did they slow down the pace? And just never really came for Victress. And even when it was too late, it still didn't come. So has to be some real decisions made here going into Pearl, because that one was completely oriented in the favor here of the side of X10 Sapphire.
I'm quite excited because, again, this is the very first Pearl that we're gonna have here at the VCT APAC Elite. So I think we're gonna, you know, get our swimsuits on, Sandy Cheeks residents, you know, but we'll pass it on to the panels to see what they think. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back, everyone, to the panel. Thank you very much to Blackenblue as well as Xeaora for the amazing cast. And we saw a very, very dominating map all the way there from X10S It's gonna be me, Tashbunny, alone on desk as we wait for Sleepy to fix his internet connection. But I do have a few things to share with you guys. Starting off with what I said earlier in the second half, I have to say that seeing the game today really showed me that for X10S, they are a team that is really dedicated to fixing whatever that they've learned throughout the entire year. Not a convincing one, especially from them when it comes to closing the games, especially early in the year of Stage 1, Stage 2. But finally, they made it out in the end with, I would say even 9-3 was not enough to kind of bring them back. Bren Victress, I would say, is a team that's a little bit more aggressive, but what's great about X10S is more of like how they're able to punish Bren Victress's aggression, how they play and how they move has been something of, I would say, the first half for them in the beginning was more of a interactive get-to-know moment where they kind of figure out how exactly to take each round from each player. Now, in terms of X10S, once they figured it out, the way they use their utilities is a force to be reckoned with. We saw earlier how Polly is just tanking utils, not only from X10 Sapphire, but also her teammates. This provides, I would say, an element of surprise, and on top of that, playing in these very aggressive rat corners gives them those picks that they need to. Another idea on what they've done is to play off-site, where they allow Bren Victress to take the site when they've been losing the earlier parts of the second half, opting to play on retakes, only leaving Baby TZ on there. So when Baby TZ picks maybe 1 or 2 when in a corner that they didn't check, all that X10S has to do is come up from different areas, and how they're always keeping an eye on the on Bren Victress's ultimate bar is also something that is very smart, because how they play it is that, okay, these are usually areas where the orbital strike might come through, so these are the areas we should avoid altogether, and we should be coming from different sides. So because of that, they are often not only taking people off guard, but also they're baiting those utilities from Bren Victress to the point that by the time they're coming onto the site, Bren Victress has nothing to work with. No flashes, no zoning, no ults, nothing, not even any smokes. So what can you do to defend yourself against a team that's just tanking all of your initial utils? What they're doing basically is just go for the bait as much as they can before finally committing for that retake. And I really gotta give it to them. We've seen a very stonewall X10S earlier in the year that's usually waiting for enemies to come instead of going to them, but their change of pace from playing that stonewall to going and playing aggressive, that changing up catches Bren Victress off guard. And on top of that, this is Bren Victress's map pick. Now, as we go into the next match, it's gonna go to Pearl, and this is X10's pick. So before we talk about that, we're gonna go have a quick break. When we come back, it's gonna be Pearl, and I'm really excited to see what these girls have in mind, what kind of rat ideas they have. So don't go anywhere. This is VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. everyone, and welcome back to the Valorant Game Changers APAC. This is Elite, and I am your lone host and analyst, Tashbunny, as Sleepy has probably fallen asleep somewhere. Regardless, we are going to map number 2 for the second match of the day, at least on this stream, and it's gonna be X10S versus Bren Victress. It's a very dominating win for them on map number 1, at least for X10S. I'm wondering if Bren Victress will be able to take this back. So we'll be going into the map Pearl, and this is going to be a very, very important map, at least for the team that picks it. This is X10S. So why is it important? For a lot of teams that learn newer maps that are new, like Fracture when it first came out, what's really important to note is that these maps, if mastered early, can become the trump card against other teams. Being one of the earliest players to master the agent or even a map will show that. And one of the teams that we've seen during Game Changers, during VCT Champions over in Istanbul recently has been PaperX. Now, when you want to look at stats or want to talk about stats on Pearl, both teams are basically non-existent when it comes to it. This is the first tournament this map will be played. Whether or not the new patches has been put into the game, I am not sure quite yet. I'll only be able to see once we go into there. If it is still the previous map that is played during Istanbul, I can expect all those interesting jing walls that has been done by PaperX, or even some very, very cheeky and aggressive plays, because there are so many different areas, corners that has to be cleared compared to the newer patch where it's a little bit bigger and breathable. So what's really important to note when it comes to Pearl is that it is a map that comes with A site. It's a little bit more on the short range. It's more about taking up space. If you want to play A site, you have to be able to take control of not only A main and A link, just to distract and kind of not allow the other team to dictate the momentum, especially as they go into A site. Mid control particularly more important, I believe, as when you have control of mid, you have access directly to B site as well without having to go through long. Long is, especially on B site, one of the most annoying and scary places to cross for both teams, because both teams will be able to grab picks with the up or long range shots, especially if you have guns like, say, the Tour de Force from Chamber, the Headhunter, as well as the Vandal. Marshall also counts as well. So what exactly do you have to do here is to really find out or take control of those chokeholds. Once you've passed through as attack, it shouldn't be too hard. Personally, for me, I think that Pearl is a little bit more biased to attack site, feels a little bit more easier to get onto site than defending the site. But this is also very important, because how do you defend the post plant? What are you going to do? How are you going to take up space? And from which area are you going to go to? So taking up space, kind of like similar to Bind, is very important. Each space is considered a puzzle piece. And this map as well is very, very important to note where exactly the lineups are going to be coming from. There's a lot of little cracks over the wall on top of different area that you can use. Regardless of if you're using Fade or a Sova, there are different ways for you to utilize each lineup. As for Fade in particular, throwing the Haunt all the way to mid through the crack in Art, I believe, has been really great and phenomenal to finding out if anyone is there and getting the advantage in terms of push when you can activate the Prowler as well at the same time. So for me personally, if you like to play a little bit more open spaces, you can still go to B. It's very, very great for agents like Chamber. You put one player there just to kind of anchor that long side, and the rest can be watching mid just to make sure that no one can take a B link. But if you decide that you want to go to a different area altogether, let's say A, I think what's really important to note is that you want to take A, you must be very, very proactive in taking either A link or A main. What's really important is that it cubby holds the agents onto the site itself and not allowing them to really move. Now, if you're going to be cubby holding them, you can just clear them out with utilities, or you can just go aggressive and swing out. Either that or the enemies will be pushed into the backside towards spawn, and you already have full control of the area. I have to say that for me personally, dugout is a very dangerous corner, because for some reason a lot of players forget to check that corner, especially there and secret. So there's also a different way of trying to navigate through that as well. Regardless, that is a very wall bangable area, so play at your own risk for both teams. regardless, we're still waiting for both teams to be ready. And I think for me personally, what I really like to see in terms of agents, in terms of Pearl, is that I like to see a raise. It helps to clear out so many different angles and corners. I love seeing Fade, so great at doing the same thing as well as establishing that side control. Really like seeing a Brimstone, as his ultimate does cover a very large chunk of the area. A Chamber is really good for those long range as well as lurks, and that's also something that's really important to note. Lurking is also very heavy on Pearl side A, reminiscent to what you would expect on a Fracture. So how exactly do you do a lurk on this? Well, this is very interesting, as if you have an Omen or even a Chamber, that without mid-side control, you'll be able to get picks. So agent select now here, and I'm curious to see what exactly are these lineups. Nothing, absolutely nothing has been stated on VLR about these teams, and all the data or gameplays that I have or seen only comes from what I saw during VCT Champions. So we have a Neon for Muffin, and Muffin has been absolutely phenomenal on that, and we're going to be seeing an almost mirror matchup here, at least for the side of X10S. They're not going for a Jet or even a Raze, going for the Neon instead, but both teams are going to be going with a Chamber. Now for Bren Victress, they still prefer Alexi on the Sage, and as for Polly, she'll be running the Astra, and I don't blame her. The Cosmic Divide is great for the cross map and is really good when it comes to the Gravity Well as well as the Concuss. Fade, both teams across the board using that, as well as a Viper for both teams. Now, what exactly does Viper provide? Great util usage that can be used from different areas. If, say, she were to set that utility on the site itself and she were to run to the other side, she can actually provide a lot more cover from long range as she rotates through. And on top of that, she'll be able to get those early picks with her smokes as well. Given the fact that there is the decay, as well as lineups from the lineups from the snake bite as well. Regardless, I'm really curious to see which type of lineup will work, which agent composition will work, and what exactly is going on here as my co-host Analyst is back. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
I'm so sorry, Tash. I'm sorry, everybody. I took a play from Zia's playbook, leaving my co-host. Just talking by ourselves. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I'm back and I'm ready for Pearl. This is going to be exciting, Tash.
Do you see the lineups?
Yeah,
agents,
I mean,
what do you think?
I think it's insane that these players are trying these out. So I just can't wait to see how this goes. So we'll talk about it more at halftime. Here we go.
Well, thank you so much, panelists. And of course, we are here in the caster's desk. My name's Saya, and with me is Blackenblue, who did not leave me this time. And of course, you're not playing by my book. It just so happens I got the Queen of Death. Oh. Then again, of course, we have
Is it my fault?
No, not your fault. Don't worry about it. But then again, we have seen the lineups. We are gonna enter, Bikini Bottom here as we go to Sandy place and
okay.
Pearl. But then again, what are your thoughts for this match, Blackenblue? Because this is technically match point for X10 Sapphire, and if I'm not mistaken, this is their map pick. So, ooh.
Well, I'm at least composition-wise, right? Because we haven't really seen either of these teams ever play Pearl, and composition-wise, I am liking what I'm seeing on the Victress' side more, right? They got that raise, which generally could be a great stop for a Neon, right? She tries to run on in, here's a blast pack in your face, or here is a boom bot or a nade. Lots of ways to stop that. Neon, though, is a really good duelist pick, if anything. I think on Pro, one of the best ones you can have, so I do like that going for them. But on the X10 Sapphire side, we see double controller for them, and if there's anything we took from watching the Valorant Champions, right, there were a lot of teams, especially the EMEA teams, that like to employ the double controller on this map, but it simply did not work. In fact, EMEA was one of the worst regions on Pearl for that fact, and they almost always tried to run a double controller. It never really worked out for them, so that's what I'm curious about. This Sage gives you a lot more, I guess, yes, simplicity, but sometimes simplicity is that key, and that's what Bren Victress have got going for themselves here. Twirly back on that raise, and this is a map that should bode a bit better for her and for the sake of the Victresses.
And with that being said, Blackenblue, we're already going to start the action right here, starting it off with the paint shells to try and, delay some pushers in towards B side, just for safety on it. And right now we do see Headhunter for Shirazi. Good opening coming in from the Victress right now. And we see, in terms of manpower, they are quite in a pinch right now. Shirazi, though, only having 25 HP left. Neon, Muffin, though, trying to really enter towards into another avenue of entry to the site. Let's see if Shirazi is able to hear that, but I know as if on cue, now they do plant a spike and the retake is gonna happen here. That's another as Vinny takes advantage of that 1-by-1 peak from the Victor.
It scares that Vinny's this time on that Viper, not Pauly anymore. Shirazi, huge pick, but Pauly's going absolutely huge. You call the devil and she's gonna show up. Alyssa follows up as well after. And Ascent Sapphire. They lose the opening pick as Shirazi found baby TZ. But then they make a great call to go into that B link and wrap around that further pushed up defense. And they knew that, okay, since they kind of nested themselves deep in B long, they can go around them, and that they did. On the retake as well, though, that double mid push from Bren Victress, it should have worked out. But some way, somehow, Ginny, like a snake in the grass, strikes without them knowing.
Definitely, and I really like it because they really watched out for this mid side because, again, there's a lot of, entry points that can come from here, and this is definitely, I guess you can say instinct-wise for Ginny, and it really worked well. A quick teleport from Shirazi as well, with only less space to work with, but Muffin is able to secure doors over here and to again potentially come in this area. But right now Shirazi this time around is trying to really safeguard her to try and prevent what happened in towards our first pistol round.
But Sam,
and
the big important thing I want to know here is what is the difference really between a muffin and a cupcake? Would you happen to know?
I mean, I would let you or the gang answer that because I am too quite curious
to Google
to answer.
Muffin
to Google
versus cupcake.
Cupcake. But of course, while we're googling that, I'm pretty sure this type of tactic can't be googled, as we see again attempt of that spike plant successfully towards B, kind of rattles up the members of Bren, not looking from their behind. This could be their demise. Free from Holly, but Alexi goes for the trade, and right now she can only go so far as to take that Spectre down. And let's see if the double peak jumps off of it. Not letting Alexi see the light of day in towards B main. Second point goes to the Sapphire. Do you have your answer now?
Yes, I do. A muffin is apparently typically larger and less sugary than a cupcake normally would be. That makes sense, right? I think it really ties on into how they've been playing. Super really consistent. We've seen just like a texture of a muffin here coming from her, and we also see a lot more, I guess, fluidity in the ways that she can bring things right. Muffins, many ways you can serve a muffin, and that's really what Extend have been showing us. We saw it on Bind, their attacking side, right? It gave us many different dynamic looks, and that real possibility of having a bit more flexibility in the way they play has been what has been giving Extend Sapphire the edge here. And knowing that they've got a bunch of Spectres, melt down this wall and try to contest the closer angles that we know our weapons actually could make some good damage on. Perfect slow orb though here by Alexi to stop that pace. That was really good, well timed.
I mean, this is the third round already, and you don't really want to be taken down with the similar amount of strategy. And as you mentioned, fluidity, and it's as if that Extend Sapphire Muffin, to be specific, is basically like the balance of the team, not just because she's the duelist alone, but because the way that she really enters in towards the site, or the way that she gives space to the team just so that they can have their setup properly, is, it's like the salt to every recipe. It balances things out, and right now this time the spike has been cut towards it. Look at how they're positioning themselves, very much uncommon. It's not your usual play. But the fact that, you know, Bren Victress this time around is trying to, you know, compensate for their losses. Alyssa, for the Ascent Sapphires, they're just shutting them down, like literally.
Well, we know there's a recipe for success, but what Ascent Sapphire is showing here, it's only a mere matter of pace, isn't it, my friend? Twirly, though, that's a huge pick. Alyssa goes down. She almost assuredly had that, I thought, Twirly was low HP, but now they can stick this defuse and get the half. On the swing, though, great find here by Shirazi. The follow-up with the right click connects as well, and they get the round, barely. They've got the time to make it happen, yes they do. And Bren Victress come out of it when it seemed so dangerous, so deadly. The bonus, though, almost being converted by Sapphire, so still a great bonus.
We've been eyeing out for food here, Blackenblue, and I can see that the Victress are quite hungry. They're not gonna let this score really get further and beyond. And despite the uncommon tactics or positioning from Sapphire, the fact that they were able to retaliate here is something that we have to take into account. Again, even though we do see some spice that's happening towards the tactics of our Ascent Sapphires, Bren Victress here, they're trying to at least staple themselves in a manner wherein they can adapt to whatever fiasco can happen here. But seeing the success in towards B main, it's quite also expected that our Ascent Sapphires are going to try and attempt that once again.
Well, Sapphire,
Bring them down.
they've been really just so sharp multiple times on over from that bind map. And Pearl could be the same case. Could be the same case. Victress, they put up that... Yeah. Too much cake already. Too much confectionery deliciousness. It's been stuck in my head, but what's also been going on is just how sweet these rounds have been, this map has been so far, at least early on. Not even a full buy from Victress. Zinni loses out that fight. Great trade from Shirazi. Alexi follows on up. A second goes to her way. And they try and take her down, but they simply can't combine their powers and efforts enough.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Oh, Spike as well is in towards Alexi, but then again, a Ginny with the trade, but Alexi with the 3 shuts her down, goes for the cleanup, and makes things an even play area.
Beautiful round there from Victress to finally answer on back from Bren Esports here. And Polly, yeah, she gets that one, but everything then on after didn't really go in the way of X10 at all. Alexi up close. Even though they didn't have a full buy, able to convert these rounds, that Spectre is so formidable in that range where you can still be somewhat mobile and then just shred someone up with a fast rate of fire up close. That is where it truly shines in Bren Esports. They're looking like the true gems of this opening half so far, but it's really early on. They've got a setup here towards that long, and that tour de force could be big.
Still going to 10. Ooh, that's definitely a very nice kind of the prowler from early over here. Then looking back, Muffin, however, with the stinger, not going to replace herself with a rifle, interestingly enough. Cosmic Divide to try and narrow down the options, but still, very good call for them. Actually, if anything, this is quite a very nice Cosmic Divide.
That's great timing from Muffin to put up that wall as soon as she knew the Cosmic Divide was going on down. Stinger to try and take that back hall's control, but Shirazi, great job to win out in that fight. That smoke cuts off the back hall's angle. They don't have to worry about the up coming in to be effective right now. Here comes out that Viper Spit though. Baby TZ, they know they're off of the spike. They know they're not going for the defuse just yet. And Baby TZ has a huge position here with the stinger. And she stings and bites so deadly, so painful, so perfect. Alyssa finds the kills. It's all on Alexi in the 1v1. The time is ticking. She has to stick it. But the mere sheriff is all Polly needs to lay down the law. As X10 Sapphire take the bonus, the eco round here over Bren.
Little bit of difficulty here for the side of Bren in towards the retakes here, and you've seen Blackenblue, the utilities that were used by the team, and yet the timing on how they really pop it off is something that you have to consider. But of course here, Alexi could have done not much in towards that, because again, Polly really popping off in towards this map. And did you see her pulls? It was just so enough to really rattle down Bren Victress from earlier.
Her holds were definitely very influential in that, placing herself in these proper spots. And we've been seeing a lot of the backline do that for Xeaora Sapphire, and they're the real reasons why this team is so formidable. Players like Polly, Ginny, who just are always, almost always at the very least, in that proper spot, in the right position to be able to make some magic happen and come out of it on top. So Bren Victress, they have the op here, holding down B site solely. It's going to be Shirazi all alone. She's been pretty formidable so far with that thing in her hands, but we're going to want to see her come a bit more alive. 50 seconds left on the clock. The orb to allow them to cross safely. This alerts Bren Victress of the presence here of Xeaora Sapphire.
Pops out the head here for Shirazi in towards that box, denying Baby Easy on towards her team, but still I feel like the commitment from Bren Victress is already going to happen. Vice for fit as well for retaliation. Again, the off showstopper from Twirly. Let's see where she fires this off. Not gonna spot out the Neon, but then a Muffin is able to shut her down. That's gonna be the plan. Oh, spot that one, make it that before it can even happen, but that is information already for the side of Xeaora Sapphires. Now Headhunter here, Muffin already is on her feet, taking down Shirazi from the tower. Now it's all up to 3 more members here, but the survive takes armor, getting with advantage. Muffin takes 3, making it 4 as she cleans it up for the crew. 4 points now. This is looking a bit of a smooth sail for Xeaora Sapphire.
Sweet round there from Muffin. Was just been such a huge problem over and over here for the Victress side. She has really turned up the pace many times on this Neon. Just consistently catching them off guard as well. Polly, great job to find that one, even though she goes down on the flank watch. And Xeaora Sapphire, they forced a timeout out of Bren. Once again, to correct myself from a while ago, it was Bren Victress who called both timeouts during map number 1, even though the graphic, the overlay said otherwise. Apologies for that. But yeah, this time, a timeout called by them once again to try and slow the pace down. And picking Pearl, it was a big risk here, for Xeaora Sapphire, but it seems to be working out so far.
I mean, for the likes of Xeaora Sapphire, if I'm not mistaken, this is their chosen map pick. So of course we are bound to see some amount of gameplays or strategies that they will dish out in towards our table. And for the side of Bren Victress, not sure how much they have exposed themselves in towards this map offline. But then again, they do have to consider that the things that we have been observing from the previous match is also reflecting here, and one of which is basically their follow-ups, and as well as yes, split pushes or split positioning may be okay, but they have to also take note that in terms of the trade-offs, they kind of need themselves here. And now this may be a full-on take for B. Oh.
Whoa! Shirazi still connects on that final shot before dismissing out with a rendezvous. Stuns on out from Muffin. Still, it's an eco from Bren Victress, so they're going to be hard-pressed to try and convert this still, unless they somehow find a pick here to Polly. Even if Polly finds one, if they can make it a 4v3, this is doable. The double swing, is it going to come? Yes, it finally does. Alexi gets that one, but Ginny here is too ready to try and fend him off. 2v2. They can retrieve both rifles. But no, actually, scratch that. Zinni is far removed. She's here closer towards his CT, has to deal with the back hall, Seiya.
Definitely. I mean, of course, they're running out of options because the side of the Victress uses the Viper
enemy remaining.
just to try and narrow down the options.
Enemy
Then Muffin
remaining.
is already up on her feet twirly as well for the trade. That's going to be the wall. 1v1. Tries to audio cue. Does she have time? Who gets to be rattled in towards this? Timing. Oh, it could be wall bang, but not enough for Twirly. But Muffin here is really making things work out for the team, and it's also very helpful that he's the Neon right now because he can have that impending speed and contestants of her own. So engaging and disengaging would be basically easy for her.
And you see that wall allowed her to cross too, right? It keeps the defense guessing. It keeps your opponent just unsure of where exactly that Neon could be. She can be anywhere at any given moment. And Bren Victress, still, considering that was an eco, it came down to a 1v1. So that was a good eco, all things considered. Bren Victress, though, they need this round to finally get a stop here. It is a map that has generally kind of swayed itself towards the attacking side, right? The rotate's quite long for the defense, so it makes sense why that would be the case. But this is a lead that Bren Victress, I'm sure, are not going to be too comfortable if it continues on further.
Indeed. Right now, look at all these smokes for both sides of the team, trying to spend out their abilities wisely. Polly already ready to take one down, tries to tag up into the spike down. Not enough, and then he takes 3 on to retaliate. The spike is at middle side. Now numbers are in favor, not anymore, as Baby TV equalizes the board. And now we do see both of them trying to double this area where Zinni is at as player. Take by Razi with the op, takes Zinni down. It's all up to Baby TZ to make things work for the crew. Let's see who gets this closer call. It's actually Baby TZ. Catching one off guard, but make it a 4 for Zinni as she trades it off to get their 3rd point.
There's no way Zinni should have been that close with her headhunter out, but at the very least, Zinni's able to secure the round post-mortem. Ali, as well, has yet to really find herself getting activated in this game so far, although she is a fade, so she will be on that backline a bit more, but they need to start seeing her step on up. If she does, who knows, this could be a tie game on her hands. Big rounds like that from a player like Zinni, player who might not normally be touted to be one of their bigger stars, that can help get the rest of the team going. They rally behind that example and use that to lead their charge.
A little bit of a slow pace for both here, but it's actually not.
Face your fear!
Damage here, Polly though, not being closer, takes one down Julie as well. Alexi won that fight, however, with the Bulldog and also patches herself up.
Spike planted.
But the spike is already down towards B side. Shirazi has to make things work here for the op if she wants basically to make this buy worthwhile. Or actually, she picked this up from the previous round, but then again, she has to make this work for the force already in Baby TV. We've been mentioning how Baby TV is very much a threat whenever she does bring this out. So a little bit of timing is all that matters for Victress at the moment. Oh, down, and as I say it, make it a double for Baby TZ toward the force. It's as if she has basically synergy within this agent. Alyssa also takes Zinni down. Not even letting things pass by. Xeaora Sapphire is literally running this through.
Yeah, that tour de force was huge here, and Polly as well. Even though she doesn't get the kill there in the end, she finds this one and then continues to hover around this mid position, which keeps Alexi just having to check over her shoulder over and over there from B-Link, and it delayed the retake so long because that meant Alexi had to go rotate the long route, and as well as when she was ready to help them on the retake, she had to make sure that she was always checking their flanks, or someone was always looking at that flank, that mid door, because Polly could come through it at any time. So even positioning yourself like that, that is huge. And This is another big kill, another big round looking for more so here for X10 Sapphire. Bren Victress, their ecos just haven't been able to really give us some magic the way we know.
See that tap from the Phantom of that Muffin used? And there was a wall, this, you know what? You Googled it correctly, because in the moment you did that, Muffin has just been basically proving a point at this rate. But right now, again, stakes are high for the Victress. Tries to deny anything because of the beautiful positioning that X and Sapphire have here. There's not much for Brad and Victress to do earlier. Could this be another 9-3 Blackenblue?
It's looking to be the case here as X10 Sapphire. They're running away with this. And once again, we saw Bren start off really strong early in the map, same way they did on Bind, but it just continued X10's way after that, after the first few skirmishes. They call a time on out here, try and, you know, continue the pace. Even though they've been winning, they want to make sure that they continue winning and don't let this lead get cut down to a 7-5, because 7-5 going over to that attacking side for the second half, that's a definitely winnable scoreline for Bren Victress, and that's a possibility. X10, they want to avoid that, considering they could be playing another series here today.
I agree with you, and of course, as well as with the usage of timeout, simply because you have to take note, they are still not in the best of conditions, so they may want to really tone it down for themselves as well, because they may tend to overheat. So, especially because the winning streak is on their side as well, so they might want to tone it down and try to recondition themselves just so that they could try and close off this first half. For Bren, however, they really need to think of ways to try and shut down the members, especially for the likes of Polly and Muffin, and Ginny as well, who's been doing very much so for the team, especially with their utility usage. So right now, this is already the start of our 11th round here, Blackenblue, and as I mentioned, with them trying to find ways to shut it down, apparently, because X10 Sapphires don't really have that major, aggressive push, the mystery again of where they're supposed to be.
That question, where these players are playing, that's one quickly answered here as Baby TZ finds Twirly, sent those prowlers out to gather information, then confirm the kill afterwards. Look at Ali playing up here, up front.
Teleport ready.
It's not really gonna pay them much great grace in the end. There is a Viper's Pit popped here on the B site, but now that X10 Sapphire have B-Link control, they can go completely around this and circumvent any problems it might propose. They can pincer here Zinni within that, so Zinni has a big job. Here comes the rest. The rest of the defense is going to be quite late, and Zinni goes down just out of the blue. A shot by Baby TZ connects and somehow finds her. That is disastrous for Bren Victress.
The anticipation game of Baby TZ is too strong. Despite having a wall coming in from the Viper as well, it doesn't really falter her so long as she knows the initial position. She knows where to take aim. Polly, however, will take one, but Ali goes for the shutdown. That's going to be the showstopper. Or will she spot out one? No. Alyssa takes a little bit of her health, but then there's the trade that's going to happen through 1 versus 2 this time around. Alyssa takes one. All Alyssa has to do is wait for things to happen. A little bit of a jiggle once again for Jenny. Was able to take down Alexi as well. 8-3 right now, Blackenblue.
Bren Victress, you talked about them ending Bind 9-3 in that first half, and if that could be replicated here, it's looking ever more so true. Say a final round for them to win or give. They have us 2 Spectres to utilize here, not an ultimate in sight. It's Ginny there with that Viper's Pit to secure a post-plant position if it ever does come. This is looking pretty dangerous so far for Victress. There is a lower bracket, yes, but it's not the way they want to start this tournament on out, as X10 Sapphire have been just rosed red many times over in this game, in this series, just absolutely furious with intent of winning.
that is basically the objective of everyone right now. But so far, X and Sapphire, again, because this is their chosen map, and I'm pretty sure they really double or triple prepared for this to try and, you know, really make things work. I do remember from the previous before that memory lane, you know, Ali was able to take up and down, so they don't really have that agile entry anymore. Didn't go for the and Ali takes one. Alyssa will be refragging for fallen teammate as well, and a good call for a rotate to say that additionally. But I feel like Alexi heard those footsteps before they separated ways, and that's the reason why she's already in towards like calling her friend as well.
Your fear!
Nightfall as well for the fade. Alexi was able to take it down the Viper.
Spike down.
For the trade of her own. Let's see how this is going. Not going to be one, though, but Whirly with the pre-aim was able to secure it. Not going to be a 9-3 here, Blackenblue.
Switching
Great
sides.
response finally from Bren Victress. And now, while no economy will transfer over, obviously, from that first half to the second, it's momentum they can continue to bring forward here. They get the 8-4, so already a better half than their opening bind map was, but we're going to see what the panel thinks about this game, and so far how it's gone when we transfer over to them. Panel, how you guys doing?
What a very dominating start there for Pearl from X10 Sapphire. As projected and as we knew, the way on they playing attack is very, very aggressive and takes up so much space. But what do you think, Sleepy?
Yeah, I think there's one thing that we have to point out is that the spread in position for X10 Sapphire has been phenomenal. Most of the times you'll see 3 players going forward and taking control towards B, which I might be wrong, but I think B is the favorite side for X10 Sapphire. They've always almost gone B all the time. But the point is, every time there's 3 players taking a side, there's always Ginny and Polly watching the flank. And every time, there's always that moment where the flank watcher will get a kill and then get traded. But then that information is relayed towards the forward-moving players, and they have enough time to respond to that information, so they can just reposition, get into a crossfire, and then eventually lock down the side. So I think the way that X10 Sapphire approached this first half was so structured. They have a system in place that worked so well that it was really, really hard for Bren to break that, even though they were going for initiatives like pushing all the way from A and B at the same time, and it's almost always detected and read by X10S. So I think X10 Sapphire, they really just knows how to control the pace of this game against Bren.
Yeah, when you talk about controlling pace and all that, I think what's really important to note is how proactive they are in terms of taking up space. Yes, especially in the first round, we see Bren actually taking up B long, and they were actually rewarded for it. But as you mentioned, that information relay coming in toward X10S does not deter them from taking that particular site. What they do is just say, okay, B long is not available, let's go to mid as well. And I have to say, their mid control throughout the entire game has been phenomenal. What's great about that mid control is it allows them that early access, that easy, early or fast access onto both sides, to the point that they can actually kind of identify, like, okay, there's 3 on this side, run toward A side. They just get the site, and once the post plant comes through, it's almost impossible to come onto their defenses.
Really
Given the fact that they have Ginny on the Viper, I think what's really important is the fact that how they position those walls, how they use their Viper's pits has been absolutely ratty. So coming on to defense side, the question now is, can Bren Victress come back? So I'm gonna pass it over to Nico as well as Xeaora.
Thank you so much for that, Tash, and of course Sleepy. And I hope you guys are doing well in there as well into our panel. But of course, welcome back here in towards the action, on towards our second half. We are casters. My name's Saya, and with me is a Black and Blue. So now we are really bringing it into a close potential match point for this match game for the side of X10 Sapphire, if they are able to win this in a very, smooth sailing. But what do you have to say about this?
This pistol, absolutely crucial for Bren Victress to win here, Xeaora. If this is taken by X10, we're gonna see, I think, pretty similar results to how Bind went. So they have to take this round. That Sage Barrier is gonna be a big difference that X10 Sapphire didn't have on their attack, but they didn't seem to mind. Backhaul is taken by them. Prowler right on time, forces him on back. The plant does go down, but the post plant's a different question here.
As you say, question, but Baby TZ still, despite having the losing round, was able to right-click Swirly down, and as well as the other two members, also takes kills of their own. That's gonna be the smoke once again, and of course that's gonna be the diffusing, and
Player standing.
so draws with a afraid, but not too. It's too late for their side, and this is a 9-4. And you did mention this again, Blackenblue. The pistol was crucial for Bren, and we are expected for Ascent Sapphires to win the second round once again because they do have the money for that weaponry.
This is a common problem I see a lot of teams, even at the highest levels of Valorant play, end up falling to, wherein they plant for what is normally a back site in B-Hall's plant on that what people think is now default, and it isn't planted for long, but then the post plant diverts to long, and a lot of times, yes, because the defense forces him back that far, but it's still a very undesirable position to be in. I rarely see a team win a post plant like that when it's not planted for them, especially on towards that tower for long. Alyssa, the rest here of X10, yeah, this is quick work. Nothing really special to talk about in this round, but just small problems here, making me wonder if how well versed maybe Bren Victress are on the map of Pearl in general, because we have yet to really see either team play this, but it's looking at like X10 Sapphire. They're the ones ready as they secure another round.
I mean, choosing a map that we haven't seen just yet, since it's of course fairly new, of course you're bound to really triple your preparations for this, and I feel like it's really bearing fruit for the side of X and Sapphire. For Bren, I feel like they do practice in this map. It just so happens that in terms of, you know, exposure to it, I feel like X and Sapphire does have the upper hand. So for the side of Victress here, I think they just have to focus on the now and try to identify a certain pattern. But because of them being taken down by... Oh, that was actually pretty smart. Baby T takes one, not going to be another, but does rendezvous out to safety. But then what I was saying earlier is that I feel like because they're being taken down like this, and that's better. That's going to be a wall with really destroyed. That's going to be one because of that one-way smoke. But then again, Holly does the trade. That's gonna be a spray down. That's one, not gonna be another, as Ali takes towards this one as well, making a double.
They're both
for
low.
her. And see how this goes. That's gonna be a prowler. But Jenny still gets one with a stinger and makes it a double. How?
Oh my goodness.
It's
Disastrous Seiya for Bren Victress. That was their gun round, and you lose it. Huge pick off by Baby TZ with a mere Marshall to get that opening kill, right? And then few low HP players in the end by Ginny with a mere stinger. That's more than enough. It's actually one of the best weapons you'd want against a low HP player, because it simply spits out bullets, and as long as a single one hits, then you pretty much have yourself a kill. And she had two there lined up, prepared, served on a silver platter for her to take. And it was just way too easy at that point there for Polly to secure that round. Incredible, rather for Ginny to secure that round. Incredible sequence we're seeing here from X10 Sapphire. And that very well could have been the nail in the coffin here for Bren.
a good call for a timeout for the Victress as well. And did you see how how Ginny prioritizes who to spray first with that stinger? Very much so. The way that she isolated that fight in a was very beautiful, and a smooth transition as well, because you did say it. It's already served for her because two of them are low on HP. Could have been a different story if it was a double peak, but still, Colat could have happened either way. So Ginny here, again, I've been emphasizing this from earlier, and I'm going to say it again. Her clutch plays are divine.
She has really been such a miraculous force for X10, who just brings out miracle after miracle, just stunt after stunt, really turning things around. And in these clutch situations, she comes big. That's what Bren Victress, we haven't seen them really been able to do that, just do the unthinkable when it comes to it, not as nearly as often as X10 Sapphire have, at least so far in this matchup. So X10 Sapphire in a pretty good spot to potentially end this series 2-0. And Bren Victress, they're on eco, so this is kind of like a half buy for them. They lose this round, obviously it's going to go to match point. Then they're going to have to crawl 8 rounds straight back, perfectly, flawlessly, just to bring this in overtime.
Again, we've seen this similar scoreline from earlier, and it is a huge wall to climb, as you say it. For the side of Bren Victress here, I feel like spending the utilities isn't enough. They basically have to win their duels if they want to make things work. But before Alexi could even go for the trade, 2 were already taken down for their team. And 4 versus 3 still in the hands of X and Sapphire into the man advantage here. Spike has been planted, however, but it leaves them down to 2. This is a bit tricky right now for their ends, because again, they had to basically save here if they do want to have rifles in the potential match point. That's gonna be an agile muffin going in, but Ali cuts her down, but a bit of a whiff there, and yet still Alyssa rather still gets the job done. And of course, you mentioned this from earlier, and it's happening again. The way that they plant in towards backside, sure, there could be a little bit of a safe haven, but when it comes to post plant positions, it's not gonna be favorable if your enemy team exactly goes to the backside.
It makes it so much more difficult whenever they get put in that case, but we saw some hope there for Bren's Victress's. Alexi finds that opening shot, but yeah, post plant way too difficult, trapped between a rock and a hard place. Bren Victress, potentially the final round we're gonna see in this series from them, but I gotta believe they're gonna give us at least a few more rounds to come back into this, because these two teams, they're the 2 current queens who are looking to overthrow the current crown bearer of the APAC scene in that alter ego Celeste squad. And Bren Victress, they want to give us a bit more. They want to show their grit and their grind, what they've been able to achieve with that Accent Sapphire, the team that looks just so much more on point right now. Let's see if Bren Victress can deal with this Viper's Pit. It's going to be difficult considering there's, 2 defenders around it as well to help out at the very least. That's going to be Muffin and Alyssa. So lots of support here for this A-side hold.
I was about to say, if they make this work, it could be the pacemaker for them, and they basically did 2 down for the team, but as mentioned here, Ginny still takes 1 down on the process from the behind volley, takes 1 as well, but not enough to take another, as Ali and the gang was able to secure it. That's going to be a spike plant down, this time very default, but Baby TZ still takes Shirazi from main, and Alexi aware of this thought. Let's see how this 2v1 situation goes down, because Ginny isn't the only one who can have that clutch plays. It's also Baby TZ, especially when her positioning is in good timing. But let's see though, did she see the corner? Yes, she did! With a headhunter, takes out the Vandal here. May go for some audio using her there, use the hunt to get the location. Oh, indeed, no, she's gonna push through. She's gonna go in through it, and not being able to take it down. Actually, yes! With a close call, Bren Victress still alive here, Black and Blue.
You know, if she stuck that, she might have actually come away with the defuse. Just barely, but still. At the very least, Ali comes in big. Quality over quantity there for her. Polly, a bit of an overheat here, but still, Baby TZ, so dangerous, so deadly. It brings it down to the 1v1. Luckily here, for Bren Victress, they hold on to live and fight another day. So, that is 7 rounds now, 1 round away, 7 more, just to come back in overtime, which is still something we're going to have to see if they can make and really achieve.
which they have. It's as if Bren Victress are hanging by a thread at this point. There is no more room for mistakes. Showstopper taking a bit of its time, not going to connect to anyone. Ali, however, was able to take Muffin down, so this could be a little bit of a safety net for them unless they make things, not go into their favor. But so far, retake and post-plan situation is going to happen. 4 versus 5. Ali quite dinked and low on HP. Tries to spray in towards the Vipers, but see if anyone can go down here. And Alexi from the side takes one down. Alyssa for the trade. Zinni and Ali work together for that crossfire. Will they make it though? It's only up to Zinni, but I feel like he's just gonna go and save this Phantom just so that they can have more, weapon down once the next match happens.
It's a good hold here. Coming from Bren Victress into post plant. They secure a round. Give us another. That's 6 rounds now. They have to crawl back into. As we said, it's not out of the question. Not the highest probability, but that changes with every round taken here by Bren Victress. They're going to give us a few more, I believe, before they go down, as I said. But Ascent Sapphire, they're going to be forced on Eco, I think, right after this.
I mean, to be fair, they do have the luxury to eco out and, get some rounds in the hands of Bren Victress here because of the score gap. But then again, they have worked tremendous performances despite having, a thrifty buy. So it still depends on how things are going to go. And I feel like this is the perfect time for the Victress to really take advantage of it. But, as I say, it probably takes one only to be traded out by Shirazi and Ali. And this could be the feat that we've been looking for, Blackenblue, for the side of Victress.
You've been looking for feet?
I mean, no!
Pachi,
Feet as in
say expose here on the
No!
screen.
As in feature!
Muffin gets a big pick. Explain it to the court. Not here. 3v3 right now. Shirazi up close and personal. Alyssa, she does have that stinger. If she can take backside control, that's going to be huge. Shirazi holds down the line, twirly to find that pick. She knows where she is. Trapped between a rock and a hard place. 1v2 right now. Muffin has the benefit of the doubt, but the long post plant, this is where it does benefit though. From this long angle, Zinni on the swing, quick trade, and Bren Victress bring it down to 5. That is a post plant that you need to be able to have a position like that. You have to plant it there for long on that tower towards the back hall, so you actually have an advantage when falling back further down B long. So great job here on the recuperation that Bren Victress have suddenly recovered into.
I mean, we all know that one friend who likes that, and that's definitely not me. But of course, it's a good call for a timeout for the side of Extend Sapphires, as in feature, okay? Feature. All right?
We believe you, don't worry.
Oh, please. But right now, going back in towards this one, this is actually a good call as well for Extend Sapphires to go for a timeout. I mean, we mentioned this earlier, Blackenblue, that sometimes overheating not really good, especially when you do have consecutive wins. Sometimes you have to take the chill pill, and I feel like this timeout could really work out for them. But this time as well, it gives an amount of time for Bren Victress to reassess everything that they've been doing, because technically when the rounds are being given to them, it also gives them an opportunity to potentially bounce back.
And having that spring to just bounce back off the board into the hoop, that is important for a team like Bren Victress to have, especially after, the decisive loss from map number 1. They need to get that win under their wings once more. But the operator here from Baby TZ hasn't seen it. We haven't seen it be big as of late, but that could change here right now if he's marking down the right path. Bren Victress, they go towards B. They pull the defense here towards mid, and now there's not a single soul in sight for this B site. It's ripe for the taking. They should have another great post-plant position. Are they going to plant for default? I think they will, but it's fine because they have backside hall control. They have to make sure they don't give up this back hall control, because trying to contest here versus an operator on B long, if they ever get forced back, is going to be disastrous. So right now, Victress, they can get this round, but they need this back hall's control, as I said.
they need to secure it as well, Blackenblue. But look at this
You-
Twirly with a very, very nice kill as well. Good intention out of front. That is
One
Ooh, and again,
Wow.
From Bren, Victress is going slowly but surely, and Blackenblue, I think you'll agree with me when I say Ascent Sapphire is kind of toned down a bit for the past few rounds.
Well, they've been toned down, yes, but that is due to many of the attempts here of Bren, Victress, and Twirly coming alive. That's what we need to see, Twirly. Give him a spin. Give him a different look. Be the whirlwind that we know you can be. And Twirly, that she does. They're finally in the round. They planned for the proper post-plant setup that they're kind of going for in the first place, and that pays dividends. It gives them so much more. They reap what they've sown in the post-plant because of that good fortune they established early on. So now Bren, Victress, mid positions, trying to be controlled. Noise made, yes, but that doesn't really pull the intent and attention away that X10 have. They're still ready to try and fight against this. Maybe TZ, she can play this solely because she can back off if it ever does come to it.
Definitely, but right now I do like this for the side of Victress. They're slowly solidifying their presence, and not just that, their duels are slowly being won. Look at this beautiful response from Alexi to try and cover for her teammate, who's very much in a pinch because she was concussed. But then again, they are able to secure A side this time around. Now a good opportunity for Twirly to reposition herself into the back lines, because that's where the usual port of entry is. See, Twirly takes the 3, and Polly shut down, but that's a 4K now for Twirly. As expected, she is starting to be the Twirly that we are seeing here, especially when she does get a hold of a raise.
Twirly, she is heating up, and when she does really, well, spice things up and start to go into overdrive, that can be such a big problem to be at the other end of here. And X10 Sapphire, they're realizing just how quickly the tide has turned, and it's starting to go in Bren, Victress' way. They have momentum. Operator out for Baby TC, who has mostly been quiet this entire map so far. But will that continue on long? It doesn't actually connect.
We'll see how this is going to push through, because technically the kind of accident rather, they do have only one more round, and Ollie is trying to make the trigger for the team, but Alexi cuts her down. That's gonna be the res, potentially for baiting things out, but decides not to this time. Prowler not gonna be Alexi, but Alisa still shuts her down regardless. No revival whatsoever. Gonna use some of her agile prowess here to try and tip the scale. They are quite long, and the spike hasn't been planted yet, so a rotate could be possible here unless they kind of fake it because of some amount of time in their absence towards B after everything. But because they do kind of sense it, we see already the likes of Ginny rotating slowly towards B. They do have 30 seconds to spare, but I have to take note, it's a do or die kind of thing for Bren, Victress here, because they can't afford any more losses.
That's definitely true. Oh, does Alyssa even know? Did she hear it? But now they do. Prowler comes on in without much time. This is so deadly, so dire for Bren, Victress to commit towards that B site for the re-hit. They should have went towards A. Holding down the line though, Ali, absolutely huge kill. Has a C's to play here with. Spam on through, but Alyssa doesn't even need a sight line. She gets a kill, the round, the map, and the series here for X10 Sapphire as they secure it 2-0. What an ending when Bren, Victress were slowly starting to come back, and they were within the cusp of making that comeback come true.
Definitely X10 Sapphires, despite the sickness, despite the odds, they were still able to dominate against our Victress. But don't worry for the Victress out there, you still have your +1 life in towards our lower brackets, but that was closer of a fight in comparison with our first match of their game. And again, it was very amazing. Twirly, I feel like it was a bit too late for her to pop off, but you know what, Blackenblue, as much as, you know, what are your quick thoughts about the game?
Well, I mean, at the very least, Twirly was able to get a lot more heated, right, in the end of that, and that's what we need to see for Bren Victress if they want to come back from their lower bracket run into that, because they have one more opportunity here, and she really was able to step up on this map on Pearl. So I'm hoping there, for Twirly, since she's really filling in new roles, she will be able to get herself going in their lower bracket, because it's X10 Sapphire who look ever more so on point. We also saw some struggles there from the initiating side of the Victresses, but we're gonna see if that will continue on too long. Alexi being that voice of reason, well, we're gonna see a lot of reasons here being made by our hosts and by our panel. I am Blackenblue, with me is Xeaora. We're done for the day. We're gonna bring it to our hosts. So what you guys think?
A 2-0, that is what we saw from X10 Sapphire on Pearl. A great start for them, and again, a bit of a scary moment as they struggle to close the match. Tashbunny and Sleepy here, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I love the creativity that Bren Victress brought into this map. With the walls. If you see the walls and B, with the setup for the plans towards default, with the setup towards under heaven as well. But it seems like X10, they just understand this map so well. They're prepared so well for this map in terms of their utility usage and their map understanding. They were able to deal with any surprises that Bren Esports brought to the table, and therefore they were able to deal with almost anything until Bren Esports started hitting crazy shots, Matt. We've seen some insane, ridiculous shots coming out of Twirly, of course, towards the later part of that second half. And unfortunately, even that is not enough, because even though Bren Esports started making things work for themselves, even a post plan at B side still worked out for them. It was not enough because, again, they were just left behind too far.
Yeah, I was gonna bring this up just now. Because when you think about it, a bit of a lead there from X10S, and I think one thing about X10S is that I think from earlier till now, they struggle a bit when it comes to closing games after a very phenomenal start.
Yeah.
But in a lot of situations, comebacks can happen against them, because if you remember how it works is that maybe they already had that lead, and it gives them a lot of room for error. But when you're in a situation where you're already at 11, it's very, very hard for you to make a lot of errors, and one single error is what closed the game here, I believe. But looking at the stats here, Polly and Alexi will be our head-to-head. It's going to be the battle of the Controller and Sentinel, as you see, at 24-17 and 19-19 here for Bren Victress. So in your opinion, is it X10's utility usage that gave them such control of the map?
I think so, especially with the double controller setup that they brought in. I think the Astra has been phenomenal. We've seen some of the cosmic device that Poli used. It just broke Bren Victress apart. And it's a testament to how much this agent is actually pretty effective on Pearl. And I'm glad that X10 has showed us a glimpse of that in combination with the Viper as well. So you have that sort of control with the smokes. It also gives you a lot of power in terms of post plans or in defensive power as well. So I think this is something that we need to see more from teams like X10, Bren Esports, and maybe even Alter Ego later on. We need to see more of these experimentations and tryouts with these different agents and utilities. And I'm glad to be able to witness it firsthand, Tash, because this shows that the level of understanding for the game from these teams are increasing at a rapid rate. And this is just day one of the FSL Elite, so I can't wait to see even more from them in the next few days.
Yeah, X10S has been, I think what makes it so good for them is that it really suits their playstyle as well. We've seen a very aggressive X10, and it looks really, really good for them on this map. Regardless, let's have a chat with one of the members that is going to the lower bracket. It's going to be Bren Victress. Let's see who it is. We have Zini on the line. Zini.
Hello.
All right. So I understand that it's been a very long day for you as we just finished a match, a 2-map for you against X10S. So my question for you is right now, how is the team feeling and what are your plans, or at least not plans, but an idea of what it looks like as you plan to go through the lower bracket?
Of course, we're feeling a bit sad, but I guess everyone was just not like ourselves. Like, we're not playing our play, and it's not really us versus Extend. It's us versus ourselves, because we weren't really playing what we practice, and I think the main feeling we're feeling right now is frustration because we couldn't pull out what we have in our sleeves.
Right, but even though you say that, I think we saw a glimpse of your true selves, right? In the last
Yeah.
few rounds, towards the second half, you were like so on fire, so confident. Hey, thank you for the
Yeah.
heart. So, what was going on in that moment? You know, like you were actually playing so well. I'm guessing the
I think
morale was good.
We
right?
just really woke up a bit late. Like, we get into our game like in that moment. It's just it was too late for us to like really come back because it was too the gap between our scores are too big, and like we did our best, but it's just a bit of chance. Like, we don't have much chance to come back.
Right.
So yeah.
Okay. So I have another question. Were you expecting a Pearl to be picked up for this against X10S?
Actually, yeah, because Pearl is like a new map that everyone can excel. So like, it's you just surprise everyone with whatever you have. So I think it's one of the most picked maps in the future because it's such a complex map. It's like the B side is very big, like wide open, and then A side is so small. Like, you can do whatever in this map. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were expecting it already then? You were already practicing it?
Yeah. We really practiced this in scrims already the moment it came out.
Wow, I'm really excited for you guys. But thank you so much, Dini, and I'm really
Thank you.
looking forward to you guys in your battle
Thank you
through
so much, Ascent.
through lower brackets. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
I love the
Aw,
hearts they're giving
they're
us.
so cute.
So cute. Even though they just lost, they were still, playing around, just having a good time. So I'm glad that's the mentality they're bringing into this, Tash. So hopefully we can see them fight it out from the lower brackets. Good luck, Bren.
Yeah. So after this, we're gonna go see. What are we seeing after this? I think
We have matches. We have
Yeah, we do have matches. But I'm trying to
Yes.
figure out like which teams we're seeing first because
Okay.
we do have the sub stream as well going on where we have two
Correct.
matches today and it's been two here. So what's really exciting is we're gonna be seeing two from the upper brackets and two
Mm-hmm.
from the lower brackets come through to see who goes up next and who doesn't. So in your opinion today,
Yeah.
what did today kind of go to your expectations?
Well, speaking of the first match, which was Orangutan versus ZOL Meraki, I think it was quite lined up with expectations. I thought that Orangutan was the better team going into the matchup, and they delivered quite nicely. In terms of Bren versus X10, it was a bit of a toss-up between these two, right? So Bren and X10, I think it went a little sideways, but I'm it was expected that X10 was able to pull up that performance.
Yeah, so thank you so much for that input. Because for now, we're going to have a quick break before we move forward for more Valorant at Valorant Game Changers, APAC, Elite, Tashbunny, and Sleepy here. We'll see you right back.
Bye.
Let's get the money. Let's get the wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Hi, I'm Sini from Bren Esports Victress. I play flexible support for the team. I'm not sure if it's really interesting, but I'm really introverted and literally will melt in gathering or exposure. I'm not a competitive person, but here I am competing. I think one of my best traits is that I never stop till I get better in the things I'm doing. So, yeah. For me, I think it's Ali. She just likes daddy jokes, and I love daddy jokes. Her humor really gets me every time, and she's one of the mood maker in the team, in game or outside the game. It's Shirasi. She's just too confident in her aim that she will take every battle she can without any utility. It's me and Kelly. We just like vibing together. We share a lot of good songs to each other and just really vibe in it. Like when someone's talking and then there's like a word we know, like from a song, we'll just sing. Kelly, sing with me. What's something you want to sing? We can't really think of anything right now. I expected myself to do my very best to help the team win elite. I expected everyone to do what they gotta do, that will execute the things we practice in scrims and do our best to win this tournament. I think there's a lot. For me, I have within 2 teams before I landed here with them. And I think I get better in game, all thanks to people I met in the run. As for the team, we came from a small org before and now home to one of the biggest esports organization in the country. Like, yeah, we started from the bottom, now we're here. I don't consider anyone as rival, but my role model now is probably Ben Kai. He's a funny guy outside the game and one of the best IGLs in game. I just really adore how detailed he is in playing the game, like shark dart lineups to destroy a trap and just making the opponents think really hard when playing against them. I'm a river. I go with the flow. I just let things fall into its places. So yeah. My favorite song is Easily by Bruno Major. It goes something like this. Just because it won't come easily doesn't mean we shouldn't try. I just watch K-dramas or like Western series, read webtoon, and hearing my coach in ranked games.
See me fall
APAC Elite. I was about to say that this is going to be the third series of the day, but in reality, that's not true because we do have another broadcast that's ongoing. And from what I've heard, the match over there is pretty intense, so I suggest you guys check it out as well. But in the meantime, I am one of the fresh faces over here on the broadcast. My name is Lykable. I will be one of your panel hosts. But of course, alongside me over here is one of the beautiful faces that you guys have come to love and know over here on the scene. Of course, it's Donut. Hey!
Hey, you caught me off guard there, but thank you so much. And I would like to warmly welcome you to the VCT Game Changers fam. I'm happy to see another lady to join me here in the panel. And I'm quite excited to share this day with you, actually, because we've seen both of these teams really fight for their lives already, because there's only one slot left for APAC Elite. And that's why all of these teams, either they fight for their life, they laugh, but they also do cry, as we've seen in the interviews earlier on. Not necessarily cry with a tear, but it's something that they have to really revive themselves up, because it's not going to be over. But at least what we're going to be seeing today is going to be the upper bracket matches.
And you, just like you said, every single game matters. We only have a few days to cover all of these matches, and it's just going to be so intense. And at the very end, it's going to be a little bit heartbreaking, especially if we don't see the team that we're supporting to make it out to the very end. But in the meantime, why don't we go ahead and welcome the first team that we'll be seeing in this best of 3 series.
And
getting heated, and I already know that you guys already saw these video intros earlier, but me seeing it again over here on the desk is just amazing. But excuse me, Donut, I'm sorry I caught you a little off guard over there, but I want to talk about these ladies over here, especially, let's start with Alter Ego Celeste. You mentioned them. They are the queens right now. They're sitting pretty at the top, and by the looks of it from their previous series, it looks like they're not planning on backing down anytime soon, especially at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, not at all. It was a clean 2-0 for the Queens themselves. But, of course, with a little bit of a change in their team, we expect them to really find lost advisors. What is a kingdom without something that's already built up for them, right? But, again, we now see on the right Sway, a leader in the hashtag Ape Army. We all know her to be that type of duelist who will just run them down, just booming and beaming with confidence whenever she would take on these duels. And I expect Sway to actually take on that form as not just an IGL, but also as an advisor of the team. I think in the interviews that we've seen her from before, she had a lot to say about mental health and wellness during the games that they play. And that's the reason why they're able to take on these queens and these giants against them. But now we're looking at the map selection.
Yeah, and I mean, right here off the bat, we see all of the bans being taken out of the pool, right? We're going to be seeing Haven, Fracture, and Ascent. I would have loved to discuss a little bit on Pearl like Tash did earlier, but I guess I won't have the chance for this specific series. However, Donut, we're going to be going over here at Haven. And I feel like over here at Haven, the rotations can get really, really wild. And on the side of AE over here, they're going to start off on the defense, which I think shouldn't be a problem for them. I just have a question because I don't know why these teams keep opening up Haven when we all know that this is just an alter ego Celeste map. Like once they pick it, it's like impossible to defeat them at this map. And W Streak Esports female actually struggled with that earlier, getting that 13-1 opening match against AEC. And it's just shaky for the side of Orangutan X. Like, how are they going to counter the plays that they're going to be bringing to the table, especially with Aneri just leading off with that raise that we've been seeing so dominant and so powerful?
Well, when it comes to the map selection, at least we're seeing a little bit of a silver lining for the team of OG because Ascent is a consideration and it's the decider for both of these teams. But it's quite funny because the selection of Haven is really the reason why they're playing this in the first place is because they have a 100% win rate. They have never lost a Haven map at all. And now OGT, they might be ready for this selection because, of course, they've reviewed their VODs, but I think there has to be a response here for OGT, not just about the agent selection, but also about the strats. Because I know that we've heard from AE that they're focusing more on the strat and gun plays, apart from just the sheer firepower that Aneri and Iceberg is able to offer. And when it comes down to the agent selection, I do have to agree that the choice of the Astra for both of the teams is quite surprising because of course, the selection together with the Chamber. But do you have any thoughts on what we've seen for the selection?
Well, I did see a neon rather, that was popping off at the side over there. And I'm actually a bit surprised on the side of OGT because this isn't the normal composition that we've seen them run in the past. But then again, we have witnessed some roster changes come into action over here. And it has been a while since we last saw these girls over here on Game Changers, which means that they've been concocting the potions and just perfecting the formula for everything that they want to bring to the table. And this is it. Again, like you said earlier, one chance, one slot. And with that, guys, we're going to begin with a game. So I'm going to be passing you guys over to our casters. Donut and Lykable out.
All right, thanks Donut and Laika, and we are back into the action. These two teams have been playing today. It's going to be Quis, and with me is Quack. We are going to watch this upper bracket series between two of possibly the top 4 teams in VCT Game Changers APAC. And it's just such a sight to behold, right? Like all these teams, they've been working so hard this whole year to really bring it in to this point.
It's really something that keeps on compounding. Like they've always been working hard, but they're just working harder and harder right now. I mean, we've interviewed some of the players before. Of course, FSL giving us additional information, and OG are taking this game really seriously now. Of course, AEC reigning queens, right? We talked about this before. Now they have a coach in the form of Redco from Singapore, ex-TSM, head coach, and now he's providing a lot more structure to how they play, a lot more strategic advances. But OG have also been boot camping right here in our country, and they are here to really frag out. So it's going to be it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, so that's really the interesting part here, right? The teams have all gotten better in their own way. Alter Ego bringing in a coach after a long stretch of dominance. They might have easily just felt like, okay, maybe we don't need to change anything, right? But they wanted a bit more structure into their play, brought in the coach on Orangutan. This was a team that was formed in the middle of this year. In fact, they went in through overtime, and they needed that time to kind of get together, figure things out, and eventually become this team that is was initially an on paper strong team, now is actually running it deep into this tournament. Orangutan, we're definitely going to see them go far.
I love that you said that these are the two of the top 4 teams. If we had a power ranking for VCT Game Changers APAC Elite, these two are definitely up there. So it's already going to be a crazy game, and we have some interesting compositions as well. I love that Sway's going with the Neon, and they are starting out on the attack, trying to poke and prod their way into Garage right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow default for the side of OGT, though. That's a lot of respect for the AE Celeste side, but on the side of AE Celeste, though, you'll see 3 defenders already on that C side. They know. They have a pretty good read over what Orangutan wants
oh my
to do,
God.
and they already get the first kill. There's a second kill for Ayumi as well, starting his match off with a bang, and that's a 3rd kill. Orangutan are scrambling right now. There's only 2 of them left in this 2v5. What can they really do?
I blinked, Marquis. The round just started. Come on, like Ayumi just walks into Garage like that and instantly takes out 2 people, and she's still alive. OG are scrambling to scavenge this round away, but at this point, it's just so darn difficult. Let me look at what they have, right? A ghost, a little bit of utility.
30 seconds
That's
left.
it. Look at the positions of how these AE Celeste girls are holding. They're not overly peeking anything. They're not overly exposing themselves to any angles. The best that OG can hope for is possibly a spike plan on B, but they're pushing into this.
They're trying to go do something fancy instead. The spike does drop, though, so even if Japips was able to get onto that side, she could not have chosen to just go into the side and get that 300 creds. It's a flawless round for Alter Ego Celeste, and you know, you mentioned it. Alter Ego, they waited patiently on C, on A. They knew that if they wanted to go in B instead, they'll just go for that retake. And I think that that's something that we might not have seen from Alter Ego Celeste beforehand. They would be hunting
Maybe
for those
not,
kills.
yeah.
You know,
They
the
would be hunting,
confidence,
I
right?
agree.
Ayumi in an area where they're like, okay, we got 3, let's push forward, let's just overwhelm them. And this time around, 3 of them huddled on that C side, 2 of them huddled on that A side. And it was just such a clean round from them, and it shows. The difference is showing of that coach, the coach difference for Alter Ego Celeste. But Orangutan, they have a coach of their own. They have their own micro strategies that they have implemented into the gameplay. And right now, Orangutan seems to be knocking on that garage door, but Ineri is going to buy some time using her utility. Now, looking towards the B side, it seems like Orangutan want to go onto the scrappy B push and into possibly a spike plan, but they're just taking their time slowly.
Yeah, they have to be very careful about a push in towards B. You have to watch out for both sides. It's a bit of a 50-50 angle. A-Link, C-Link. So maybe back into Garage is where they will go. And this time they're a little bit more prepared, checking out the entrance of Garage in case Ayumi pushes into them again. But, of course, Ineri with the Spectre.
It's Ineri getting the first frag, that crouch shot. Tries to go for a second one, but Kachao makes it away safely. Tries to go for another re-peek, but gets Chloe. There's a nade refresh. Buying a lot more time for Alter Ego, but Orangutan have already made their way onto C side. They're not ready for this though, as Natsuki is going to be there for the shots, and Aluka is going to be there for the final kill as well. Aluka, the newest member of Alter Ego Celeste, replacing Oreophilia, who, by the way, is on the Orangutan roster now as a substitute. So this is quite also another interesting tidbit, right? Oreophilia moved to Orangutan, and she might show up second map. I'm not sure when they'll actually bring her in. But she's there, basically. And she's very familiar with how Alter Ego Celeste play. But even though I'm sure everyone is familiar with Alter Ego Celeste play, but it doesn't matter how familiar you are. They will run over you.
It really doesn't. This is the thing. It's not just that they'll also run over you. Aureophilia is familiar with the old Alter Ego Celeste. This is the new one. Alright, and you have to be very careful about this. Look at how disciplined they are. OG, they're making the right call, just going over the really quick play to get the spike planted, knowing that B is often left unguarded. So now with the guns, they just might be able to hold off the retake.
Yeah, that's a good read from them. They're able to recognize that no one's actually on that B, but Iceberg finds the first kill onto Casper, who was just a little bit too curious, watching into that garage. And right now, it seems like Alter Ego Celeste have full control. They're even pushing back into garage, but Ayumi with a headhunter finds the first kill onto Kachao. 4v4, using the safety off that smoke to get that spike defused.
No way.
Oh, they might just be able to get the ninja on this, and Aluka does get the defuse. Orangutan were not ready with their utilities to actually stop that. They thought that when they killed Ineri, that was the diffuser, but there was actually two on that spike, and Alter Ego just snatched that win away from Orangutan.
It's one of those really tiny things. You hear the first one and you don't realize that the defuse is still underway, and it's all thanks to that nebula coming in from Aluka. And this is the strength that they have now with this added strategy, with this added depth. Alter Ego Celeste are ever more careful. That's why they were able to walk away with 2 flawless wins in the first 2 rounds of the map as well.
And now struggling to find the answers. They're on a half buy right now. A Marshall, a few Spectres, even a Hero Vandal on Japips. We've seen her do some nasty things with a Vandal before, but right now it just seems like Alter Ego Celeste are playing just too cleanly, just too tightly. Orangutan could not find an opening. Even when they did, they just got punished for it with a plant on that B site. The gravity well, Nabsky finds the first kill onto Chloe using a combination with the utility from Ineri as well, discouraging any trades from coming back in. And Orangutan, they're a little bit scattered all over the map. The spike is still on that attacking spawn, but Casper finds a headshot onto Ayumi. They might just use this as a go sign onto that A site. This just might buy enough time for Orangutan to get on site and plant.
Yeah, look at the positions on the minimap as well. They're a little bit far and scattered away from the A site. So this definitely gives OGT the spike plant. However, whether or not they can actually hold it down is a whole other thing. They have 2 Vandals to work with here. Sway has the ultimate, but the timing of when she pops it, that's crucial.
Let's see whether she'll actually have to use an ultimate, and there goes the overdrive. But they're just dying left and right. Orangutan are the ones finding the kills. Ineri blastback kill onto Sway though. There's the overdrive getting shut down, all down to Aluka. With a Vandal, Orangutan just might be able to run away with his Thrifty as she swings out while reloading. Casper gets the headshot onto Aluka, and Orangutan get around on the board.
Now, I love that you talked about it. They did have Aureophilia with OGT, but perhaps it was the right call to sub in Casper at this point in time because she is providing so much value, especially in this round. She was the one who opened things up. She was also the one who held it down.
One enemy remaining.
She just really held down that side. Casper was able to hold the site down without taking any damage. She got the first kill with a Sheriff, picked up the Vandal, reaped the rewards from that, and eventually converted it to a full round win for her. But now, A side, yet again. I think they probably felt that A had a little bit more of room to give from Alter Ego, so it looks like they're trying to poke and prod onto this A side, but Orangutan are actually very cautious team. You see them push forward with a little bit of resistance, they just freeze, and now Orangutan are starting to prod on the other sides. They know they've baited some rotations coming in. They inspect B site. They saw it was kind of clear, but it seems like they don't want to go in there. But look at Alter Ego Celeste. It looks like they want to push C instead.
Yeah, it's a great way to feel and test the waters, not fully committing to a site, not blindly rushing in. In fact, it's just taking bits of map control. But this is the greatness of Alter Ego Celeste as well. While you might push down A long, they're going to push down C long. However, Casper is here to play as well, but then Aluka makes a trade.
It's a trade on to Chloe, who was supposed to be there to re-peek anyone who might have come for the trade, but instead, Chloe is the one gets taken out. I think Casper was not ready for someone to be
30
there
seconds left.
just yet. So it's going to be a 1-for-1. Time is ticking for Orangutan. They use the Cosmic Divide to get onto this B site. They have their eyes set on it. They're running in full speed.
Oh, nice.
And this is a better plan for them if they want to play from window.
Spike planted.
They know that they want to play for this post plant. They are exiting that B side, and they're gonna try what they tried to do in their first buy round that Alter Ego Celeste stole from them. They're gonna hold garage yet again. Sway very low right now, and it looks like they're just going to be on the other side of the wall of each other. And as Aluka tries to swing, but look at that flick, the headshot onto Aluka, and it just looks good for Orangutan right now. There's a defuse coming in, but they're using the utility properly right now. They're gonna buy a lot of time. They know that the spike is still open for them. They have the angle for it. Ayumi finds a kill with that operator, but they just can't get on that spike. There's an aftershock coming out, doing some damage. Sway swings out, tries to get an SP off that spike. Alter Ego Celeste don't have the time anymore, and Ayumi is already running away, and Iceberg is just gonna get caught by that spike, and Orangutan played this much better than they did the first time around.
Just absolutely fantastic work from OGT. You see that Cosmic Divide coupled with the Recon Dart from Japips? That was intentional. It cleared out the front half of the site. And meanwhile, the back half, they knew that AECL would not push it. They would not push past it. They were able to get the spike down. And then you got Sway controlling Garage. You got Casper plus Japips just to prevent them from getting even onto that spike. OGT managed to turn things back around. Let's see if they can keep up this momentum.
And a momentum indeed, because Alter Ego Celeste, they don't have the economy to buy this round. Ayumi has saved the operator from the previous round, but that gets immediately shut down by Japips. A swing and a half, straight bullet to the head with a Vandal, and that operator is gone. And it looks like Alter Ego Celeste are on a full eco. All sheriffs on them. That operator did not do a single tick of damage this round, and just rendering that ineffective for the side of Alter Ego Celeste.
Oh, and look at this as well. Wrapping around the smoke. They have no idea that she's there. Iceberg does react to it though, and she gets a second one as well. Marquis, what is happening?
Yeah, the sheriffs, not to be underestimated. We've seen Alter Ego Celeste win rounds with just sheriffs. Iceberg finding to got taken down low to 5 HP though, so just something as much as a shock dart at the very tail end of it should be able to take her down, but Japips is just as low as her. Casper and Chloe both have full HP though, and they're trying to execute on this A side. Casper is in a very good spot though. She might just have the nice full flank. There's the Nebulas coming in, providing a little bit of cover, but Casper is gonna find the first kill onto Aluka, finds the second kill onto Inari as well, and the last one is Iceberg, the one who found the 2 kills. Down to 5 HP though, it's just going to be very difficult for her to do anything. She's gonna have to get 3 clean headshots here. Actually misses. Casper was jiggling around, looking at Long. Did not expect her to be there, but is safe anyway. Iceberg with 5 HP. Does she really want to go for this, or will she just save?
I think she's gonna opt for the save instead. She has enough to buy back for her teammates a little bit next round, perhaps. And also, it's just 5 HP. Yeah, you talked about it. There's really not much she can do. A single peek and she's basically gone. But here's the thing, though. They actually... Iceberg did so much work, right? Taking off 2 players' heads with the sheriff. However, the response from OGT, the setup by Casper, now she hears the footstep. What? Okay, 2 more heads. And then Japips cleans up. But once again... It's this play, this idea to actually work together as a team cohesively, to come back in to retake that space, retake the spike, and then to get it planted.
Yeah, it was really being able to salvage that round. You could tell that there was a lot of discipline there, right? They lost 2 members. Japips slowed down her advance, waited for her 2 teammates to come in first, and then slowly just take over that site. They knew they had someone flanking. And I think that was the most important part. Casper is really the one opening this map up for Orangutan. Her flanks, her finding a way onto those sites unnoticed is one of the biggest things that is giving Orangutan these rounds. And right now it seems like they're going to try to do the exact same thing. They're poking and prodding a little bit. They poked into Garage, dipped back out. Orangutan are just trying to get a feel of the defenses of Alter Ego Celeste. We know them as a team that shuffles their defenses around a lot, and I think Orangutan know that. That's why they're poking and prodding. That's why they're trying to get information.
You don't want to give up too many rounds either. So being very careful about this. Iceberg just shuffling back and forth. There's so much map control and presence just from ACL holding these areas alone that they are able to react off of the information. Let's see how OGT actually comes in to dominate the site, though. Sway pushing up front, pushing Iceberg back.
You know, B is completely open, and they're still thinking twice. I think they wanted to find more kills before actually going for that plant. And there's that plan cancellation. Orangutan know that they still have a little bit of time. And look at this, yet again, the exact same thing happening. Casper is finding an opening and Sway finds the bullets through the wall. Casper going onto the side, might be able to find a kill onto Logs. The pressure is there. She's still alive though. And I think that Aluka might be able to find a kill, but Chloe finds the first kill, finds the second as well. There's a Rolling Thunder coming in. Alter Ego Celeste want to buy as much time as he can. There's a counter Rolling Thunder as well. Kachao is going to be able to get that spike down. The ultimate's just coming in, but Chloe is going to shut them down, and Casper is going to be there for the last kill as well. Orangutan are finding Alter Ego Celeste's number here.
This is unbelievable, Mamarki. They look so good. They are so strong in these cohesive takes again. The initial wallbang on towards Aneri, it's almost as if they were prepared for this. They went into B, there was that nightfall, and they instantly dashed. They instantly ditched the site, went for the C take instead. This shows that they thought of that play from Alter Ego Celeste, and they kind of read them.
Yep, it's 100% red. Look at this timeout. Like, when you watch Alter Ego Celeste, they hardly ever take timeouts. And the reason for that is because they're always in the lead. But this time around, they do have a coach. When you're one round down, especially against a team like OGT, you definitely want to take that timeout. You want to try to figure out what's going on. And I think that personally, what I'm seeing right now is that when Orangutan take opening duels, they always send two in front to check corners, to get information.
Yes.
And the first duel that actually happens is Casper finding someone. Normally, not looking at her. She finds a way to get into these extremities, sometimes through the middle. But her lurks are what's enabling Orangutan so much in this game, because Alter Ego Celeste arguably are the best team in this tournament right now. So you don't want to take duels against them. You don't want to challenge them on their terms. What's going on is that Casper, like a friendly ghost, but not so friendly, because she's sneaking behind, finding the first few kills, just destabilizes Alter Ego Celeste. But as I say that, they actually find 2 kills. They say, we're gonna take the fight to you if you don't want to take it to us. They find the first 2 frags. They still have some sheriffs on their hands though, and Aluka finds 1 kill. Casper is there for the trade. Ayumi bounces back in, and it's all down to Chloe. And then off that timeout, Alter Ego Celeste, they found something.
And they've also found Chloe alone. Nothing but a Vandal to work with. She has 2 Nanoswarms, so she could find some way to flush them out of corners, which is what she's attempting to do. However, they're just too far back. Look at all these defensive angles that Alter Ego Celeste are holding. Iceberg with the peek for info. If they wanted to, they could actually go in for some kind of a flank, but instead it's just going to be that clean double peek. We close things off. Alter Ego Celeste back into the game.
It's a low investment round for Alter Ego Celeste as well. They had 4 sheriffs, I believe, and a Vandal.
Yeah.
Were able to get back from that economical disadvantage coming into that round. That timeout was great. I think that they really went for that cheese where they double peek B, get that first kill. They got 2, in fact. 2 for 1. And I think that was it, basically. The smoke from Aluka as well allowed her to get a kill onto the pushing C attackers from Orangutan. It just looked different for Alter Ego Celeste. They finally brought back the aggression that we know them for.
That's a hallmark of a great team as well, right? To be able to perform like that, to win off these after timeouts. Now Sway going on the offensive, tip of the spear into the A site. Of course, rotations underway as well for Alter Ego Celeste.
Yeah, but look at Alter Ego Celeste. One rotation, they don't over-rotate. On a map like Haven where there's 3 sites, they know that you can afford to send one in, but you still want to get that information. They are confident that they can get more information from that, and Casper is going to be able to find the first kill using the Cosmic Divide, and oh my god, the lurks from Casper are just crisp as Orangutan! They just spray Alter Ego Celeste down. It looked like a pretty competitive 4v5, but all of a sudden, they all just fell.
I am terrified, Marquis, of Casper right now. She's set 12 and 6, 2 assists, and she's a controller. She's setting up her teammates, but not only is she setting up, she's putting herself into these weird, sneaky positions like you mentioned before, and she's landing so many of these duels that it's just so darn unexpected for Alter Ego Celeste.
Yeah.
They have no idea how to deal against it.
It seems like she's the one that's there to punish every time Alter Ego Celeste wants to push out, and that keeps him honest, by the way. We're not seeing Alter Ego Celeste push out often, or much at all this time. And it looks like Orangutan are the ones changing things up. They're the ones speeding it up round. They rushed onto the C side. They haven't taken a single fight. Casper is not lurking. In fact, she's with the team right now. They've just changed it up so much, and Alter Ego Celeste are trying to look for her. If you take a look at where Alter Ego Celeste is, they're trying to look for information behind, and they're not finding anyone.
My goodness.
Finding the first kill. Alter Ego Celeste are gonna try to mount this retake. Inari with a hero vandal finds one as Kachao shuts her down. There's a lockdown being committed as well. Orangutan are not messing around as Nabsky find a kill with the Sheriff. Iceberg gets taken down and Nabsky dips out of that lockdown. She finds yet another kill.
Wow.
A third one as well with a headshot. With just a Sheriff, she has to reload though. They know where she is. Almost unlikely for her to find anymore, but Japips is gonna shut her down. Nabsky finding all those kills. It was a 1v1. It just looked so close, but it just was not enough. There was just no time for her to do anything.
Valiant attempt, but at the end of the day, it's still OGT with these set pieces, these set plays, especially making use of the lockdowns to push people off of sites. And they're just great at reading the situations as well. Alter Ego Celeste are actually playing catch-up at this point, and this is a look that we haven't seen before. Now they're trying to change things around with a Yuumi on the operator.
It immediately gets shut down. Sway wanting to be the tip of the spear, but the tip of the spear meets a shield. And that is Ayumi on that chamber. We've seen her. She's pretty much chamber main now. Remember, Ayumi used to be, oh yeah, Ayumi's Jet. Like, it used to be a double duelist for Alter Ego Celeste, but on that chamber, she really is able to lock these sites down and just not let anyone come in. And we're starting to see that with these setups from Alter Ego Celeste. They're starting to find these first kills. Exactly what they wanted, by the way. Orangutan were not giving it to them, but they finally found it.
Well, it's still scavenging and looking for other things. Orangutan have swapped back to the B side where they find an opening after taking out Alika. Spike instantly planted, and now they have to set up for post-plant positions. They were pushing in towards the link, and that is where, unfortunately, they will start to crumble a little bit. Marquis, this is Japips in a 1-on-3 situation.
Yep, 1-on-3. We've seen her clutch before. Japips on this Sova has been absolutely amazing, but it's gonna be an easier clutch if there's no one behind her. Someone is already creeping up. They fake the defuse. Japips walks out. She's not giving up much information, but Ayumi might be able to find a back of her head. That headhunter. Oh no, she whiffs. She misses, but she gets the last shot anyway. Gets the headshot onto Japips. Didn't have to lose Nabsky there, but Ayumi a little bit of a panic there. I think that Japips, if everyone were in front of her, probably had a much better chance.
Yeah, not too shabby, but still, it's down to a 5-6 score line, and this is where things can get a little bit dicey because it's not that big of an advantage as we move forward into the second half. We're now to the last round of the first half, and both teams are basically neck and neck, Marquis.
Yeah, it's really neck and neck. Even after Orangutan seemed to have found Alter Ego Celeste's number, Alter Ego Celeste find a way to call back, keep it close, not too far. And it looks like that overdrive is going to get committed. Sway just running in, really leading the way. Does not find anyone though, just going full forward. There's the Rolling Thunder coming out. Sway gets taken on by Alika, but it's exactly what they need to open up the site as Chloe comes in. Ayumi finds one before falling though. They have control over the site, but still a 3v4. They don't have the numbers. The rest of Alter Ego Celeste are just prepping for this retake. They know they have the numbers.
Oh no.
Alika finds the first kill through that corner. Chloe though finds a headshot, wants to use the lockdown, drops it down, and Neri finds Jupipto, and Chloe is gonna get taken down by Alika. Did not expect yet another one from Garage, and Alter Ego Celeste make it a tie game.
A little bit of a Hail Mary push, if I might say so myself. Again, it's that sort of Sway leading the way type deal, and then the rest of them crashing onto the site like a wave. But this time around, you can see that Alter Ego Celeste were prepared and ready for that push. With the way that they held Garage, with the way that they established a little bit of presence in the form of Alika at the entrance of Seaside itself, coming in from Defender spawn. OG were trapped, and you can see it very clearly in this replay right now.
Yeah, definitely
Chloe,
trapped.
despite getting that lockdown, she just couldn't really do much about it.
Yeah, 6-6 in this half, and we are gonna send it over to our panel to break this down, as this is such a close game. Panel, take it away.
Such a close game for both of these teams. It's definitely unexpected because AE Celeste, they're looking like they're mortals against a team of #ApeArmy. OGT showing us what they've got against AE Celeste's map pick.
Oh goodness, I don't even know what to think. At first, I had the idea, okay, maybe this is gonna become one-sided, but clearly OGT had a plan. They're like, in their heads, they're gonna be the first team to take down these queens out of the map pool out of this map pick that they've been choosing and just winning every single time this past year. But it's been incredibly insane. I want to ask you though, in terms of team play, which of these two do you see that is really stepping up over here on Haven?
Well, we expect that from AE Celeste, right? But the OG that provides, the synergy that OG provides when it comes to the map is so much of a mountain for AE to climb. That's why the lead was OG's initially, right? And they swept it, they swept AE Celeste off their feet when it comes to those unexpected plays. And I would really like to take note of Casper giving the amount of space to be taken to her is just something that AE doesn't really expect. Look behind you, it's actually going to be Casper the Ghost getting these double kills and triple kills. And if that's not something that AE Celeste did prepare for, then what more about the defense, right? Another thing that we did not expect is Chloe to be part of the team always when it comes to the strategies. The KJ utilities wasn't just about making sure that there aren't any flanks, but it's making sure that these spaces are controlled by Orangutan. And AE Celeste, they did falter for a bit, but they did revive up a little bit, causing it a 6-6.
Oh, I'm really excited to see how the other half is gonna go, especially with all of the utility shuffle that's been happening on this half. What more can happen over onto the next half? But that is it. Halftime is right about over. We're gonna be passing you guys over back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Leica and Donuts. And man, I have to agree with them. I also really love the soft toys in their backgrounds, but this is true because this is such a good look for OG. We expect AECL to perform to a high standard, but the fact that this first half ends in a 6-6, oh boy, yeah. OG are here to play.
I do agree, and we can tell that they've really stepped up their gameplay on the side of Orangutan. They're coming in together in this tournament. They've been working. They've had a rough start in when they first entered the scene as this team together, but they just stuck with each other. They just kept upgrading a few pieces here and there, and solidifying strategies around. And I think they finally found that roster to be able to make a deep run in this tournament. And as we go into the second half, we're gonna have to see if they can hold off the onslaught that is Alter Ego Celeste, because this is an attack side map after all. And going in even, I think they expected a better score than that.
Yeah, they definitely did, and you can see it affects their confidence a little in the way that they're exploring this map. Because of the lack of map presence, it allows for Sway to actually push down mid that way. Now she's found herself in a bit of a situation as she's pinned down, uses the slide to get out of it, but still tagged up through the Nebula.
Yeah, just a little bit of too much utility thrown at her, and I think that she was expecting to be able to use that speed to get away, using that slide to get back into safety, but the walls are not that strong. They still got shot through that wooden wall, and unfortunately for her, was punished. So Alter Ego Celeste now trying to go on to this A set where there's one lone defender. It's all down to Chloe playing on that sewers, letting them in, knowing that her teammates could still come in first before she takes any action. They're just gonna go for this retake. She has a frenzy in her hands. Alter Ego Celeste get the plan. Oh no, they don't get the plan. They cancel the plan. In fact, it's Alka tries to creep up onto Chloe, finds a kill onto her, but the rest of Orangutan are already making their way from A main. Casper flanking it again. Chao finds one, finds a second as Iceberg takes your pips down. It's all down to Casper. She's the one lurking. She's the one flanking. Is she gonna be able to find Alka? Tries to swing forward, not landing her shots. They're booked so low. Casper needs to reload. Buys a little bit more time. She's he has quite a bit of time to play with here. Drops down a star, pulls him in. Just not enough just yet. Not landing the shots though, Casper. She gets one, but Alka eventually takes her down. She was so close to making it happen. But Alter Ego Celeste get away with this round.
You can feel that the pressure is on her shoulders as well, Marquis. I
felt
mean,
it.
Casper, yeah, go get a massage after that one, right? Because placing the star and instantly using it as a gravity well takes fast fingers, and then also just to try to hit people who are dancing back and forth around cover on two opposite sides, especially when the spike is like beeping away. It's not comfortable.
It's not at all, and Orangutan, I think they wanted more from that. They had the positions, they had the kills, they almost had the flanks. Alteusas were really confused, but just not landing those shots. 10 HP is what separated a pistol round, and that pistol round might be pivotal to winning this map, in fact. As Alter Ego Celeste, they've already made their way onto this A side. They're already pushed down deep. As Inari takes Casper down. No sneaky from you. There's a nade coming out from Inari as well. Takes down Sway. Now down to 3v5. Inari is just holding them back. And right now, Orangutan don't have any other options except to go through A. Straight on, head on with Classics, a Frenzy. It's just not much they can do.
Effectively blinking across the site is what Inari is doing, and they have this newfound confidence because they won that pistol round, like you mentioned, Marquis. So now it's the retake coming in from OGT. They only have Classics and Frenzy. They walk straight into the choke point.
They did get choked, and Inari almost got that ace, but Japips shuts it down. That's a moral victory for Japips. She's not gonna let Inari get that ace. She has had so much already, but nope, it's gonna get shut down this time around.
And shutdown is what we witness in front of our very eyes. The way that Alter Ego Celeste play when they are confident enough to go in for these quick, fast pushes. When you're playing against a team that goes at such a pace, you have no choice but to play catch up, and that's what happens to OGT. Now, though, OGT has the full buys. Alter Ego Celeste lacking a little bit of firepower, and that means they're gonna have to approach this a little bit more carefully.
Yeah, lack of firepower, but not a lack of talent, because that headhunter is still going to be very dangerous. But it looks like it's going to be Chloe on the receiving end of this attack yet again. Has to back away from this A site. They want to go for this retake. Instead, they have the full guns. They don't want to lose it right now to Alter Ego Celeste, and they've already made their way onto the mount of the A site, but are still waiting. There's the Rolling Thunder coming in. They're going to execute, but no one is going to get stunned. That Nano Swarm is going to buy some time, as Alter Ego Celeste are already positioning their planting towards the back side, the front side rather, of A site. And Orangutan, they have the guns, they're ready to go for this retake.
Go.
Unfortunately tagged up a little bit though. Again, we talk about this so much. A side is always the most difficult to retake. It's effectively 2 choke points, and you can't really drop out of heaven easily. So they really need to find some kind of a pick outside of A link. But look at how AE are holding this.
They are still holding, but Neri getting taken down is going to be really expensive. But Nabsky is going to find 3 with her Spectre. Casper finds a double kill. It's down to 29. Finds a kill with her Classic as well. Time is ticking though, and Ayumi with his Headhunter. Oh my gosh, she gets taken down really low. There's no more time. Casper just needs to find his last kill if she wants to get his ace. It's another moral victory. Getting shut down instead by Ayumi. That Classic to the face. Casper is going to get denied. And Alter Ego Celeste convert their bonus round.
No friggin' way! I ain't never seen a classic like that before. You, Marquis, that's a straight up classic.
That's a
the
classic.
way you jump away, right click into the face. Casper, despite such heroic Herculean feats of strength, it's still not enough to turn things around. They had the right idea, OGT. They had a little bit of recon coming through, I think, in the form of Japips. But despite being able to get off that one shot through the Nebula, it's still ACL with their positioning. It's so strong.
Not just the positioning, but of course Iceberg with a flash there, with the flash 3, enabling Nabsky to get that triple kill. And I think that Iceberg has always been kind of the unsung hero for Alter Ego Celeste, because all these kills go to everyone else, but it's because of Iceberg's utility that enables this. Orangutan now on the back foot. He had to save yet again. Sway trades for Kachao though. It's gonna be a 1-for-1. Just jumps back away to safety. Aluka finds Casper lurking as we know it, and Chloe gets taken down as well. It's all down to Sway and Japips not much in their hands. Sheriff, oh, might be able to find a kill. Misses the first shot though, but eventually converts. Does not take any damage. So now down to 3v3. This might be doable, in fact, for Orangutan, because 2 members of Alter Ego Celeste are low here.
They might be able to close this one out, OGT, given that Japips has managed to scavenge a rifle, and like you mentioned, 2 players are low, but that said, this comes down to positioning, because they have the sight, they have the tempo, they can go anywhere they want to, and OGT are still catching up to them.
And where are they going?
Because of this.
They're
they're
all in spawn.
They've got Iceberg.
They've got Iceberg. They've got Alaka for the pull. They got Nabsky in case they need some information. Look at this. All the utility being used here. It's a pull coming in. No one's gonna stop the pushback. And now they're moving. They're inching forward. They're gonna use a stun as well. It's just hard to take that. There's nothing to be done here as Alaka cleans things up. Quad kill yet again for the newest member of Alter Ego Celeste.
And that's one way to make do with the utility that you have. New member or not, this team has practiced. This team has worked together for a while now, and they are very, very much so on the same page. 10-6, Marquis. And all this started with that pistol round on the second half. This forces OGT to call the timeout because they've just lost 4 rounds in a row.
It's a good time for the timeout. They've got the creds for the guns. They've got an operator. They can change things around this time. I think that they did not expect to lose their buy round, and the eco round after that they said, okay, well, it's an eco round, let's just let it go. So now this timeout coming in is definitely for Orangutan to stop the bleeding. And you're right, it got out of control. It was 6-6 coming into the second half, and all of a sudden from that pistol round it just snowballed into a 10-6. It looks like Orangutan were never in the lead at this point.
Well, whatever the lead might be, I sincerely hope that OGT can make this close because they have what it takes. We saw the potential that they had. It's just that right now they haven't quite found it. They haven't quite found the way to work against Alter Ego's approach to attack. On Haven, they have so many different options, and at times we see OGT trying to peek out. We see OGT trying to assess the situation. But it's still not quite enough because ACL just seemed to be that fast.
They're just playing fast, and sometimes just pulling the carpet from under them. And here's the fast right now as Inari tries to go in, but Casper shuts her down. Ayumi mixes the trade though as Chloe has to play forward. Gets taken up by Ayumi yet again. Kachawa is going to be there for the trade. Runs back to safety. Is on logs right now. And she does not find yet another kill. Iceberg shuts her down. 3v2 right now. Japips and Sway. We've seen them before. The last 2 members yet again. Can they actually change it this time around? Can they actually take this round back? As the Nightfall is used to secure this round, Alter Ego Celeste are not messing around. 3v2. They're respecting the last 2 members of Orangutan. They're respecting Japips and Sway here.
It's a bit of respect, but it's also a bit of a save as well for OGT. Sway, with such a high value weapon, she's still actually peeking back in.
Yeah, they're peeking back in. There's the flick. Finds the first kill. Starting to look very doable for them. 2v2 right now. They get some information as well. They know where Iceberg is, but the time is ticking and they need to act fast. Japips finds the first kill. 2v1 now. They should have an inkling of where the last player is, but the no-scope does not hit as Alaka shuts it down to clutch 1v2 for her. The spike is probably going to take her down, but it doesn't matter because they're up 11-6.
That's another clutch coming in from Alaka. And it all comes with the Phantom Sprays, with her utility. It starts with OGT being able to shut down Inari, but then as the play unfolds in front of us, that one whiff from the operator at close range unfortunately cost them the round. It even just narrowly avoided Alaka. You could see the trail whizzing right past her.
Yeah, and Ayumi starts the round yet again with a kill onto Sway, wanting to peek that, wanting to jiggle that, but the 2 times that she's done it on that seaside with Ayumi on the operator, just got shut down. She's just too strong and too fast to handle right now. Like Could be a push, but the stinger, the buffed stinger on Chloe, taking Inari down quick, punishing her for pushing too far forward. But Nebsky is gonna be there for the kill onto Chloe. Ayumi finds another kill onto the lurking Casper yet again. Her lurks just not have been effective in this defending half, and Alter Ego Celeste look like they're going to go into this match point right now because Orangutan only have 2 sheriffs to their name. Coming onto the side right now, these 2 sheriffs coming in. It's time for no kills coming in for Orangutan. They don't find a single one. Alter Ego Celeste have warmed up, and from a 6-6 that looked really close, we were talking up Orangutan. It's now a 12-6 Quack.
Yeah, they just at the start of the second half, they flipped the switch. They won 6 rounds in a row, and we are at match point. It's a little bit tough, and this is one of the things you have to admire about ACL. They are such a fun-loving team that they don't really let the downtimes get to them. They are still able to play in such a relaxed manner that they are just able to dominate sites.
Yeah, dominating the sites, dominating on the attacking side, and that's what we were saying coming into the second half. Can Orangutan still slot? And so far, the answer has been a complete no. They have not won a single round on this defending side. While their attack was really good, the defense just not great. Ayumi finds the first kill.
Bomb grenade out. Found them.
And now a sudden rolling thunder. It's Inari just trying to displace them, push them away. The spike not quite committed yet. They might think it's a B, and they are actually biting into that bait.
And they're biting onto that bait. Alter Ego Celeste are already onto the C side. 3 members already on that side, trying to establish a post plan. But Chloe is going to be there to shut Iceberg down, not expecting her in that corner. Kachao is also in a great position to stop Nebsky as Sway finds her first, and it's now looking good for Orangutan. They just might be able to get around in the second half. There's the lockdown being committed as well. They don't want to go out just yet. They don't want to give up this map. Alter Ego Celeste and Aluka pushing forward, gets stunned by the relay ball, pushing forward, finds a kill, but Sway is going to be there to shut it down, and Orangutan finally get around in the second half.
Yeah, being able to recover themselves from such a losing streak, they are able to turn things around for the moment, and that's because you can collect yourselves. You might have lost a player at the start, that's okay. You know where that hit is going towards. You saw that rolling thunder, and that's why they were positioned around this B site, not over peeking, not overextending, and in doing so, picking apart ACL as they peeked into them.
Finally being able to figure out the attack from Alter Ego Celeste. And it started from shutting down Inari. Inari's push forward, just really punishing her. And now it looks like it's Orangutan taking the fight to Alter Ego Celeste.
Suddenly changing the pace again, indeed, Marquis. They love to, at times, hold, at other times they peek out. And that's something that you can do if you have a Neon in your composition. ACL are afraid of this, and that's why they're playing default right now.
Yeah, they're playing a slow default. Orangutan, they have Sway playing that A long. It looks like she's going to be the one to receive. Star comes down. She should get a little bit of information here. There's a Nebula coming out.
Gotta go.
There's the Prowler. Does not find anything, but knows that someone is there on A long. It looks like they're going to commit to this A push though. Alter Ego Celeste, as they have the spike here. Ayumi is finding the lurk, starting to try to get on the B side. Knows that there's alarm bot there. Shuts the alarm bot down. There's the nanostorms coming out, discouraging her from pushing forward. But the rest of Alter Ego Celeste, they're already making their way onto this A side. There's 2 defenders from Orangutan waiting, and they're ready to receive. Alright, stuns. Stuns are coming in. Relay bolt out. Japips is going to be there to take the first kill onto Inari. Has to wiggle away. No trades coming in because of the fast lane. As Sway gets taken out by Nebsky as well. And it looks like the Rolling Thunder is going to get committed. Kachao stops the plan, in fact. They really don't have much time here. Iceberg is going to have to stick this. If it takes down, it's going to be done. They're going to be done for. And Casper is down to this 1v1. Iceberg, the only one left remaining. She's the one who planted the spike. Casper should be able to get this. She gets the headshot, keeps Orangutan in this game. When you thought it was pretty much over for Orangutan, they find a way.
Definitely some celebrations going on in that boot camp room right now, but still unbelievable. The swing as she turns around on towards the site. The plays as she shuffles back and forth this one wall, catching Iceberg off guard. I mean, Iceberg thought she had the advantage. That's why she wanted to push in towards an off angle, possibly holding from hell instead. But the sudden peaks, it's these minute movements that really throw them off.
Yeah, it's peaks. It's the little things, right, that really secure that round. When it comes down to teams that are so closely matched, like these two teams, it's just those small things that could win you the round. And it's the small things that are keeping Orangutan in this game. But for how long? How long can they keep this up?
4 more rounds is all it takes. They are feeling it. Taking more control over the map. AECL now somewhat more turtly, just holding the angles instead, playing the defaults, the same old defaults. If OGT can actually hold down A this way, A lobby that is, that effectively blocks out this one site, meaning that ACL has no choice but to approach either C or B.
Ooh.
But then again, Sway, perfect.
Finally finds that first kill. She's been losing those first kills because Ayumi was staring down wherever she was holding, but this time around she shuts down Neri, and that's a high value kill. First blood is always a high value kill. As Casper finds one, gets a second as well as Ayumi tries to duck out, but there's a third for the trade. Iceberg takes her down. She was not expecting that, but I think she did enough damage to Alter Ego Celeste because it's down to 4v2 now for them, and Chloe has control over this side. Gets flashed though. Iceberg with the utility yet again. Gets stunned though. Is gonna be there. Assassinates her from the top to jump onto the box. Takes control over the spike, and it's all down to Nabsky. Uses the haunt. Does not find anyone sneaks on this fast lane as Japips takes her down. And Orangutan, it seemed like too tall of a mountain to climb, but they're halfway there. This is a checkpoint for them. It was 12-6. Now they're 12-9.
You gotta love it. Akosi Jape. Japips. And she comes in that fashion. Movement, if I've ever seen it. And also Sway controlling and blocking off A in that fashion as well. You could see that Alter Ego Celeste just instantly thought, okay, operator on A, let's go C. Well, they kind of thought wrong. They might have been able to get a bit of an entry coming from Iceberg, but the rest of the squad were ready for this. 3 more rounds, Murky. 3 more.
3 more in this round. Looks to be very difficult for Alter Ego Celeste to win because they have 4 stingers. They know that the stinger is great, and they know that if they take the stingers onto the side, they have a little bit of an advantage. Neri uses the blast packs to go in, but gets taken down by Kachao, who's been eagerly waiting. Finds a second kill as well, but Iceberg is going to be there to spray her down. Pips is going to save it for a 1v1, 1-for-1 though rather. This gun is going to be stuck on that B link, and then last player standing. Chloe takes Ayumi down. It's all down to Alaka with the Sheriff, a lone Sheriff, against 4 big guns. Can she do anything? Yes, she can. She finds one, tries to go for a second, has to reload. Sway though, is gonna try to find her from the back. He has an operator though. She might not want to be too far forward here as she finds a headshot through the floor to Alaka's head.
Just drives it through her skull. Piercing shot, if I've ever seen it. 12-10 now, and that was off an anti-eco win, if you want to call it that. But that's OGT again, reading the situation, knowing how to play against this Alter Ego Celeste. We have another timeout being called, and I believe it's coming in from, ACL, Redco, has to discuss and find a way to work with the team, because so far their pushes, while it might have worked at the start, after OGT's adjustments, now this fast-paced momentum, this slow defaulty approach into a sudden burst, it's not working out anymore.
And this might be a difficult stat to find, but there are some teams that have difficulty closing out maps. Alter Ego Celeste is not that team, but they look like that team now.
Which is so strange.
From 12-6 to 12-10, it's just so uncharacteristic for them because they've been very dominant. So I think it's going to be a low percentage that they're not able to convert a 12x lead because they always win. That's the thing, right? They always win. And when have they felt this type of pressure that a comeback is mounting from the other side? Normally, they're the ones coming back from a big deficit. Alter Ego Celeste are the ones that are defying the odds. But this time around, it's Orangutan finding all these stops, all these rounds when Alter Ego Celeste were feeling like, okay, we closed this out and won, right? Won. And now Orangutan is breathing down their necks. And Orangutan trying to find the first kill, finds the stun. They saw the head though, and Sway gets the information. She knows that she might be able to find a kill here. Just holds sewers, and there's a Nebula for safe entry.
Almost.
Already getting to the side. Almost got a blind kill, you're right. But the defense is still here. Japips is there to help Sway out. And looks like the rotations are going to come in for the side of Orangutan. There's the Rolling Thunder getting committed. The Relay Bolt is going to find some time, but the Prowler is going to get some information. They know she's in hell. There's the Seas coming out, and an Neri with the Pain Shells. There's a combination coming out. Ayumi shuts down Kachao as well. Is this the coaching? Is this the information coming in from the coach? Japips gets one. Stops the plan for a little bit. 2v4 right now. But Alter Ego Celeste look like they're going to be able to close this out as Orangutan. They do not have ultimates to use, but Casper is going to find the first kill. It's a lot more doable, a lot more digestible in this 2v3.
Well, it's not unwinnable to say the least. They have some stars set up, but they really need to be able to break past this first choke point. If they can take an Airy down, it makes things so much easier, but they're playing off the contact of each other!
Yeah, there's a crossfire coming in. Napsy gets the first kill, 1v3 now. It's all down to Casper. And unfortunately, she gets taken down. Alter Ego Celeste play it to perfection. They finally close it out. I don't think they were ready for Orangutan to get so close. I don't think they were ready for their 12-6 to become 12-10, but that timeout, that was the difference we were calling out at the very beginning. The coach coming in, being able to tell them, okay, like when something is wrong, we do this, execute. And just that timeout into the round win, that was what they needed. That was what they were looking for since up 12-6. And Orangutan, props to them though. They brought it so close round after round. Some clutches left and right. Some just uncharacteristic misses and maybe even gaps in the attack from Alter Ego Celeste. But Orangutan found ways to take advantage of that.
You have to love the way this new look feels on OGT. The way that they are able to so confidently come back from a tough play. But you know what? Let's let our panelists break that down, and we're going to throw back to Laika and Donut. Take it away.
Thank you so much to our Quacky duo. I just gotta say that map was something else, Donut. I honestly thought that it could go either way, and every single round that was happening, I was thinking, oh, this is gonna be it. It's gonna be AECL victory right here. But it wasn't that easy for them. It really wasn't.
Yeah, definitely. We were saying earlier on in the panel that it is actually a mountain. And even Key mentioned that it is going to be something tough for them to climb. But at the end of the day, these uncharacteristic plays that AE offered, OG took advantage of that. And this is actually the closest we'll ever see from AE. Yes, we've seen them before, but throughout the whole run for 2022, nothing has ever been close to defeating them. And this is actually a testament to that. I counted 4 ecos for Alter Ego Celeste. So it means OGT, they're very close to actually beating. It's a 13-10 after a 12-6 round, right? And we saw this in that mountain. It's actually a milestone for them. 12-6, 12-8, and then 12-10. But unfortunately, OGT did not just have enough to close it out.
Yeah, they might have taken the loss in this specific map, but that run itself was incredibly impressive. I'm sure that everyone who's watching right now will have to agree with us. We know how AECL is with this map. Haven is their home court. It's just their comfort pick all around, and it really shows. And actually, one of the things that I was looking forward to on the side of OGT was, when is Sway gonna take out the operator? Because when she's on that op, it's just crazy. The amount of impact that she was able to bring to the table because of her op shots and those first kills is just amazing. But on top of that, of course, you mentioned this earlier, Donut, Casper, not so friendly ghost for the side of AECL over here, just really being the MVP on their side. But on the other side, it was Nabsky and that beautiful Fade gameplay that she was showing.
Definitely, the amount of information that Nabsky is able to offer to the team is what made them win these rounds. Yes, it was looking a little bit shaky for AE Celeste, but they are there to close it out. With a lot of the first kills going on towards AE Celeste's way, it just really goes to show that even in attack, they are in it to win it. We saw a lot of these rounds go in favor of AE Celeste, but it came a bit late for OG to find out their footing in this specific half. So it was just unfortunate that all of these gameplays that they were able to find out these strats, Casper is still being able to pop off together with Sway's operator, right? It all was a little bit late to show up, so that was just unfortunate for OGT.
It really was unfortunate, but you could tell that AE Celeste was really rattled over here. I mean, the amount of overtime, not the overtime, the timeouts rather, that were called in that game, kind of sus. But in the meantime, guys, we are going to be off to a quick break, but when we return, it's map number 2 for these guys.
We are back here at VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. It's going to be game 2 of AE Celeste versus OG, and we are pretty excited with what will happen with Fracture. AE Celeste brought the mountain back in their favor, and we said that they are gonna go through Mount Everest, but they are Mount Everest.
They are actually. They're at the summit right now. They're just the mountain that everybody needs to climb at this point. And I'm pretty sure that if you interview all of the ladies out here, they will all say the same thing, that Alter Ego Celeste is definitely one of the teams to look out for in this competition. And it just goes to show how dominant they are, especially in what we just witnessed over at Haven. But once again, like you mentioned earlier, we're off to Fracture. And I gotta say, to me, Fracture, it just feels like a circuit, you know, going round and round and round, because you have these 2 long ropes in the middle. And of course, I guess in terms of Fracture, the gameplay that I commonly see here is that with an aggressive lineup, it's so easy to pinch the defenders once whoever is watching the site at that point. And on the other side, if you are an offensive defense, you can take so much space away from the attackers. So it can get really tricky for either of the teams. But what are your thoughts on this, Donut? I want to know what your background is for these girls and with Fracture.
Well, we all know that in Fracture, it is about answering to that aggression, right? The response is very much important. And I think we saw bits and pieces of that from Alter Ego Celeste from at least the map of Haven. I would want to call her now Allo Controller, because she has given us a lot as the Astra. Yes, Nabsky was at the very top because she had a lot of these ACS wins, right? But she was actually at the very top of the scoreboard, bringing those frags and bringing those kills in their favor. And what was funny is there were flashbacks of how she played, right? She used to be playing as a Reina, holding these cheeky angles in the map of Haven, but now as an Astra, she keeps to her own identity, but embracing that role for the team. So I'm very excited to see what Aloka has to offer. Probably a Viper, probably another Astra play. We'll never know until we get to Agent Select.
Oh my god, I just love seeing the flexibility that these girls have to offer. How many times have we seen this women just switch it up in terms of roles, in terms of positioning, just everything? They're just out here to really change the game. Pun intended, yes, pun intended. But anyway, oh my goodness, Fracture. Do you see the possibility of even making it to the decider? Because I do.
Definitely. OG, when it comes down to battling against another team here in Fracture, yes, the half is very close, but OG is the one to close it out. With the amount of experience that OG has in this map, I feel like OG has more to offer when it comes down to the flexibility of the team. When in fact, at least in previous games that we saw Fracture played by AE Celeste, they just really go back to their roots, right? When it comes to their roles, we know that Ayumi will be embracing that chamber. Ineri will be that duelist for the team. But I'm not too sure with how much of the patches have they already embraced and munched on, basically, because we've never seen them play this map just yet, at least of recent.
Exactly. I mean, they can surprise us. What if we actually find a Phoenix pick out of the blue, right? That would be awesome, actually. Ladies, if you are listening, please feed us that Phoenix pick. We would love to see that over here on Fracture. But another thing that I am curious to see, I've been loving the Fade picks. I mean, Nabsky, phenomenal Fade gameplay over there, but I want more people to actually pick it up over here, because the assist potential, the impact that Fade can really bring to the table, it's just so good. I would describe Fade as one of the most offensive initiators with all of the prowlers, the information gathering. It's just so good for the team.
And it could be good at both of the defensive side and the attacking side, because the C's just gives you so much of that favor, right? When you throw it in, the decay is so high that even just a stray bullet can actually mow you down. Apart from that, I think the control and the use of where you want to really throw your utilities gives Fade so much of that advantage. You can use the Prowler, control it the same way as a trailer would be, and at the same time, really master all of these lineups with the haunt, right? Sometimes the haunt can be thrown in places that you will never know where it could be, where it will land, and it'll leave you guessing, where is that? Why am I detected by it? And I feel like Fade has so much to offer in this map, not unless, of course, you've already mastered that as well. Because AE Celeste, for sure, even if OG has more experience, their win rate here in the map of Fracture is very, very high.
Oh, that's gonna be really, really scary on their side. We have seen Sway on that Neon. I do wonder if they're gonna be bringing out the Neon over here. I know that they're quite comfortable with bringing out the Raze, and I totally understand that. With Raze's utility kit, it's just perfect. You've got paint shells, you've got your satchels, and it just allows you to clear so much space. And with a map that also has a lot of tight corners to clear out before you actually are able to enter or retake a site, it's just so crucial to have these utility. And I feel like it's gonna be really messy. That's the term that I can think of right now to describe what we're gonna be seeing once the map progresses, or once the match progresses in this map. It's just gonna be so chaotic. But I don't know, what do you think?
Well, I think it depends on the selection of the duelist, right? We all know that Sway would prefer the Neon, but Ineri do be picking that Raze at most always. But we're seeing here Ineri hover over that Raze. It's the other way around. Ayumi will be the one playing the Neon instead. And I guess that's gonna be the difference maker, right? The aggression is gonna be answered back by at least Nabsky and Ayumi's duo. While on the side of the team of OG, it's going to be Sway and Japips. And even Kachao bringing in that KO to shut down AE Celeste.
Can I just say that I mentioned like 4 or 3 agents, and almost all of them were picked, except for Phoenix, of course. But I love this. I absolutely adore this composition. I'm not too sure about picking the Cypher over the Chamber though, but overall, just because I mentioned all of those agents, I'm pretty happy with what I'm seeing over here.
Yeah, I mean, the Cypher can be another unexpected play. We know that Casper could be that type of person to be lurking, but maybe Chloe is going to be that person now for Fracture.
Oh, maybe she will be. I can't imagine how the setups are gonna be, but I guess I would pick a Cypher over a Killjoy in Fracture any day, just because of the whole distance that you're able to do with either of these Sentinels. But in the meantime, guys, the casters will be discussing this further with you guys. So with that said, we're gonna be passing you guys over back to them.
Thank you, Laika. Thank you, Donut. And it's back to Quack and Key. Of course, we are coming back into this series. Alter Ego Celeste and Orangutan are coming to this game too. Alter Ego Celeste looked a little bit shaky at the beginning, but of course they came back, and of course we're used to this. We're used to this. It's just so difficult to take them down. Their teams have gone close. They're not undefeated in terms of series anymore. They've dropped 1, grand total of 1 over the past 2 years, and in this tournament circuit at the very least.
They're just like basically undefeated. That's what ACL are. But you know what? Talking about the compositions, right? Like we do be liking that Raze, thank you, Donut, but we also do be liking this Neon. The funny thing is, though, the last time that Alter Ego Celeste played this, same exact composition. The one difference is that Ineri was the one playing Neon. This time it's a Yumi on the Neon and Ineri on the Chamber. That's a pretty interesting swap.
Yep, big question marks for me there as well. When I saw them lock it in, I was like, did they have the nameplates like switch around? But that doesn't happen. It's not switch around. Ineri's the one on that Chamber, and it looks like it's Ayumi that will be on that Neon. And I think that potentially what we can be thinking about here is that they're expecting that on Fracture, the first one in is going to get traded 100% of the time, which is why Ineri, arguably what they'll call their best player, is going to be the second one in, as Ayumi gets a first kill. Sway is going to be their trade for Ineri, but Aloka takes Sway down, Casper takes Iceberg as well, it takes Ayumi down as well, and it looks like it's just going to be kills all over the back of this map, and it's now down to a 2v2. They just traded everything. It's a 3-4-3, and Alter Ego Celeste, they have the spike they're going to be, but Orangutan are ready to receive already. They might be able to stop this push onto this B side.
1 minute. They got a lot of time to work with. However, the rope,
the swing
it just
out
gave away the position. This is not good.
not good at all. It just looks like Orangutan knew what they were gonna do, and Casper just swung out of the smoke and just went for that quick headshot. That's already a triple for Casper. Chloe. Oh,
What?
Wait! No!
No!
Through the box! Through the Radiant box! What?
Oh my god!
I was gonna say they're ready to swing off of each other, but you can't swing if you're dead.
Nevsky. Indonesia, Singapore, this is what we call satay. It's a straight up skewer. They just somehow lined up perfectly for Alter Ego Celeste Snapsky, and she just got the perfect shot through. I don't think she even knew she was gonna hit the one behind that.
No, not at all. And I think Casper was dinked from the Radiant box as well on that first shot, which is how she got so low. And I don't think you're right. Snapsky did not expect for that to happen, and Alter Ego Celeste steal that pistol round away, and Napsky continues her own slot, finds kill onto Sway with a Spectre spraying through that smoke, and looks like Alter Ego Celeste, they're still respecting Orangutan. After what happened on Haven, they're just slowly making their way around, slowly finding information. They've got control, they've got the guns, they've got a spike going on to B as well. And if they just keep this up, they might be able to minimize the amount of losses they have.
That's exactly what they're looking out for. You want to carry on as many weapons as possible into your bonus round, otherwise your economy might be affected. So, double peeking into one player, they will be able to decimate the site.
Already into the site, the Classic not going to do much damage, and Neri is going to go for that plant as well. 5 members still all pretty healthy on the side of Alter Ego Celeste, and Orangutan only have a Classic and a friendly to their names. Might want to try to push this smoke to try and find that kill. And Kachao gets taken down. It's all down to Chloe. Playing a Cypher on this map. Quite a special pick, by the way. We didn't talk about it so much. We were talking about Inari, as Chloe, of course, gets taken down. But we're talking about Inari on that show. Whoa, what is going on here?
I'm just checking to see if your crouch key works.
Got it. Okay, alright. I mean, there's a little bit of... Is that beef I see? We don't normally see that in this circuit, right? Like we don't, like, people are so wholesome generally, they're all friends, but I like seeing this fight. I like seeing the competitiveness, because this is, after all, the biggest stage in APAC. This is your ticket to going international. And of course, Alter Ego Celeste are feeling confident. They've been winning all year long. They've been dominant for 2 years. 2 years already. They've been dominant, and they want to continue that. And as they're doing that, they're actually going onto this A side, already rushing in. Ayumi using the quick movement to get space. Orangutan are going to play for retakes here, as Japips is going to spray some bullets into the smoke, but they want the utilities to fade away before committing anything. As Casper stays her teammate, gets a second kill as well. Japips is going to take Aloka down. It's now down to a 1v5. It's Inari. I mean, it is Inari, but she just has a Marshal and a Headhunter to her name. Might not be able to get much out of this as she gets stunned. She gets smoked out as well. She's gonna have to commit in full if she wants to do anything. If she gets stunned yet again, there's just so much still getting thrown at her. There's the Suppression Blade as well, just going to keep her in that smoke. And what can she realistically do here?
Really nothing much. If she drops down, she's dead. If she peeks out, she could lose a limb, her face, anything. It comes down to the careful peeks, but looking at how OG are positioned, they're not going to give it to her. She peeks out. It's a bit of a crossfire setup coming in from Link as well.
Just did a little bit of damage though. Quite a few of them got their armors taken out, so that's going to have to be a rebuy from Orangutan. But I think what really hurt Alter Ego Celeste there was not being able to get the spike down. Yeah, that's true for any attackers. Just not getting the spikes down means that looking at two of them had to settle for light armor. I think for the first round, I forget if they actually got the spike down after the kill.
Yeah, and that's something that they really have to be careful about. I mean, this is the thing about Fracture, right? It's 4 separate sectors. It's one of those chaos maps, and you really have to know how to wreak havoc in order to make it work. When you're working against a team that has a full buy, you want to be very careful about it, and that's why OG are being respectful in this time as well.
You want to tame that chaos, and right now it seems like both teams are fighting for that control because it's still your rifles versus rifles right now. Neither team has been really dominant in these first 3 rounds, but this is where it can go either way, right? This buy round for both teams. Whoever converts this will have a better time moving forward. And on the side of Orangutan, they're the ones finding the first kill. You get the kill onto Inari. That's everyone's been hyping her, the best player in the server, the best player in the tournament. You take her out, this makes your job a little bit easier. There's a Nightfall coming out from Namsky, who's gotten all these kills and a clutch on that first round. Able to use that, but not able to capitalize too much on it. But Natsuki is gonna just use her aim to take Casper down. No need for that decay. Is gonna get a headshot with the Vandal. Sway is on top, but she gets taken down by Ayumi, and Orangutan are losing control over the site.
Man, they had everything under their control as well. Sway in the best possible spot, but now the retake's going through.
Yep, Japips using the flash, swings out to take Aloka down. 2v3 still doable for them, trying to go into doors, but are they gonna check Namsky? Yes, they are. They take her down, they swing out. Ayumi is gonna get a first kill, though, uses the relay bolt to buy a little bit of space, dashes away to safety. Japips, 1v2 for her. She does have the Vandal, she can still win this because she does have the firepower. If she can isolate these 1v1s, might be able to be good for her. Gets the first, gets the second as well. Japips gets the clutch. I can't believe what she's done. She's just gotten a 1v2. She had no business winning that. They thought they had a crossfire, but she just took those 1v1s. And indeed, she secures that for Orangutan.
Pips again. She goes in and she pops them, bursts them like bubble wrap. And it's just this very careful approach, a stutter stepping in and out, be able to isolate that duel. This is the hallmark of a great player, but of course, again, it comes down to that teamwork that they had. Attempting to waterfall off of ropes, trying to secure the site. They bought enough time. They bought enough information, and thankfully, they set Japips up for success.
Yeah, it's really being able to set Japips up for success. Like you mentioned, it's the team play between Chloe and Japips. Chloe on that side for really swinging out, finding that information for Japips. And again, this is uncharacteristic if you watch AE Celeste from before. Like, they don't care if you're even, because they're just gonna keep winning. But now that they have a coach, it's of course changed. Like, the meta has changed. The idea of when we should call a timeout has changed because it's the coach that's saying, hey, we need a timeout. Hey, we need to figure this out because you don't want to go too far deep into this. And, Fracture, we used to feel that it was an AE Celeste map. And the reason for that was when it was new, Alter Ego Celeste were the ones that had the fundamentals to really rock that map. The utility usage and everything, they were the first ones to try out the new agents on this map, different compositions as well. And right now, it just seems like Orangutan are more confident on this map. You could tell.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It certainly looks as if Orangutan has had a little bit more structure to the map. But it's, again, like you mentioned before, you have to know how to tame this chaos. If you lose control over it, then you're going to lose so much over different portions of the map. That's the thing. There's a lot of push and pull. And looking at how OG are playing right now, they are taking this by the reins. AECL, on the other hand, trying to set up some kind of a split play towards the A site. Unfortunately, they just walk straight into Sway's crosshairs.
Yeah, the panel was talking about the operator from Sway as well. And you can see how lethal it is. Getting that first kill on that Neon allows her to reposition back into safety, find another angle yet again, and on Fracture, there are a lot of these angles to clear, because like you mentioned, it's a map of chaos. There's 4 quadrants that you could come in from. It just makes it so difficult to... you might think it's difficult to choose which one to go to, but or defend rather, but it just seems... It looks pretty easy for Orangutan because they're finding these defensive stops, and that's exactly what they need against Alter Ego Celeste. And we're seeing where the Cypher shines here. Look at that. They're getting trapped. They're getting slowed. Yes, there's another trap for Ayumi. She gets caught yet again, and Chloe might be able to take her down. The overdrive was committed, and she does get taken down. The Chao is going to be there to stop them from taking the Vandal as well, and it's just very important for them to stop them from taking this. And then Mary picks up the gun. Is gonna get taken down by Tashbunny, though. They've only lost Chloe, who was the anchor of that site. And Orangutan, oh my god, they're just playing so well.
Chloe, she's gotta reward herself with a a glass of water after that one because it makes you thirsty. The way that you set up those tripwires on the site, it's almost as if she intentionally put those up just for Aneri, just to deal against whatever Neon player that ACL are going to have. And when you have things like that, you disable your duelists, you disable your sharpest players, and it makes it so much easier for the rest of the team just to come in and pick everything else apart.
And looking at the two teams, Orangutan, 5 ultimates ready for them. They have the gun advantage as well as light armor onto Yumi. Economically, they're doing so much better. This 3-2 is not as close as it seems because Orangutan, just resources-wise, are further, much further ahead from Alter Ego Celeste.
Yeah, look at that. 5 ultimates. They have so much potential, so many options. It's up to them what they want to do, and what they want to do right now is to just be patient. Let's just chill. Let's wait.
Yep, options are great, especially in a map with 4 areas that you can actually go from. But it looks like Orangutan are going to be ready for this anyway. Look at the rotations. Chloe was on the B side in this previous round, was rotated onto A. Keeps them guessing where these tripwires are. And there's also 3 players. She's not a lone Cypher. She's not a lone anchor here. There's 3 players ready for retake, ready to put some pressure in. There's Rolling Thunder getting committed as well as Casper. Fries a Yumi with a volley. Nancy finds one, but it gets traded by Japips. And they're just buying so much time for the rotations to come in. Looking at the defenses, they're already making their way in. Sway is even there to just catch anyone who wants to rotate back. And there he finds the first kill onto Casper though. It's down to a more manageable 3v3. There's a drop coming from Dish. Kachao takes Iceberg down. And there he has to pick up this fight as Aluka finds Kachao. Takes it down to a 2v2, but Aluka's really low. Rolling Thunder getting committed by Japips. Buys some time. There's Orbital Strike getting committed as well. Japips just makes it out all 3. There's the dash coming in from the Neon. Really Bolt comes in with an overdrive, but Inari takes it down. She's down very low though. Japips has to go in this clutch again. 1v2 for her. Both low. Just 1 bullet for each one. Has to isolate the 1v1 hit again. Finds the first one. Uses the flash. Dodges the bullet from the Tour de Force. And there he takes her down though using the Tour de Force. A big commitment from Alter Ego Celeste, but they needed this round.
Just to turn things around. To flip the tables as it were. The Tour de Force. The one game changer in this round to make it happen. All at the hands of Aneri. They really needed it to prevent themselves from going on yet another eco, and thankfully for them, it worked.
Yeah, they really needed that because looking at the game state right now, they're equal. Everyone has guns. There's 2 ultimates on Orangutan side. It's 3-3. If Alter Ego Celeste lost that was gonna be a hard hit onto the resources coming into this next round. But keeping it even is just really what they wanted there. Really winning that round. And that Tour de Force might have looked like an overinvestment, but Aneri was down to 34 HP. Needed that 1 shot, 1 kill to stop Japips from clutching that yet again. And Alter Ego Celeste, they're starting to figure out, okay, we play slow this time around. Orangutan though, they're getting a lot of information by pushing out here. They pushed out on Dish. They know that no one's playing on that backside. They know that it's likely going to be from the front. And they're just happy go for this retake. They're just happy not engaging Alter Ego Celeste from off the bat.
This could be a problem too, though. Like I mentioned, the push and the pull. You push onto another site, but you're pulling back your defenses. You're leaving A open. And that's the situation right now because AECL gets a free plant.
It's a free plant. Iceberg puts it down. Retake is about to mount for the side of Orangutan. There's no one pushing in from the flank, so they're just going to have to play from Dish and from On. The shot coming in, the really bolt. The stun coming from the breach as well, buying so much time. There's a stim as well. They're going to use that stim and try to clear that corner. Uses the KO no command as well to disable a little bit of that utility. Mary is down really low, but she finds 2 anyway. It doesn't matter that she's down 30 HP. 1 more shot, but she finds yet another kill, and it's going to be a flawless for Alter Ego Celeste. They played it slow. They played it perfectly though.
Yeah, it's this careful approach of trying to get information and then working off of it. The moment they saw that the trademark was destroyed, the moment they saw that A main did not have a single player watching it, they knew the A side was theirs to take. They knew that they could go in, set up post plant positions, especially watching out every single angle. Ropes, defender spawn, it was pristine, and they made it work.
It's just really making things work, whatever strategy you throw. The gunplay, the aim on Alter Ego Celeste, unparalleled. And Orangutan, they wanted to go for that retake, but I don't think they had the tools for it. I think they expected to be able to do a little bit more coming onto the site, but Alter Ego Celeste took advantage of their disarray, their hesitation for that retake.
Well, now it comes down to it. Casper trying to do what she can, but then again, it's OGT without the firepower. They can't really work against this. They have to make use of their utilities. They're trying to rotate now, though, but it's all too clear to Alika.
Finds the rotations, finds the flank, and they're not going to give anything up. And that's going to be really good for Alter Ego Celeste if they can keep all of these guns going to the next round, because those stack. Like, you roll over the resources, just make it more difficult for Orangutan to come back into the game. And Kachao, let's hit a little bit, down to 5 HP as well. I think Orangutan are just trying to be cheeky, trying to see if anyone will make a mistake here. Going to use that stinger as well, try to go for a burst onto a Yumi Chloe. Trying to find an opening here, and Alika playing with the door though, as Inari takes Chloe down. She does a little bit of damage, but it's going to be yet another flawless round. That's going to be 2 in a row for Alter Ego Celeste.
Yeah, at that point, you can feel that the pressure was on towards the final player of OGT. Once Inari got that frag onto his defender spawn, you know that your back's exposed. You feel that breath down your neck. So you have no choice but to just hold out for the front. And that's where you also get taken out. I mean, this is how Alter Ego Celeste plays once they are in control. So, timeout being called now by OGT's coach Gunnar. And hopefully it's some way for them to come back into this game, because that was their eco round. Now they're heavily investing into this one with Sway on her signature operator.
Yeah, that op again on Sway. And I think that's something that to note. Alter Ego Celeste have actually not been doing anything fancy in the past 2 rounds that they've won. Or past 3 rounds that they've won, in fact. They just waltz into a site and take control over it. And I think that's the problematic part here, right? For Orangutan, I think they thought that Alter Ego Celeste would change the strategies. That's why they kept pushing Dish. That's why they kept trying to pinch on Dish on that second spawn. But it's just not happening. Alter Ego Celeste are just walking up to A and planting it and saying, well, you're keeping A open, we're just gonna keep planting there.
And after many repetitions, sometimes it makes it easier to read, and maybe that's some way that OGT are trying to work their way around this. I mean, we do see some position swapping on the minimap right now, but at the same time, it's just AECL starting to feel familiar again, starting to feel as if they're at home.
And this time around, they're playing 3 from that second spawn. They're trying to go on to this B side instead. The Haunt immediately gets taken down. Prowler gets shot down as well. Casper is playing on this B side and just denying that utility, that confirmation coming in from the Fade utility. On the other hand, Alter Ego Celeste, they know that, okay, we're using utility. There might be more of them here. There might be many of them here because all of our utility has been shut down. We don't have any information at all. Sway finds the first kill. There you go. The operator at work. That's exactly what OGT need. Taking that first kill down, and it's on Alika as well. So there's no more smokes from the side of Alter Ego Celeste, which is just going to make it a tad difficult.
You're gonna have to rely on a Yumi and her fast lane in order to get into a site, and that's a backup plan if anything. And that's the information that you're talking about. The way that OGT are holding right now, it's the rug pull. You think that, you know, maybe they're not really holding this, but as soon as you peek out, you get punctured with an op shot.
It's an op shot. They're trying to jiggle. Sway not biting the bait. Gets flashed. No, uses the fast lane off her own. Just get some space, but she gets sneezed. She's gonna get a little bit of decay. Chow is gonna be there. Oh no, it's gonna be a trade though. Sway finds a Yumi, but Neski is there. It's a 2 for 2, but a 2v3 to Alter Ego Celeste. They use the Nightfall to get some information, buy some time as well. She's gonna get stunned up. Iceberg is playing on this A main. 3v2 for Orangutan, and they're coming up slowly as they take down Nevsky. They should have a rough idea of where Iceberg is. They know where she is, and 3v1 is just going to be difficult. No rolling thunder. The stun not ready yet. No more flashes on Iceberg. He's just gonna use the aftershock, but Chloe is gonna stick it to half. They're gonna have to try to find her. She's trying to buy time, trying to get her off that spike. But they're just holding. They're just holding for Chloe to defuse at Japips. takes Iceberg down, and Orangutan take a round back.
Brilliant adaptation coming in from Orangutan. The operator coming in from Sway doing so much work. As soon as she got the first one, as soon as she saw the repeats, the footsteps, she managed to delay and slow them down. Not only that, she was also able to take another player down with her. So all that amounts to the numbers advantage that OG used in the retake. They pushed in together as a 3-woman squad, and that squad overwhelmed all the defenses that ACL had despite the spike getting planted.
Yeah, it's really just playing together as a team. You mentioned it, but we saw it in the 2v3 clutch. We're seeing it now as well in this 3v3 situation to just really close things out. Now, Sway on that operator, that's the biggest problem for Alter Ego Celeste right now. They have to find a way to take her down, or at least pressure her so that she doesn't get these first kills.
Yeah, they have to be very careful around that, though, because they never quite know where she could be. Right now, she's an A main. That kind of leaves B open. However, the tripwires are there for a little bit of backup. Camera spotted out an area as well, though. Now, what option are you left with, Alter Ego Celeste?
Less than a minute left on the clock. Still a little bit of time for them to use, and they're going to play on that B side. They're going to want to take it over, but tower is dangerous, and they know that Chloe is on that tower. She has a short, using a shorty, takes Ayumi down. Just shorty tech right there for Chloe. She has a Vandal as well, and that's going to be information. Using that neural theft, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Chow is stuck here. Nabsky is going to take her down, but she's at 30 HP. The Rolling Thunder is going to get committed as well. Counter Rolling Thunder being committed from Iceberg as she buys time. Japips takes her down, though. All down to Nabsky. 30 HP on her. Sway and Casper. Last 2 members remaining. That's the defuse going into half. Just shooting a little bit, finding some information here. Nabsky going to try to stop it, but Sway switches to the classic and finishes her off.
Man, you gotta love that, especially that shorty play to start. Once they had that, they knew where the site was getting hit from. They knew how to work their way around it, and of course the retake was just so strong. But again, it's just this smart switch around coming in from OG. It keeps Alter Ego Celeste on their toes. So they're gonna have to think for a different approach right now. And if they lose this one, they're going one step closer towards an eco round.
Yeah, they have to be very careful because it really is a matter of being able to break those defenses. And it's the exact, almost the exact same defensive setup, similar for B. Cypher and KO on that tower, but it's Sway that's the one that keeps changing to keep A Celeste guessing where this operator is. And unfortunately for Sway, she's lost that bet, that gamble yet again. Like she was playing main just now, they went B. She's playing dish right now, they're on A main. So this operator is just not finding those first kills. It's not too bad. No, for sure. She still finds the kills anyway, but you really want to get those first frags. That's where it pays off the most.
Well, without that much information now, she knows that dish is somewhat clear. They're calling out towards A main. They heard the door, so Sway should be moving very soon, but it's been smoked off. It goes in. It's up to Casper to receive.
Yep, Casper just takes Inari down. Inari thought she could push out the smoke as an unexpected push, but Casper was ready. It's lurking in the smoke though, as Japips is gonna hold its side, finds 2 kills, walks into the fire, finds a third as well. Japips! And Sway is gonna finish off the last member of Alter Ego Celeste using that overdrive.
Last round.
Such a strong, impenetrable fortress coming in from Orangutan Esports right now. I don't know if it's Gunner, I don't know if it's Sway as the IGL, but every single one of these girls are playing out of their freaking minds. The way that they're playing so defensively, it just leaves nothing for ACL to pick apart. Nothing for ACL to pick off. Especially with the looming threat of that operator. Last round of the first half now, and I don't know how they're gonna find it.
Not sure either. Sway finds the right place now, but unfortunately for her, all the utility shuts her down, and Neon on Neon, Ayumi is able to chase her down and put a bullet to the back of her head with that Vandal. 4v5 now. Great kill onto Sway though. They needed that. Alter Ego Celeste needed that to equalize this first half.
All those other kids with their pumped up kicks. You better run, you better run. Can't outrun that bullet. Now back into it though. They might have gotten control over Dish, but look at what's happening on the minimap.
They're actually playing all all over.
Face your fear!
Oh, it's a fake Nightfall, but Tower is holding strong. I think Orangutan have an Inkling, and there we go. Kachao gets taken out though. That Inkling unfortunately costs Kachao their life. And now down to a 3v5. Chloe trying to hold on to this side, but they're already cutting their rotations. Ayumi's already found Casper, and there he knew Chloe was going to be there. It's all down to Japips yet again. 1v5, she finds the first kill. If she can pull this off, she'd probably be the clutchest player of the day. But 1v4 right now is just a little bit too much to ask for. Can she even find the first one as Ayumi is holding that angle?
Wow.
But she gets the headshot. Japips, can you
Rolling
do
Thunder.
this? You mad woman. Can you actually find all 5 of them? Because Rolling Thunder is ready, and she's going to use the tower. It's going to get cleared. It's going to get stunned up. She's going to push forward. Going to try to find Nabsky, who's trying to buy some time. That sees is not going to find her. Japips. Time is ticking, though, as Nabsky is going to take her down. And looks like a repeat of map 1. 6-6 coming into the second half. And Alter Ego Celeste, they found a way to claw back into this game.
It's a pretty cool attempt, but like you said, Marquis, those first kills really are just that impactful. Taking down Sway and taking away that operator opened up so much more. So we're going to throw it back to our panelists for them to break down as we go into halftime. Leica and Donut, take it away.
Thank you so much to the Quacky duo. It's 6-6 on the scoreboard over here, fellas. And I just want to sincerely apologize to all of the Cypher mates out there for even doubting the possibility of being using this agent rather over here on Fracture. I mean, Chloe, phenomenal with the Cypher usage over there. Just switching it up with the setups over here. And Sway just backing up by getting that first pick in. But I want to know, what's on the other side over here, Donut?
Well, at least for Alter Ego Celeste, right? What we saw from them is, again, a little bit of hiccups here and there when it comes to the first half. But they're able to close out with a 6-6 only because of 2 things. When they realize that, okay, we can't really rush into these sites, what they do is just they waltz into the sites. They just tiptoe their way and they gracefully finish the round. A little bit after, of course, OG just figured this out and make sure that they wanted to just really capture and get these first kills on the board. And that was what was offered by Sway's operator.
It just goes to show that both of these teams are just adapting on the fly. They're ready to switch up the tempo, the pacing, just to make sure that they get those rounds in. It's just very important. I am a little bit worried on the side of OGT. I mean, I loved how the Cypher utility was being used there, obviously. But I have a lot of questions over at the attack. Do you have any scenarios on your head on how it's all going to come into play once they go on the attack side?
Well, I think it should be about the duo system for OGT. I mean, we all know that maybe a Cypher can be self-sufficient here, but you only have 2 traps to use in terms of really looking out for the flank. Yes, you can use one trap to really cover one side of the map, but then use the camera somewhere else. But once that is destroyed, you don't really have that much to work with. Not unless we also see that type of Haven play wherein Chloe is going to be the one together with the rest of the team of OGT and then push out and then maybe let somebody else really be responsible for that flank. And we saw how much Japips can actually hold on her own, right? With all of these clutches, with all of these kills that she's able to take, together with Casper as well, assisting with these frags. So I really don't have any doubt when it comes to the attack, but it's just about how they will execute getting into these sites.
And execute is the wordplay over here because we're going to be passing you guys back to our very execute casters.
All right, thank you very much, Leica
I
and
can't
Donut.
believe that just happened.
Yep, but that definitely just happened, and what's happening right now is yet another 6-6. Now, the roles have been reversed though. Orangutan were the ones who struggled on defense on Haven, and this time around, it was a 6-6 for them. They were able to stop the onslaught from Alter Ego Celeste, and we saw Orangutan's attack side was actually pretty good, and I think that this is their map pick. Coming into the attack side, they're definitely very ready for some executes. Now our Alter Ego Celeste ready to receive that, as it's going to be a quick push. It's Alter Ego Celeste pushing forward. Immediately a kill onto Ayumi, who gets a little bit over aggressive. And Orangutan were ready to catch that. The rotation's coming in for Alter Ego Celeste already though. 4 members already on that B site. As Orangutan pump the brakes though.
That's a good change of pace as well, because if you're ACL now, you're not quite sure where to go, what to do. And then they're also sending Chloe all the way down to your tunnel, which could set up for a potential flank. So it depends on how much information Inari gathers, because if you're taking a look at the minimap, Alter Ego Celeste are also controlling the other side of defender spawn, of attacker spawn, excuse me. So a lot of question marks, and it's all up to OGT about how they want to traverse around the map. And Inari gets a little bit of information, but then look at where the hit's going, Marky.
Yep, the rotation's already getting baited onto this A side, but it's actually going to be a B hit as Chloe actually realizes, okay, there's really no one here. A is going to be pretty clear, and Alter Ego Celeste finally realize, okay, they're actually going to B. That spike is still pretty far away from the plant area though, and it looks like it's going to be Sway instead that's going on this full flank.
Wow!
As Chloe takes the first kill onto Namsky, this site is going to be hard to retake because that Cypher is already able to set up, but it's going to be easier if you take her down as Alka gets the headshot. Switches onto the Ghost as well, and Neri picks it up. Iceberg gets taken down 2v4 though, and Neri is so low. They're going to have to play this perfectly if they want a chance to win this, as Sway finds some information, knows where they are. And Neri creeping up to the side, and with Alka as they take down Kachao.
Oh, no.
They might be able to hold this. There's a stun coming out. Sway gets taken down, but Alka stunned and in that corner gets taken down by Japips. Orangutan take the pistol round.
Man, Marquis, every time I see some kind of a wide flick coming in from Sway or Chloe or maybe even Napsky at times, you're gonna hear my Owen Wilson impression, and that's just, I'm just... Wow. Like,
Wow.
Oh no, I can't really believe what I'm seeing right here because it's just so sharp, so good.
It
Wow.
really is. It just
Right there.
That's all I could say. It's just wow. And normally we see Alter Ego Celeste with that kind of wow aim, those wow duels, but it looks like Orangutan are just really giving them a run for this money in Fracture. Coming onto this B site, it's Orangutan rushing in this time around. All 5 coming in from the second spawn. And it's Alter Ego Celeste trying to rotate back in, trying to scramble in with their guns. That shorty is going to be pretty ineffective in the hands of Iceberg because the space has already been made. The distance, the separation from these pistols against these Spectres. It's just going to be difficult for them to retake this B site.
Certainly difficult, but they're still going to try. But this one sky smoke is just too tall of a task for them to break through. You're certainly going to try to...
She finds one blind, 1-for-1 trade with that Sheriff. And it's going to be Inari finding a kill with that Headhunter as well. Of course, that's a Sheriff in its own right. An even better Sheriff. So if there's one to fear, a chamber to fear, it's going to be Inari. She gets suppressed though. That's going to be a classic. A right click onto Kachao. That Shorty is going to kill it. Take down Chloe as well. That's going to be Alka trying to stick the defuse. And oh my god, Alter Ego Celeste had no business winning that round, but they seal it anyway.
We will not have history repeat itself right here on this battleground, says Alter Ego Celeste. And I just gotta call back to what we saw happen on Haven, right? It was 6-6 at the end of the first half, and then Alter Ego Celeste won pistol, and then they won 6 rounds in a row. This time around, we had OGT winning the pistol, but then they lost the subsequent round at the hands of classic right clicks and shorties.
And a blind Sheriff shot to the head.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, a Yumi with the high gear that way. Just... Wow.
It's just too much. I think OGT were not ready for that, and it looked like they had the post plans, but there was just so much chaos coming in. The relay bolts, the stuns, the fade utility, all of that coming in just made it so difficult for them. As Sway gets a kill onto Inari with a headshot with a Sheriff, but Ayumi is going to be there for the trade. Just making sure her fallen brethren did not give her life up for nothing at all. It's going to be Nabsky finding Casper as well. And Alter Ego Celeste are holding strong. They have not found the spike though, and the spike is going through the ropes. And I think they're going to hear that. Not sure where the spike is going to go yet though, as it's going to be the frenzy, not finding anything. Japip spraying wildly, only landing one bullet onto Ayumi. And the spike, don't think they have the mobility or really any tools to get onto this B site to get that spike down. And I think that's what Orangutan really wanted from this round.
Unfortunately, they can't get it though. So once more, the Sheriffs They slowly transition their way across the tunnel, but at this point they don't have enough time to really hit towards the A site. And Ayumi has already gotten information. I feel like this chapter has already been written.
Yeah, it's pretty much decided already, unless Chloe pulls off some really crazy shenanigans here as she picks up a Vandal. So that's gonna be pretty dangerous if she's able to find Ayumi first, who hides in the corner, though, waits for trade. Chloe gets the first kill. Can she find Ayumi? Yes, she can! Wow. And if they can get a spike down, it just might be doable. There's a molly that's going to come out, though, and Kachao just might die from this. Alka gets Chloe down. Kachao is still alive, but she has to jump all the way to tower. 1v2 for her right now. She does have the Vandal. Can she clutch this? Does not find the first kill. They're already creeping up. They're already pushing up the tower. She gets flashed, and she's gonna get taken down by Alga with that Spectre. Alter Ego Celeste, save this round.
Even tried to avoid that flash, but unfortunately, despite all those efforts, it's again Alter Ego Celeste and their numbers advantage, their firepower. I mean, you have to think and look at how this team plays early round. Most times you would expect something more like an orchestra, a symphony. You know, every single instrument, every note has to be perfectly timed. But these girls, no. They're playing jazz. They're creating chaos. They're intentionally pushing out at weird timings, weird places. And Ayumi, with her high gear, flowing back and forth that way, it throws OG off guard.
Yeah, they really just get not ready for these pushes. Sometimes they play slow, sometimes they play fast. Like you mentioned, it's not that simple. It's just a matter of where Alter Ego Celeste feel like they can pressure a little bit more. And that's going to be information for the side of Alter Ego Celeste as Iceberg finds Sway. Still hiding behind these boxes as the rotation's already coming in for Alter Ego Celeste, but look at where the spike is going. It's actually going onto this A site. It's only making their way up the chamber, and Neri is still holding A main though. And she does have a trademark. She does have that trap to find out that, you know, people are pushing up dish. Ayumi takes Japips down. And this scattered Orangutan push, I'm not sure if it's working out, but Chloe is able to find the operator, find Eneri, and she's able to buy time using that smoke. And on the side of Orangutan, they're already able to make their way onto this A side, but Chloe is gonna get shut down as Ayumi double peaks with Aloka. Aloka getting taken down pretty low, though. 4 HP on her. They use the North Command as well to buy some space as Casper takes one down. Casper wants to peek out of this yet again as the flash comes in. She gets taken down though, but Kachao is going to be there to take Ayumi down, even though it was a 1-for-1 trade. And it's starting to look very good for Orangutan because it's going to be a 1v2 if she can find Kachao. Oh! Does not find Kachao at all. Namsky just gets taken down.
A little bit of a slow crouch into peaks and into Kachao's crosshairs. And again, this win comes at the cost of Chloe's altruistic sacrifice. She drew all that attention to herself on attacker spawn. She kept Inari's operator onto her with a little bit of a jiggle peek with a cyber cage. They wanted to take her down and they were a little bit distracted. It allowed for that push from Dish to come through, and once they had that, they were able to push in to seize the initiative.
Yeah, it's really just being able to get that retake in, rather than push in. And Alter Ego Celeste the retakes were just stopped in their tracks. And Chloe, like you mentioned, it's a sacrifice from Chloe that really made it happen, being able to get onto that A site. But now that they're on an anti-eco Orangutan, they have to be very careful because giving up one gun to any Alter Ego Celeste member just might spell doom for your team. Because one Vandal in the hands of Inari, Ayumi, anyone of them could just be so difficult to win this round. And Orangutan are playing slow, are playing safe right now.
Deep smokes in the water just to prevent OGT from really pushing out or getting that much information. But again, it's all these angles being held, Marquis. It comes down to that peak, that one point of contact. If an Aerie falls, so will the rest of this Tower of Babylon on B.
She's not going to fall though, as she finds the first kill with a headhunter. Alga finds one of her own with the share. It's definitely not going to be safe against these girls because Alter Ego Celeste are here to play, and Even though they're on eco, you just gotta be careful off your head. There's overdrive getting committed as well.
Okay.
Ayumi does not get the hits though, as Inari finds yet another kill with the Sheriff. Victress only gets one as Nabsky sprays down.
Come on!
And Aloka with a headshot again on the Sheriff. They're gonna steal this round. They're gonna win this thrifty against Orangutan.
The tower's guards. The moment there's a call to arms, everyone arrives on time. And it's so clean, so perfect. Even landing shots with the Sheriff, even being able to rendezvous away like that for free. And it all starts at the hands of Inari. And not to mention, I mean, even the stinger as well from Napsky, that shows that this gun is indeed accurate at certain ranges right now. With the recent buff, it pulls AECL back into the game off of a thrifty. After a loss like that, yeah, timeout.
For sure. That's a morale breaking round. Like they had the guns. Alter Ego Celeste, they didn't even commit that much. Like normally on Ecos you'd see a chamber use a tour de force. They did use a commit to overdrive, but they had sheriffs, mostly sheriffs in their hands, and they were able to steal it around the way. Orangutan, they wanna slow that out, slow that down, because man, like, you thought you could win against Alter Ego Celeste. I think that's basically what I'm thinking right now. Like when I want to talk to Orangutan, you thought you could win against Alter Ego Celeste doing the same things. You cannot, because they find ways to exploit your plans, your post plans. They find ways to exploit you on defense. They find ways to exploit you. Period. Because that's why they are the reigning queens, the goddesses of game changers, APAC, because they have been so dominant. They've found ways to adjust. They found ways to get better against any team, anything you throw at them.
And I just want to point out the scoreboard right now. I mean, it was there, but now it's gone. Every single one of them are up by 2 digits, except for maybe Iceberg. But again, that's the power that Alter Ego Celeste has. This time, though, OG going fast off the timeout. This is a call for sure, and they're trying to make it work. However, AECL are playing retakes, and Sway has run out of the overdrive.
Sway, only with a classic, has to basically find a way to get kills without a gun this time around. There's the Nightfall coming in. Gets a little bit of information. You know that some people are at tower. Chloe gets a little bit too curious, and Neri takes her down with a tour de force. And it's starting to look dangerous yet again for Orangutan as they lose Kachao as well, now down to a 3v5. They use the Rolling Thunder to get Alka off that spike, and they do get a kill, but that's a quick trade for Ayumi, and they're falling down one by one. They're falling down like flies, all down to Drip. She's the one who used the Rolling Thunder, but against a 1v3 with a Spectre, how much can she do? She swings out, and she just gets taken down by Ayumi. And Alter Ego Celeste, they're starting to reach that double digits. They've got 10 rounds in their pockets.
That's one thing that I think we're not pointing out enough is timeouts, right? They're great, and they're tactical pauses that allow for coach to speak to their players, to discuss plans, to discuss possibly mistakes even. But both sides can make use of this. In all the time that Gunner's talking to OGT, and all the time that they're setting up for this specific play, Alter Ego Celeste are doing the same thing, and they read them that time. They set up for the perfect retake.
The retake was great. The economy is even better because right now they have full rifles. They have an operator on an area as well. On the other side, Orangutan, it's gonna be a half buy for them. A stinger, a sheriff, well, 2 sheriffs, a frenzy, and a marshal. You know, Alter Ego Celeste, they've stolen so many thrifties that for the side of Orangutan, it feels like they haven't, because all the thrifties typically just seem to go so one-sided. And for the side of the ones who get the buy, of course. But Alter Ego Celeste find ways. They find ways to win them. And this time around, it's OGT just going to try to find a way as Sway gets a headshot onto Inari. That's the operator down. A Marshall, 950 cred gun against a 4.7 cred gun. Doesn't make a difference if you get a headshot.
That's the strength, the power, the star power. If you can make it work, it is beautiful. But to be able to be that consistent with it is a whole other thing. You're going to have to be so careful. And OGT, that's what they're doing right now. Slowly making their way, traversing across the map back towards the B site. Because those defenses have been weakened. But Alka, dancing across.
Just dancing across, just buying some time for teammates to try and rotate in.
Wow, oh my god.
Yep, she's just spraying through the smoke. You know, it's really close. Again, it's the little things, right? But the little things are going the way of Orangutan this round. And Alter Ego Celeste, they're the ones finding the flank as Ayumi gets the first kill onto Sway. That's important. That evens things out. It's giving an eco for Orangutan. So they do have the firepower on the side of Alter Ego Celeste, and they're taking them now one by one. One in tower, one in main. Can they just clean this up? Can they get the defuse? There's a kill from Nevsky onto Casper. Last one in tower. What can she do? What can Chloe do? What she can do is pick up this operator and try to save it. Praying for her dear life as she almost gets spotted by the Haunt. 9 HP onto Chloe, and she can... Oh, I was gonna say pass that operator on to Inari, but she... not Inari.
Sway.
Sorry, Sway. But rather she keeps it herself.
Well, maybe just for now. Who knows, you know? But she also is Sentinel, so she could use it to defend. Passes it to Kachao instead, so that's interesting to say the least. But again, that spike plant just gave them a little bit more.
Just a teeny bit more as Orangutan are the ones trying to get back into this game. 1-for-1 trade. Sway gets taken down. And it looks like they're slowly finding a little bit of gaps in the defenses, in the armor from Alter Ego Celeste. Though they're not finding them cleanly. It's still a 1-for-1, no extra damage done, but that's the utilities coming out from the side of Alter Ego Celeste.
So again, it's that similar play that we saw several rounds before of trying to draw the attention over onto another side, trying to bait out rotations, utilities. Alter Ego Celeste not committing all that much though, and now after the sky smokes are deployed towards the B site, it's all too clear. They have to go in fast.
They have to rush in. Orangutan, they still have 50 seconds left on the clock, but they do use an null command just to really make that space to go onto this site, and they're gonna save it. To go for the post plant rather. And Aluka finds the first kill onto Casper. That trap slowed her down just a little bit, and I think that was not the right direction that she wanted to run to. Chloe is going to be defending this flank as Nevsky is going to try to swing out of it. Chloe trying to buy some time though. She finds one. I think she knows that there's a second one as well. Gonna be ready to swing that. There's the stun coming out, and the swing is successful. She gets a kill. Inari though with a headhunter finds two with a headshot. Oh my god, Inari is gonna be down to Jabib. She finds one, and Jabib's with a clutch yet again, keeping OGT in this game. 9-11 right now, and Jabib's, we've seen her so many times in the clutch. And we've seen her succeed so many times in this game. With 22 kills on her, Jabib's is really dominating in this map.
Just for a second, a glimpse, a glimmer of Inari baring her fangs, finding 2 frags. But Jabib's comes back in with her own claws to take that back into her control. Her team, it relies on that. We've seen so many clutches from her, and she's just doing such a phenomenal job at playing around these corners. Again, though, the fast push coming back in from OGT.
Fast push coming in, they're really both coming out. There's a counter rolling thunder, though, to stop this push. They can still back away from this, though, but Orangutan seem very committed into retrying into this A site as they push forward through doors. The flash though is gonna blind all 4 of them, and Nevsky is gonna get taken down. Nevsky is gonna take down Sway rather. And 3 players on this A main, not able to find any space, not able to find any opening at all. And Ayumi uses the high gear, gets some information, confirms that they're still there. However, Alter Ego Celeste are not biting at all. They're not really rotating that much as Ayumi finds the first kill onto Jabib's, the clutch master. Oh, he finds a kill though, but Iceberg is going to be there for the trade. Pesky Iceberg on that side. They have to take her out. And as they try to take her out, Nevsky is there for the trade. Kachao finds one, but Iceberg is the one that peeks out yet again though. And Alter Ego Celeste play that to perfection. Really finding the kills, finding the trades, switching the attention from one player to another. And they're now on match point.
Anchoring down the site as well. And now match point. Orangutan are gonna have to find whatever they can. I don't know if they actually have enough to buy up in this round, fully at least. So it's gonna be a tough situation, a tough call for them. But they're still gonna have to make it work. Oh, they don't have enough Marquis.
Yep, they don't have enough creds. They don't have the firepower. They don't really have the ults. It just does not look great for Orangutan right now. Alter Ego Celeste want to close it out here. They don't want a repeat of Haven. this is their best chance, and they have all the firepower. They have the utilities for it as well. They have the Nightfall. They just need to hold, as Iceberg does hold. Finds one, finds two. The Obelisk Strike getting committed, but Iceberg is gonna make her way out of this. Kachao is gonna get hit by the Prowler, but she finds Alika anyway. Navsky is gonna be there to drop Casper though, as oh my god, in the blink of an eye, Alter Ego Celeste just secured that. And look at that, they were surprised. They were like, oh, we finally got it around. And it's gonna be a 2-0 against Orangutan. And what a valiant effort for Orangutan though. It was not a one-sided match by any means at all. It was pretty close.
Yeah, unfortunately not as close as it needed to be, but still a really nice performance coming in from Orangutan Esports with this new added team synergy, with his new strategies coming in as well. However, Alter Ego Celeste again just dominate through mechanics and mechanics alone. So maybe they can like reward themselves with a glass of water after that, because you know why, Marquis? You know why?
Why?
H2O.
All right.
I'll see myself out.
I'll take it. Please see yourself out, and I'll take the rest of it as. You know, I was gonna say that even W Streaks was able to kind of make it pretty close against Alter Ego Celeste. So while it seems like they're still very dominant, I think teams are starting to figure some things out. They're trying to take rounds away from Alter Ego Celeste. Like it's not your dominant games over and over again. They did have a 13-1 though, but man, like our team's getting better across the board. And now
So much
what's
better.
going to be really exciting is of course our panel, because they're going to be breaking this series down and the dominance of Alter Ego Celeste. Panel, take it away.
That's us. We are the panel, and we have taken it away from Quack and P and Donut. Oh my goodness, this game. I was hoping that, you know, we could reach game number 3, but it didn't happen. We're not here. It's a repeat of the first map that we just witnessed.
But everything was so close though, these rounds, leaving AE to at least 2 people left when it comes down to the wire, right? But all of these is actually just because AE Celeste, they kept to their identity. They want to play it slow, they want to play it careful. And as mentioned by Quack, right, they play like turtles. And when it comes down to playing turtles, the shell isn't been able to be cracked by OGT, no matter how much they tried. Yes, there were some rounds where hope was actually glimmering from their eyes, but it's all about the firepower of AE Celeste, and that's the reason why they couldn't really win out these rounds, because even against Ecos, AE actually win these out. OGT, yes, there are a couple of wins here and there, and also signs of life from Japips being able to clutch it out twice.
I know. If you're talking about glimmer of hope, it was always Japips. How many times did we see her just left alone in a round, trying to defend or trying to prevent the diffusion of the spike, just throwing out all of the utilities she could possibly throw, just to delay as much as possible, but it just wasn't enough. And it just goes to show that Alter Ego Celeste just has a mastery of their composition, of the way they rotate on the map, and the way that they just play off of each other. It's just so spot on. You always see the trades coming in. There's always a buddy system that's happening. And I guess that's just the edge that this team really has. The years of experience that they've had together, and just the whole chemistry that they've had as a team going on. But again, I have to mention, once again over here, Donut, Nabsky is gonna be our MVP. I don't even have the words to say it, but the ACS, when it comes to the fade, it's always there. Look at this assist. Look at that.
Yeah, Nabsky has been playing so well for the team, not just with the assists, right? But also when it comes to the aggression, it's answered by those two first kills that she was able to bring up in her pocket. But even for Japips, right, when we look at her stats, it's also very high. The initiators are shining for this map of Fracture, and it just really goes to show with how the map is structured. Your initiators have so much to work with. It becomes their playground. But at this point, AE Celeste, as you mentioned, because of their experience, because of their mastery of this composition, it wasn't broken down here by OGT. I think there were a couple of timeouts here and there, but I think in that time wherein they really had to focus on a response against AE, it wasn't just enough. What I just also noticed for OGT though was the amount of conditioning that they were trying to trick AE Celeste every now and then. It was when that happened, when Sway actually kept waving that I'm here, and then eventually they got caught off guard when that already was a flag being waved there by Sway. They didn't buy it anymore. They just really had Aloka be the anchor for the team, make sure that the sights aren't going to be pushed forward, and then that's what leaves OGT with just 4 for the attack, and that's just what OGT needed to really fight for during that time. It's just the amount of deception that OGT showed, but Celeste are actually the queens of deception.
Yeah, they really are, and I think that in a sense, I don't want to say desperation, something along the lines of that. They were trying to be as creative as possible to bring out all of the strats that they could, especially on Fracture, which is still a little bit tricky to this day. I know it's not the newest map, it's not Pearl, but it's still a little bit tricky to go around this map. There are so many possibilities, again, with the way the map is layouted in the first place. It's just how it is. And so with the adjustments and the compositions in the first place we're in, I'm very happy, by the way, that it's becoming more initiator-centric over here on Game Changers. I love to see it. I mean, we've talked about the information and the offensive and everything that goes along with having an initiator on the team just come into play. But in the meantime, folks, we are going to be going on to a interview. So why don't we go ahead and welcome our special guest over here on the desk. We have Aloka from Alter Ego Celeste. Hi!
Hello. Hi, how are you feeling over there? I see a little bit of a smile on your face. Did you guys expect that win?
Yes, we expect it because we have been prepping a lot for this tournament. So we know that we gave it our best.
Aw, I love that. I love the confidence. Like, yeah, we expected that we're gonna win. But let's talk about the games that you had over here, especially with that first map over at Haven. Oh my god, you are a phenomenal Astra player. You have to tell me what was going through your head throughout the rounds. Was there a little bit of panic, especially when you guys saw that your opponent was starting to catch up on the scoreboard?
No, we take rounds. We take the game round by round, so it doesn't matter until one of us reaches 13, right? So we just play like we think about what they're doing and how we gonna counter them, and the timeouts really help. Like our coach really told us to like calm down and like don't panic since they're catching up to us.
Well, round after round, and you all know that it's not over till it's over. But I do want to ask you something of a personal question. How has the welcoming been for you guys at Alter Ego? There, you've flown a long way. You've been taken in by the team. What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling very happy. The team really is like very nice towards me. When I first joined, I was very nervous of joining the like one of the best teams, and they were very welcoming. So it's nice.
Aw, that's very nice. I'm happy that you found your place in your team right now. But that is going to be it for our interview. Thank you so much, Aloka. Congratulations, and I wish you guys the best of luck for the rest of your journey in this tournament.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, that's so adorable though. I'm so happy whenever these players just find a home, because sometimes, you know, you try to have as much experience as you can, but at the end of the day, it's still your chemistry and the synergy that you have with the rest of your teammates that is really important. And I guess for Aloka, especially right now in the performance that she showed us, she's really comfortable where she's at.
Definitely, with the amount of kills she's able to get, right? We all know her to be that duelist for her former team, but now we've actually just thrown in the hat towards her because she's wearing the crown of being controller, Alo controller in the house and in that interview.
Yeah, definitely has been. But folks, we are gonna take a quick pause, quick break. In the meantime, when we return, it's going to be the final series of the day, so make sure you don't let that one pass.
back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
intense one. We are your panel. My name is Donut, and with me is Lykable, and we will be giving you a little bit of tidbits on what match you are going to be watching today. It's going to be SMG versus X10S. Lykable, what do you think about this?
Oh my goodness. With the day that we've been having so far, it's just been intense. But on the flip side, on the substream, I gotta say that there is a bit of, how should I say this, an alternate universe wherein there are games that are just so one-sided. And I can talk about this because over here in the mainstream, we did have the Bren versus the X10 Sapphire game earlier, which was one-sided on the side of X10. But on the other side, over at that stream, it was also one-sided for Alter Ego Celeste. So, you know, we have a variation of what type of games that we've been seeing today. However, I do want to point out for the Team SMG versus the Rising Hope game, we made it to game number 3. That was the
SMG.
first series, right? That made it to
Yeah,
game
I mean,
number 3.
SMG was very strong, and it was very strong for both Envious and Kohibi, and that new look for this team is something that is going to be surprising for the likes of X10S, because Kohibi in her new form, we all know her to be that type of very strong player, but she's going to be taking on a new role, and that's going to be a surprise for later on. But we'll take a look at the lineup first for both of these teams, X10S and SMG. Still the same team, standing so strong right after getting the last slot in the LCQ. But I do want to talk about the new look for the team of SMG. It's going to be Clutch Fredite out for some of the maps, but because Kohibi is now the new sentinel for the team, I thought that the chamber pick was just very evident, but in the sense they played a Killjoy for Kohibi.
Oh, they did. And I feel like at this point, whatever agent you throw at Kohibi, she's gonna be mastering it fairly easily. I mean, she does love the game, and according to her, she just wants to be the best in Valorant. And that's what she's bringing to the table, especially for the rest of her teammates over here. But I do want to point out that earlier, I loved SMG over at Pearl, especially with them just making it very clear to me that an Astra is a perfect pick for this map, especially if once the Cosmic Divide is up, it's going to be very hard for any other team to retake that away from them. However, over here, we've got some featured players. We've got Envious and, of course, Muffin, which, again, reminds me of the question that Blackenblue asked earlier. What is the difference of a muffin and a cupcake? But beside the point, we're seeing their ACS, their average kills, all of the stats on the board over here. And as for the ACS, we do see a little bit of a difference here. But I feel like with these types of players, anything can go. Like, the stats are numbers, but at the same time, when you see them perform and make an impact with the rest of their teams, it's just numbers at the end of the day. That's what I feel about these two.
Well, anything can go their way. It just really is about how they make it to be, right? When it comes down to the selection, right, of the agents with the new look for Kohibi, it just really goes to show that the control is also there, because Envious, for some of the maps, she does embrace that controller role. And given her all her stats, which was shown earlier on, we all know her to be this performing person. And she does bounce off of her teammates as well. The amount of space she is able to take, even as an Omen for the likes of Split before, that was her signature agent in that map. And we're now seeing, at least in Pearl, a selection of an Astra. So in terms of versatility, it could also be used on their end. But for the team of X10S, we all know that they're hungry for a win After consecutive losses in the first few opens, in the first stages of this tournament, they're out here to win, even bringing down the top 2 team, which is Bren Victress.
Yeah, you were okay. So behind the scenes, for all those who are watching, Donut has been hyping up Bren Victress towards me. So I was like paying attention to the other stream, and I was like, okay, I'm trying to get my attention as best as I can. But you know, these guys, X and Sapphire, really caught my eye because they were really impressive with the way they pulled out their strats. And with the map selection that we have over here, Donut, which is incredibly interesting because these are all of the newest maps that we have on the pool. It's Fracture, Pearl, and Breeze. So I'm excited to see the creativity just flow from both of these teams, especially, of course, on map number 2, which is fairly new to all of us.
Well, SMG's ban is going to be always a hell no to bind. That's why X10S has selected at least Curl here, because they know that they might have an advantage. They just really have beaten Bren Victress in this map. But it's the same case for the team of SMG. So it's just really a matter of placing their odds and placing their bets in towards this map. But the ban for Haven against SMG is something of a statement, because SMG, they've been very, very good in this map, especially for Kohaibi, whether she's going to be a duelist or a Sky in this map. They know that they're very unstoppable when it comes to Haven. So I think X10S is feeling a little bit of a threat there in Haven, but I'm very open to like seeing what will happen in these newer maps.
Yeah, definitely. Plus, it's just a respect ban at the end of the day. But going back to Fracture, which is going to be our first map for this series, I would say that on the side of X and Sapphire, it's a pretty decent map for them. We usually see them run the Neon with the Breach combo, you know, a lot of stuns coming in. But what's interesting is they actually pick a Sage here, which I guess can give you a lot of space and can give you an edge when it comes to the defense. But I'm not exactly sure how it's going to play out on the offense side. But again, I would say that for X and Sapphire, they're leaning towards having more points at the defense side. And for the side of Team SMG, I would say that this is one of their best maps. They've had a 90% win rate this past year, only losing to Alter Ego's Celeste. So that's saying a lot, and that is worrying me for the side of X and Sapphire. So they have to really watch out for that, because whether it's attack or defend on Team SMG, they're just really balanced all around. They know how to navigate throughout the map and just really play off of each other and make sure that at the end of the day, this map is something that they own.
Yeah, when it comes down to Fracture, though, it's always going to be about taking space away from your opponents. And historically, it would always be Envious Aphrodite together with Kohaibi taking that space away from their opponents. And it's not necessarily, but we've seen earlier on, right, in the map of Fracture, that the initiators are queen here with the amount of mobility and accessibility that they give to their duelists. That is what empowers them in this specific map. But I'm not too sure about how X and S will play this out, because they never really banned this. Even if they know that SMG is so good in this map, they just chose to ban Haven first. Even if X and S had so much to work with in Haven before in their first form, maybe what they had to do was try to adapt to the newer system, to the newer patches, and probably take them off guard, because that's what they did against the team of Bren Victress. All of these rounds, it wasn't just on attack, but it was also on the defense, that their team play was so much better. Their utilities, when it was thrown, somebody would peek off of it. And this is a new look for X10S, and I'm looking forward to see it in these bigger and newer maps.
I agree with you there, especially with Fracture, where there are a lot of close corners. And you mentioned that we are playing off of the latest patch, right? 5.06, if I'm not mistaken. And they kind of buffed the Stinger here. So I want to recall, have you noticed a rise in the usage of the Stingers today?
Yeah, there were a lot of these eco rounds we're in. It's not necessarily an eco; it was a thrifty round, because they won it because of the Stinger. And with that buff, right, you would expect sheriffs to be played, so that's why you play a little bit back, and then these agents will actually just prefer to be holding that stinger and push forward instead of playing back and holding angles with the sheriff. So I guess that's really the difference of the plays that really happened all throughout. I think there was a round in Fracture wherein OGT almost won a round because of all of the stingers that they bought up.
Okay, yeah, that I remember that round now. It took me a while, sorry. Goldfish memory over here. But yes, that is very interesting. I didn't notice it until you brought up the whole new meta, or the new patch rather. So very interesting. But again, talking about agent selection, at the top of my head, I'm expecting to see more Raze gameplay on the side of SMG over here. But what are your thoughts on picking a Raze over a Neon in a map like Fracture?
Well, I guess it's all about the selection of your initiator. You would really see now a specific meta where, whether it be on Pearl or in the map of Fracture, wherein you pick a Raze, but you have to have a fade with it because the C's and the Pain Shells combo is really, really deadly. You can't escape, you're decayed, and then when it goes boom, you're dead. That's basically one of the reasons why there is really that selection between the two. But for the Neon, right, we saw that earlier for Sway and for Japips. The amount of space that was taken away by Sway during the early rounds, at least, was because of all of Japips's utility. And that's why I guess it would all depend on whether or not your initiator is going to be comfortable with embracing this agent so that you can feel more empowered as a duelist, whether it be a Neon or a Raze.
Oh, so you're saying that at the end of the day, despite being a duelist that has this utility kit that enables you to reposition on the fly, it's better to play off of your team and just have this synergy when it comes to your utility shuffle to make sure that, you know, your duelist is safe or your duelist is making the impact. So it's not necessarily with regards to what type of duelist you put on the stage, but what kind of combination as a team you put in together, right?
Yeah, definitely. Especially for a map like Fracture, you can be self-sufficient, but your opponents can come in from all directions.
We've seen that happen.
You have a whole ropes there, and then when you rotate, then you don't know. Actually, we saw that in VCT Champions, right? One almost got an ace, I think. Got an ace by just waiting there in the ropes for any type of rotation, and that's going to be the same case here. If you don't really have that much coverage and that much control, then that's going to be quite hard for you to do. And if you're self-sufficient, you can just easily be brought down by any piece of utility, especially if you're caught off guard. So having that team play very much present in whether you're on the defense or you're in the attack will be so much of an advantage for you in the map of Fracture.
I just gotta ask why. Why did you have to bring up that ace? I remember it so vividly, and it hurts really hard because that was an APAC team that was on the ropes. That was Boom Esports getting killed by Crashies. So thank you for that heartache.
Well, with all of the changes in the maps, right, I'm really guessing, I don't know why Fracture is not going to be nerfed. Nerf Fracture. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, no. We love it as it is. I mean, not so much with the nerfing or the buffing of the maps. It's more of how the players are just able to play off of it. I love the creativity. I keep mentioning that because it's just how it is. Sometimes you see these agents have, these teams rather, have mirror matches ongoing, and you just see how different their styles and their executions really are, and how elevated one team really becomes because of the creativity that they're able to show once they're on that map already and once the game is just in full swing already. So that's going to be really crazy. I'm looking at the agents, the possible agents that we can see over here once again on Fracture, and both of them kind of lock in a chamber. The main difference that I see is that SMG kind of leans towards the double duelist composition. So I know that you mentioned earlier that you're all about the utility shuffle, all about the team synergy, but do you think that it's better to go for a double duelist setup at this point, or just switch up one of your duelists for an initiator?
Well, at least it would depend on how they play, right? When it comes down to SMG and how they would play, at least they've embraced this new type of playstyle wherein they go aggressive, but they all go together. So, and how they make that work is they make sure that when they push forward, all grounds are covered. It could be used with a smoke, but then they must make a reassurance. Either they throw in a set of paint shells or another piece of utility there, just so they are secure when it comes down to the sites. But when it comes to X10S and with how they play, we all know them to be just very aggressive, and they will take advantage of that. And I think in the past they have taken that type of you call that fault, because of their aggression they get punished for it. But at least from earlier on we saw that it's gonna be different now. I think they've learned their lesson. But in the map of Fracture here, we see some hovers. I'm not gonna call anything unless they're picked, because last time I thought there was gonna be a double duelist for the other team.
Oh, well, there is a double duelist this time around. You're not mistaken. What you see right in front of you, it is what it is. It's been locked in, ladies and gentlemen. So on the side of SMG over here, we've got a double duelist with both the Rays and the Neon. I was asking you earlier, which one would you choose? But in their case, they're choosing both.
Both the Rays and both the Neon. Probably aggression is going to be the answer to X10S, because they all know how Muffin and Baby TZ play. They love to be aggressive, but here choosing the Sage will slow them down, or probably slow the opponents down. And I love the selection of the Sage. Although it might be unconventional might make them win this.
Oh my goodness. I am expecting a very aggressive game over here, but again, with the addition of the Sage, could change the pace a little bit. We'll have to wait and see. But I believe that our casters are ready right now. Can you hear them? Can you hear them? No? Are they here? Okay, I guess we have no choice. We'll just pass it over to them so that you guys can officially hear our casters speak. Let's go.
Hi, we are here. We are your casters. I'm Quack and Key. I'm just kidding, I'm playing. That's some weird ASMR nonsense, but you know what? This is SMG versus X10. It's been a while since we saw this last marquee. Last year was the last time they actually faced off against each other. Last year, it was X10S.
It's not even last year, sometime late last year. It was Elite last year.
It took one whole year to come back.
And the core has remained mostly the same for these two teams, and these two teams were the ones always taking a shot at the Queens. And we just watched Alter Ego Celeste, and they've, funnily enough, not had to face each other that much. And this year, of course, partially was because of X10 Sapphire missing out on some opens, missing out on the playoffs. Bren Victress sort of taking that top 3 spot away from them. But we're back, and they're back with a vengeance, by the way, because they just won their series against Bren Victress. So X10 are back with a vengeance. They're looking strong. They're looking much better than we thought they would look this year, because they've largely retained the same roster, but are producing much better results than they did at the very beginning.
Yeah, not only did they win, it was also a 2-0 against Bren Victress, a team we thought would have been top 3 or something. And X10S just coming in off of LCQ that way, it's pretty wild. But that said, SMG are no slouches themselves. Kohibi had a 30 bomb. She had a crazy ACS. She had a crazy performance as a Sentinel. This time, she's back to something a little bit more comfortable, perhaps. Chamber, slight semi-duelist. But they are starting out in the attack, so making their way all the way through Dish, through A main. It's a bit of an A split. Yoki getting tagged up.
She's just bait. Yoki's just bait. The 4 Dish might not be expected by X10 as the fast lane is used. Envious slides onto the side but misses her shots. Tara with a trade though, and Kohibi with another headshot. Paulie finally takes pesky Yoki out as it's down to a 2v3. X10 Sapphire are the ones in the back foot as Quis with a classic. That's a classic to the face onto Paulie, and now down to a 3v1. Still facing the front here. That's a 2v. She's the one holding strong. She's the one holding the first push as Muffin takes her head down, but down to 48 HP. It's going to be difficult for her as the smokes come down. Tara is going to be watching that smoke, and as she swings out, Kohibi is going to be able to finish her off, and SMG take the first round on the board.
This is what we love about this restructuring or this addition to SMG, right? Tara coming in and playing the controller role as well. She timed that Sky Smoke so perfectly. It set up that final kill so well for a teammate, but also, like you called it at the start of the round, Yoki was nothing but a pest. She's just a distraction. And that's the strat. That's the call. X10 are nothing but reacting to it, and it cost them the round.
And just as a extra flavor as well, of course, Tara is one of the co-IGL now with Kohibi, which actually allows Kohibi to really get those frags. And of course, SMG playing quickly, playing fast onto this A side. Tara takes one down, Yoki for the kill onto Polly as well. Not much damage done onto SMG just yet, as Tara is gonna get the plant down. 5v3, the Spectres all on board for SMG. A Ghost and Kohibi with some headhunters. It just looks so difficult for XNS to get anything out of this because they only have classics in their hands. Let's give you the flash coming on. Envious is gonna try to go for the spray. Does not get one though, but Yoki is gonna be there for the refrag. Kohibi with a headhunter as well finishes him off as Ratatouille is gonna take the last kill.
A little bit more clean, perhaps. I mean, losing one player only, so that's not too bad. But again, it's this fast pace coming in from SMG that really kind of throws XNS off. We've seen this so much on, especially this map Fracture now, that I think XNS, they're gonna have a different plan as they approach this. Then again, SMG, it's this lovely structure, this lovely composition that allows them to do so many different things.
Now, the other thing I wanted to note, Kohibi dropped her Spectre. Buy up a Vandal. So let's give it a hero Vandal coming to this round. She has the creds because all she needed was to buy some headhunters in the previous round. So she's able to go for this hero Vandal play as Polly takes Tara down in the first kill. Envious tries to slide in for those kills, only finds one as she gets traded. And as Kohibi also gets taken down, that Vandal is going to go down, so they're going to have to recover it. As Polly takes Ratatouille out, Yoki is going to be there for the trade though. She wants to make it as expensive as she can for X10S, but it's just starting to look difficult. She's going to gain some resources by taking that ultimate orb up. And she's just going to slowly inch away.
Well, might as well take the alt orb, right? And it gives you... Well, you're now 1 point away from getting the Rolling Thunder. If she can actually find one more frag, that would be it. But then again, it's the whole task of actually making your round to be. Yes, they know. It's taken too long, and it's so easy for X10S to rotate. It's such a short amount of time, and they're prepared.
Yeah, and the Chamber Muffin has been holding that for the longest time, and there we go. The hold is true as Muffin gets a quick headshot, and she wanted to switch her Vandal to give herself a fighting chance, but unfortunately for her, that angle was already being watched. Now, something to note coming to this next round, there's already 2 ultimates ready for both teams. There's the Rolling Thunder ready for SMG in Yoki's hands, and there's Polly's Orbital Strike that's also ready as well. And there's going to be the gun round, so using these ultimates are going to be key into winning this next round.
You can see that XNS Polly, she could potentially use it just to stall the spike plant, and that is very big potential as well, very big impact. So I think SMG has to be a little bit more careful here. I mean, earlier on, just rushing into A main like that turned it into the Valley of Death.
Oh, look at this.
So, peeks, Kohibi, Muffin.
She saw that! She should have seen it! She saw her shoulder, I think. Kohibi.
Yeah.
No, she's there? No, doesn't know. She doesn't know. But she does not find a kill. She gets the flick on, but Muffin was just faster on the trigger. Finds the headshot onto Kohibi. The Orbital Strike is going to be used as well, and it fries SMG down. Damn. 2 members have already been taken out. There's a Molly yet again to add more salt to the wound as there's only 2 members remaining. It's Tara, and I'm just going to call Ratatouille's Rata, so that's a lot easier to say. But there's Tara and Rata, the last 2 left. They're gonna try to make something out of this round as Baby TZ finds one, finds a second as well, and it's gonna be a flawless round for X10S.
And that all happens because of an orbital strike, because of the angle being held by Muffin. I mean, X10S are just being able to read the situation so well, being able to react off of any information that they gain so incredibly well. Muffin definitely saw Kohibi. Kohibi did it though. And then just the footsteps over on towards the other side of the map. that one ultimate puts Polly right on top of the scoreboard.
Just ahead, and not just in terms of equal on the rounds, but in terms of guns, is X10S able to retain their guns because it was a flawless round for them, and SMG are the ones that are going to have to struggle to get these back.
Certainly struggling.
You want to play? Let's play.
Yeah, there's a fast lane coming in. Looks like it's going to be a quick A hit. Baby TZ pushing forward though, wants to take down the pesky Yoki, but Tara is going to be there as well. Polly is able to find the last two though, and the spike is going to be down on spawn. They're going to be able to defend that as Envious is trying to push forward with his frenzy. There's the stim, switches to the Vandal, trying to look for those kills. Polly is still there. She's the one that's a thorn on the side now instead of Yoki. Got the 2Es with a headshot though, but Polly is gonna find her third kill. That's Kohaibi with a tour de force. Is able to connect onto Ginny rather. They still need to recover the spike though, and it's gonna be a crossfire 2v2. They do have the guns. Rata has the Vandal. Kohaibi with a tour de force. Can they find the angle? Kohaibi swings out, misses though. Polly finds a fourth kill, and Muffin finishes it off. And SMG, valiant effort on the thrifty from them, but X10S are able to secure the round.
They knew as well too that the spike was being held by the other side. But as soon as the call went out, unfortunately not having that clear information, like where exactly these positions were being held from, the peak was too slow, too obvious, and I think it was easier for Polly and Muffin to spray that down as a duo. So X10S now, in terms of the scoreline, Marquee, they are in the lead, but SMG get to buy back, and they've got two ultimates to work with.
Two ultimates that they could use, but of course it's about the usage of the ultimates, right? Like when you use it, and I think that was shown from X10S with the orbital strike being able to find two. Yoki has had the rolling thunder for a few rounds now, but just did not have the right opportunity, the right timing to be able to use that, and it looks like they're going to use the ultimates this time around. Rolling thunder into the orbital strike as well. Envious finds a kill onto Baby TZ. Gonna have to push forward, but Alyssa finds a kill onto Envious, dashing out of those doors. Finds a second, Polly finds a kill as well as she pushes forward, and it's not looking good for SMG as they get decimated because the rotations have already come in, and they were just a little bit too slow on the execute. X10S have strung 4 rounds in a row now rather.
My goodness, it's quick reactions, quick stalls, and it comes down from these different positions, different utilities being thrown all towards SMG. The wrench in their plans, and they struggle to get it out. They need some different approach, some different system to deal with X10S because speed is no longer the answer.
Need a little bit of a better way to get onto the set. They keep trying that A side execute, but it just seems like
blocked off of the sky smoke.
Yeah, they just can't get in that A site. Not cleanly, at least. That's one of the biggest problems. They are not really using the openness of this map to find those pickoffs, to find those
Now
key
they
calls. Oh, no, well, definitely now they are. And if they can find this kill, they can find a kill onto Muffin, I think that just completely opens the site up. Muffin, able to find the first kill onto Envious though. That slow field is going to put a damper in their plans. Kohaibi is still stuck behind the wall, so she's not able to push up and really go for this flank. And that wall finally goes down, so now might be the right time for SMG to execute, but they're going onto the A side instead.
Kohaibi coming from behind, but they are going into the A site, and that's again completely cordoned off by 3 of the X10S girls. Not to mention Baby TZ with the overdrive as well.
Yep, use the overdrive, has to recharge it a little bit. Yoki's down to 3 HP. She's just... Wait, Kohaibi. Oh, no, the teleport! The timing was just unlucky. The rotations are already going onto the B site, but she's gonna call that site is clear as the smoke goes down. She knows. She realizes that Elise finds a kill, but gets traded by Polly. But can that give them a chance to make this round expensive for X10? The shot through the Radiant boxes. Kohaibi has to put it down herself, and she's gonna get spotted as Muffin shoots her through the Radiant boxes as well with a tour de force. Tara finds one, the double headshot with the Spectre, but she gets taken down. No spike plan for SMG. It's just been fully denied because those Radiant boxes are not gonna save you from bullets.
Lights out. Yeah, those are paper thin, and it's so darn unfortunate. Like you mentioned, Marquis, if they took Muffin down, this round probably would have been theirs. Unfortunately, it was just that their executions were just a little bit off. The timing of that flash, Kohibi calling the side is clear was good, but then again, all those different positions, unfortunately, they come into factor, and they put XNS on top.
XNS 5-2, great position for them. Great economy for them as Muffin gets a first kill onto Kohibi. Really staring them down on that arcade. Misses the second shot though, as she gets taken down pretty low.
It really just is SMG trying to explore the breadth of the map, trying out all these different entries. A main doesn't work, so let's try arcade, let's try tree. But XNS, they're reacting to this appropriately. I mean, that's where that operator was positioned, and now they are still on the B side.
Just seems like nothing is working at this point, and this B side, this B execute just might be the one that works for them because A is super dangerous. Now Yoki, bit of a greedy peek, gets double peek there. Gets taken down by Baby Teasy. She thought she had the timing there, but unfortunately for her, she was just a second too late. But Elise finds the first kill onto Alyssa, making it a little bit easier for them as Tara finds one. But Baby Teasy with a quick movement is there for the trade. Gets Envious as well, who misses the shots. It's Elise left in a 1v2. They're all both low, but she's gonna get taken down, and XNS secure the round yet again. SMG have been trying so many things, but nothing is working out for them. XNS are just have their number.
Yeah, it's very clear. It's in their phone book. They know what it is. They know what their plans are. And that's why I think SMG, the next thing to try now is not just the map itself. You've got to try different timings. Maybe play a default for the first 30 seconds or so. Because XNS right now, they are comfortable. They've got operators. Just pushing it alone is not going to work anymore. They're still going for it.
They're still going to go for the push. Nope, it's just a jiggle. A little bit of jiggle, a little bit of testing to see. But it's the exact same defense for XNS where they commit 3 members, where they have the breach in case they actually push A main. It's such a strong A main hold that SMG are hoping to break. That's gonna be the stuns. That's gonna be an exchange from both Neons. The stuns are gonna hit, but nothing going to happen for both sides. Okay, they're inching forward now. There's a utility coming in. They're gonna buy some time. There's orbital strike yet again, but this time around they push forward instead of backward, but they're gonna get taken down anyway. It gets down for a 2-for-2 trade. SMG finally have broken it. Can they find more though, as Ginny is going to be there, finds one. Tara is there for the trade. SMG with a buddy system playing this so well. There's the orbital strike getting committed, but Alyssa swings out and takes Kohibi down. It's all down to Tara with 20 HP, and Muffin is waiting in the smoke, takes her head down with the headhunter.
First the jiggle, then the wiggle. Almost the Fiat with the buddy system, but it's just not fast enough. And X10S, once they have that read, once they have that information of where SMG are coming from, it's so easy for them. It's like taking candy from a baby, the way that they deal with this approach. I mean, look at how Muffin knew exactly how to position herself, knew exactly where to look.
They really knew where to go, where to look, where to hold, and it's even if SMG find a little bit of space, they just deny it. They find ways to flip the script and just deny anything that SMG are doing. And now, what's really dangerous here is that they're already down 5 rounds. This could easily be an 8, all the way to a 10-2 if they can't find any solutions here for SMG. The timeout, now that they're 5 rounds down, some might argue it's a bit too late because they're 5 rounds down.
Yeah, quite frankly, this is a huge problem. I mean, not just for this map. If you think about it, Fracture has been one of SMG's favorite or home maps for a while now. You expect them to win right here, but they are not performing so great. And if they lose this one, the next one's going to be Pearl. Yeah, they played pretty well on that today against Rising Hope, but that's also X10S's pick, and they certainly have a plan for that. This map is crucial for SMG.
Definitely crucial because you definitely want to win your map picks. But you've seen teams flip that around. Right now, it looks like it's going to be a force for SMG, though, as they have the overdrive on Envious. The rifles coming in, they're playing fast yet again, but this time around, they're just gonna get destroyed as Polly finds 3 kills, and Envious with the overdrive gets 1, but tries to find more. Baby TZ with her own overdrive is just gonna take her down, and this A main is just a graveyard of SMG players.
We've seen that happen way too many times already, Marquis. A graveyard, a valley of death. It's just a choke point, and it's precisely where SMG's weaknesses lie. Every single round, we see that same sky smoke come out from Polly. She's got her teammates there to back her up if needed. If not, she'll drop an incendiary. Baby TZ's there to play off contact as well. SMG really needs to find a different approach, but they keep going back here. The sky smoke again, and then they back off in towards Muffin.
Just really finding those first kills on that operator. Muffin has been a terror. Team SMG and X10 are just going to be happy with that. They back off a little bit. They try to reposition for the retake. They don't want to lose those guns. Playing ever so disciplined, and Envious makes her way to tower. Calls that it's clear, but it's not clear on the way there though. Muffin finds a 3rd kill with her operator. Alyssa finds a kill as well. Kohibi with a hero vandal. That's one down, but that's going to be a 4K for Muffin and SMG. It's going to be the last round. They can turn this into a 9-3 to probably get some good juju in their favor.
Unbelievable.
Maybe they want a curse to happen.
Okay, maybe, you know, use some voodoo magic, get some dolls in, but you have to admit, this is such an incredible performance from X10S. The way that they just control this map, it's almost as if they don't even care about Dish or Arcade. They just push off A main, they push off B main, they have Muffin there with the operator, and this girl, previously on a Jet, now on the Chamber, so disciplined, holding angles and nailing shots, it's just perfect.
It's really perfect. She's just holding everything, and her teammates really clearing the boom bot. Opens up the space for these shenanigans to happen as she takes down Ratatouille's through that wall, and Alyssa finds a kill off her own as well. She spots the spike, still has the rest. She doesn't really want to fall here. Envious tries to peek out, uses the Phantom to her advantage in close range. Much better gun than a Vandal. Takes Alyssa down 3v4 right now, and SMG trying to get onto that site, but they don't really have the means to plant safely because they don't have the smokes anymore. They're gonna have to find more kills here as Yoki inches forward, uses the Rolling Thunder. Muffin in the corner was safe though, but Yoki is gonna take her down. Further force coming out from Kohibi. Yoki gets a 2nd kill. There's a counter Rolling Thunder from Ginny as well, as Envious actually takes her down, and SMG, can he finally win this round? Baby Teasy, like an assassin, comes from behind, but the Tour de Force is going to give SMG that round. And we are going into halftime with a 9-3.
Relentless approach. They kept on swarming down, shoving down these bullets, these rifles down the throats of X10S. And it's so great, so beautiful. I mean, we're pushing on both sides, both Canteen and Link. If you were Ginny or Baby TZ or whoever else, you are overwhelmed. And that's so good. So now we head into halftime, and I'm going to have to toss it back to our panelists to break it down, to see if we can invoke the curse of the 9-3 marquee. Sharkbait hoo-ha!
Thank you so much to our very hyper casters over there. And yes, the score is 9-3. So if you guys are superstitious, I'm sure you guys know what that means. But over here at the panel, we are going to be breaking down what happened in this first half. Well, I gotta say that I think to a point, Donut, I was correct that there is going to be some chaos over here. But on the side of X10S, I would say that it was really controlled chaos on their side.
Definitely. You asked me the question, right? Is it gonna be the Rays or the Neon? But for XNS, even without the Rays, they're the showstoppers, giving us a 9-3 for the first half. But I also have to really take note that when it comes down to X10S, they just have a lot of success in finding these frags. Muffin just pushing forward with the operator, with the scoped weapon as the chamber, and as well as BBTZ as the Neon, not holding themselves back. And I guess all throughout the whole stages, right, I think they just really waited for us to really cast this game because they really built a storyline that they were the underdogs when in fact they're the ones biting back. They're the bulldogs now. And it also goes to show that SMG, when it comes to control, they don't really have that much utility to work with. Yes, they do have the breach, but timing is everything. Timing is a big factor, especially when it comes to Fracture. And I think a lot of the times that Quack did show frustration when it comes to his voices because Kohaibi was already there catching them off guard, but then a TP comes in. Or when it comes down to the flanks, X10S just beat them to it. So it was just really unfortunate for the timing. But now, maybe when it comes to the defense, SMG has something to say.
Yeah, I really hope that they do. We're here for a really good matchup. And this is just game number 1. We don't like where this is going. But once again, if you are superstitious, 9-3 curse. Am I right? Am I right? But
Well,
yeah, it is. Oh, sorry. I just want to point out that they need to figure out to have their own chaos and control and just throw it at the opponent, especially now that they are going to be on the defensive side. The Sage pick really worked out in their favor, especially with those slow orbs in combination with that operator. Really worked out for X10S, but let's see how SMG is going to be answering back as we switch on over to the second map. But what was it you were going to say?
No, I would have to agree with you when it comes down to Alyssa picking up the Sage. It wasn't just really about slowing the opponents down, but it was also about control, right? With the walls, and even when it comes to the slows, and the ability of Alyssa to find these first frags. It's just really mind-blowing, and I'm really looking forward for that Sage play in the offense.
Yeah, with that said, we're going to be going to the second half of this map. So we're going to be throwing you guys back over to our casters.
Thank you to our panel for breaking that down, and of course we're gonna see if superstitions are indeed real and if SMG's defensive side is better than attack side, because X10S, looking at the scores, looking at Polly and Muffin, they've been on a tear. Now, can they stop these players from overwhelming them and getting onto that site? We'll have to find out. Quack, what do you think SMG can do here?
Man, they have to push out, they have to do things because they have that double duelist composition. It's just not enough for them to stall with, I think. And it's such a back and forth thing. 9-3, yes. But what if XN wins pistol? What if XNS wins pistol? Then what? You know, and look at the way they're approaching the map, so slow, so careful. The trademark already gone on the other side of the attacker spawn. They know where the hit's coming. They know what to do.
Yep, they're rushing onto that side, and they've been much more successful than SMG in going onto the side, because if SMG's defensive positions are actually more for retake. So now they're playing 3 on dish, trying to get onto this side right now, as X10S have already posted on their post plant. Heidi trying to swing. Notes that there's 2 there. The stun coming out. Tries to swing. Alyssa finds the first kill on Yoki. Poli takes Kohaibi down as well. Envious and Tara getting kills of their own though as they go onto the side. 2v3. Trying to get on the defuse. Poli through the smoke. Finds Tara. Envious pushes forward though. Uses the high gear. Trying to find more kills. Does not find anyone though. Has to use the high gear all the way back onto that side again, but there's gonna be utility getting used for sure. There's a stun coming out, there's the half, and there's the kill. Alyssa takes her down, and like you mentioned, what if they win the pistol round? What indeed, as X10S are now on 10 rounds up against SMG's 3.
Oh god. Unless you're able to win with this round or the next round, it's just such a tall task. Of course, you have to keep your mental strength up and you can't give up, but still, on paper, the narrative is just, it's X10S's game to win. They had the perfect take, they had the perfect post plants, and if they do that on the first round and second half, you bet they're going to do even better for the next.
Yeah, that's for sure, and they have the Spectres in their hands as well. They're not messing around at all. Muffin, even herself, we see a lot of Chambers do that, just go for the Headhunter and save up. But she goes for the Spectre, really wants to close this out as Yoki gets overwhelmed, gets flashed, gets dashed onto. As Tara, with a sheriff though, finds one, but not the crouching Muffin, who takes a kill as Envious also gets taken down. It's all down to Ratatouille's with a shorty. Will they actually check her? Not really, but they're spraying through. Now they see her, she gets shot from the back, she gets overwhelmed, does not even get to shoot the shorty. And now SMG, they are so far behind from XNS.
All right. You win this one, it's a good start. You lose this one, match point, you got nothing to buy with. Forget it. Forget about it. You just go next. It's so hard. I mean, they tried. They had some interesting positions, but look at how XNS actually went in for that. They just swarm in together. Baby TZ to slide, and then the rest of them to back up. It's just a stampede.
They're gonna do that again. They're gonna go full speed ahead. They're trying to get onto this A side. Oh, all right, already slowing down the Sky Smokes, discouraging them from pushing up too far. As Tara using the Sky Smokes, using her position, just make it safe for SMG to play on this A side. Might have been an over-rotate though, as all 5 members are gravitating towards A. On the other hand, XNS...
Interesting.
Roping back to their first spawn. Like, I'm not sure what the thought process is here, but they might want to go through B main.
Maybe. And they have Muffin on the other side to make sure that no crashies is here, so like that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Avoid the rope incident.
Look at
SMG.
Look at SMG.
Pushing forward, dashes forward, Envious gets taken down by the SMG though. Ratatouille finds 1 kill but gets immediately traded by Alyssa, and SMG are the ones on the back foot. They're the ones on a loss this time. And X10S are gonna push forward. They're gonna have 2 upgrades, 2 rifles for them, and they're just gonna go onto this A side.
It's down to that. It's either A or B, and if you call that A is clear and you just rush in, you might be wrong. So Kohibi, she's got to do her job. She hides into a corner.
Yep, Tara gets taken down by Baby Kiki though. Yoki finds the kill, but he gets taken down. All down to Kohibi. Goes for the spray transfer, but they're just too many on the side, and X10S are already on match point.
No, not like this. Oh no, match point. How much do they have, Marquis? Did you see it? They really got nothing, dude. It's all rags and tags. Like 2,900 credits I saw on one player, and that's about it. It's just don't look good.
Doesn't look good at all. But we've seen so many teams win Thrifties. Gotta use that last timeout. Not sure if this should have been called maybe a round earlier. I'm not too sure, but this is the last chance, and they don't really have the means to make something out of this. Now it just has to come down to their gameplay, their kills, the frags, the headshots. You're gonna have to get that. You're gonna have to pray for a miracle, and not just this one round. You're gonna have to win 9 in a row. SMG, that's the mountain that they're facing right now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like that's just so darn difficult. This is a test of their mental fortitude right now. And SMG are certainly gonna give it their all, buying up whatever they can get, some bulldogs, whatever shields they can scrounge up together. Curious to see what Envious does, because that's a Phantom without any shields right now, and I don't know about that.
It might be a dash in, try to go for a kill kind of thing, and hope your teammates get it. I think maybe that's exactly what they want. But yeah, she's moving forward. Ratatouille is right behind her with a bulldog, wanting to go for those trades. They're not really dashing in, and it looks like XNS. They're like, oh, you guys call a timeout? You guys must have a strategy. So we're just gonna default in our spawn, and they're just holding. They're just turtling. But SMG are actually not trying anything funny. They're just holding. They're stacking on A, sure, but it's just a hold.
Oh. The slide though was spent, and that hold confirmed where these players are positioned. Yoki though, a little bit of a relay system, comes back in full, and that gives SMG a slight edge.
Yeah, slight edge. The setup into the serve, into Yoki's hands, into Yoki's bulldog. There's information going SMG's way again. They find out that they're on A main. If they can hold this, it'll be good for them, as Envious gets the first kill with that Phantom, but XNS respond with kills of their own. Envious with a second quick headshot, uses a high gear to get out of dodge, uses a smoke buy sometime as well, but the res is going to come in after ultimate orb is taken by Alyssa. So 3v3 yet again for X10S.
Okay. Well, 30 seconds, so I think X10S probably has to commit to this right now, and I love the positions being held by SMG. Tara on the off angle, Kohibi coming in from ropes, 15 seconds now, but what? Muffin checks it!
One enemy remaining.
Let's check. Alyssa finds enemies as well as all down to Hybe in this
Spike
1v3. Not the best gun for a 1v3 because the Guardian, it's a semi-automatic. You're gonna have to go have these crazy taps to get those kills, and I think it's all but over. You're exactly right. Probably needs to hit that wall one more time, wants to break it and then shoot. But look at the positions. It's a triangle. It's not even a crossfire. It's a crossfire as X10S take the first round away from SMG. That was SMG's map pick.
A crossfire. That's a new one for me. That's pretty good. But wow, it's just such... I don't know, man. They had the right calls and they had the right reads. Not just on a large scale in terms of strategy, but they knew exactly where to turn, where to look. This might have been like a result of scrims or something, because you don't check these corners unless you really know what you're doing, unless you really have that foresight to think that far ahead. And that's how X10S wins.
Yeah, it just looked so difficult for SMG to do anything. On attack, on defense, they couldn't hold, they couldn't push. X10S just had the right answers every single time. The holds were just so good. This is the revived X10 that we've been waiting for all year. They've run it back. They had to make it all the way to wildcards just to come back into the tournament, but they are showing up so well.
This is so good, but well, let's let our panel break it all the way down, guys. So we're gonna toss back to you, Donut and Laika. This is yours.
All right, we're back over here at the desk, and we are going to be breaking down everything that happened over at the Fracture map. And you know what? It's just been a bad day for me, I would say, because a lot of my predictions aren't coming true. I said that Team SMG had a really strong understanding of Fracture because it showed in their statistics. However, Team, X10 Sapphire just really showed that they came in prepared today, because I can't even put it into words. The way that they were able to have this whole controlled chaos setup over here on Fracture with all of the rotations, the crossfires, the refrags, it was all there. It was complete, which is why every single time SMG was trying to enter a site, it was almost impossible for them to just go in and get that round point.
I think it's just necessarily a Fracture curse. This map didn't really go SMG's way, and at the same time, X10S, they always take advantage of those situations. And whenever there is going to be a gap in the strats of Team SMG, X10S very well make sure that they get these kills, they get these frags. And even when it comes down to after getting the 9-3, you would assume SMG would have that fire in them, but it wasn't seen. Pistol round was lost. Even when it comes down to the plays, we see here Baby TZ showing up even when it comes to the attack. Yes, Envious did as well when it comes to the defense, but it wasn't just enough. There was a lack and a clear lack of coordination for the team of SMG. They might see that, okay, they might have won against Rising Hope, but the Queens as well, X10S, they just bite back and they show up when it's needed. And I do have to really give it to Polly, even when it comes to the games against Rising, the games against their opponents earlier on. It was Bren Victress. Polly showed up all of the time. And given this, look at her KDA, 21 and 10. My gosh.
It was really, really good. And having a very reliable controller such as Polly just allows you to get so much space, so much control, which is what we've been talking about, especially when it came to Fracture. You need that space. So having Polly on the team, having that intuition that he has as a controller really pays off for the rest of the team. I would like to discuss these numbers, but in reality, it was just very one-sided. So they are what they are. Nothing to read too much into in the meantime. But I feel like at some point, Team SMG was just really, really overwhelmed. I don't know if it was more of a, how should I say this? I feel like it was getting on their mental, like they were losing the composure that they had when they started the rounds. Because of, again, like you said earlier, no matter what they tried, it was always shut down by X10S, and that's what the theme was for the entirety of Fracture.
Yeah, and probably the curse is also seen because the 90% win rate now of SMG has to go down a little bit of a percentage here in XNS. No matter how much they did try, at least before, to try and fight in Fracture, now they've seen it. Now their hope shines through. And given that the second map is actually X10S's pick, I'm not too sure if SMG have really prepared for the map of Pearl.
Well, they did have some experience earlier on, so maybe later as we go into Pearl, we'll see more surprises coming from both of these teams. More of this when we return.
Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round. Get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
don't lie, but X and S makes us doubt about SMG in map number 1. That was supposed to be their best map, but X and S just steals it away from them. My name is Donut, and with me is Lykable, and we are your hosts, and we're gonna bring you into map number 2.
Yeah, we're gonna be going over at Pearl, which I'm sure that everybody who's watching right now is gonna be really excited. I know I am. Whenever I see a new map released, a new agent released, whenever somebody picks it, I'm all for it. But I want to talk about a fun fact that I noticed. Both of them have actually played Pearl earlier today, and both of them ended with a score 13-9. I don't know what that means, but I just find it very interesting. And on top of that, both of them have actually picked the Astra, and as I mentioned earlier, there was this very cheeky cosmic divide that Polly pulled out at Pearl over at the B site, wherein it was almost impossible for their opponent, the Bren Victress, to actually retake it. I wish I could paint you a visual picture of it. Just imagine the cosmic divide going from I wouldn't say the default, the gray box to the other box at the end, and it was just so hard for the Victresses to just enter the site and retake because 3 people were on the other side of the cosmic divide. So how do you retake? How do you cross that border and see 3 people aiming weapons at you and just win that round? It's almost impossible.
Yeah, and I think when it comes down to SMG, they also have that chance, right? But when it comes to the cosmic divide of Team X and S, it was actually Polly's. And the amount of kills that she was able to gain during that map, right, just really goes to show. Her ultimate refreshes and refreshes until a new cosmic divide is going to be used yet again. And whether or not it's going to be on the offense or the defense, it's very much important when and how you use the cosmic divide. And that's the reason why I think Astra for this map is very much an essential. And coupled with the Viper, right, you have 2 walls to work with. You can use one as a fake, and you can use one to actually push forward. But at least for the use of the initiators, we're both seeing historically for today that Fade is gonna be picked out for the initiators.
Oh yeah, they have been picking out the Fade. The only difference is that I believe X and S was actually running a double controller. So that is very interesting. Going up against a double initiator setup because Yoki actually locked in the KO earlier today. So I'm not exactly sure how that's going to play out. I understand over at the B site, wherein there's just so much space. You got this long haul wherein everybody can get shot whenever they cross that long haul over there. But over at A site, I feel like when you have all of these controllers and all of these initiators, it's just going to be pandemonium over there. A lot can happen. It's either you get the information or the smoke just blocks it out from you. Like, that's going to be the very tricky part over here, even if you have a Fade, because if it's blocked out by the smokes, then there's not a lot of information that you can actually gather with that.
Yeah, I think a Fade is an essential pick here as well because the Prowler can clear all of these corners wherein a lot of these cheeky little plays can actually come in. Although there have been a lot of changes, right? Boxes are now shorter.
Yes.
There are walls that have not much corners to actually work with. So I think in terms of preparation, that's the reason why they will select that initiator as well. I do believe that the Sage does work well here, but maybe they do want to prioritize all of that site clearing, at least for the team of SMG, because Yoki as that KO can bring so much space for the team because you don't just have the Prowlers, you also have these quick flashes that KO can actually throw in, and that Null Command can prevent you from being stopped by any of that push from the team of SMG. But I am curious to see now how SMG has really adapted to this specific map, because usually we would see them choose a double duelist, a double initiator, but this is a new look for them. They really want control, and probably they learned from their mistakes in the past few stages that probably control is always going to be lost. Whether or not, yes, you're good at the duels, you're very good at being aggressive, but if you don't retain and have that much control, then that is the round lost already for you. And I think Fracture was a testament to that they had a lot of control, and the follow-throughs for SMG were just pristine.
Oh my goodness. If we're gonna go back to Fracture, it's gonna be a long list of what X10S really did right. But again, we are gonna be going over to map number 2, which again, folks, is Pearl. I'm very excited for this, especially since there are a few changes that have been applied very recently, and you just want to find out who is able to adjust instantly in a snap of a finger to all of the things that were changed with the map. And it is very exciting because I feel like everybody's still testing the waters out when it comes to Pearl, especially since I believe this is the first time here on Game Changers that they're actually bringing this map out. So there aren't a lot of information in the past. Sure, I mean, they played it earlier today, but is it enough time to actually fully review the VOD in time for this matchup? I don't think so. You just focus on your strengths and not exactly learn from that very recent match, right?
Definitely. I think it's just really about picking up the pace, learning from their mistakes from the previous map that they saw, right? And being able to fix that mental game, because at least for Pearl, there are a lot of these corners that are very tilting. You'll see a judge or a shorty just waiting for you in these corners, right? And if you let that get to you, then it's gonna be harder to try and counter SMG. X10S, because X10S in the map of Fracture, they were oozing with confidence. So at least for the team of SMG, we all know them to snap back out of it, and that's what happened in their match against Rising Hope. They may have lost one map, but they made sure they got to the decider and they took it home. And in Pearl, I feel like this is another opportunity for SMG to show us what they've got, since they've already taken the win home against Rising Hope. Probably X10S, they also won 13-9, right? And that's gonna be what's interesting about this. Probably quite equal. It's just that how do you answer to the aggression of X10S?
Oh, I gotta agree with you there. But one thing that I do have to point out is that X10S actually showed signs of struggle against the Bren Victresses earlier. They lost like 5 straight rounds. That's why the score ended up being 9-13 or 13-9 rather. But yeah, looking at the agent selection in front of us, we're seeing the exact same agent composition that they actually locked in their earlier series versus Rising Hope and Bren Victresses for both of these teams. So we discussed all of these agents. I'm excited to see how it's gonna affect each other. Like, it's different. They had their opponent rather had different team compositions, and they have different team compositions this time around. I'm excited to see how the double initiator versus the double controller is gonna play out over here on Pearl. I'm so excited. Oh my god, Donut, you're gonna have to pass to the casters because I'm starting to not be able to control myself. Please do the honors.
Yeah. Well, Pearl is gonna be here, something that the Q Cuties are excited to tell the story for. So, Q Cuties, take it away.
Thank you so much, Donut and Laika, for bringing us in. And of course, Pearl going to be a very difficult map because both teams played it today. And like they mentioned, Pearl debuting in Game Changers is pretty much this tournament, and both teams have already shown sort of an affinity for it. Both teams 13-9, both teams not too strong, not too weak on it, but they both showed that they could show up on the map. And for X10, I think they probably have Pearl as their best map, which is why they picked this. And for SMG, they're like, yeah, you pick it. We're cool with that. We know how to play Pearl as well. What do you think, Quack?
I think they're going to have to really show and improve that statement. If that's what they think, they really need to make it happen, because if they don't, then that's too low. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the nature of what we have at our hands right now. But apart from that, it is that new map. It's still being altered, it's still being discovered. Compositions wise, it's not perfect, it's not optimized. You can do what you want.
What are those things on their foreheads?
That's a good question.
Like,
noticed
X10,
it before.
2 of them had it, and then Yoki also has it, which for the audience who does not keeping track of players, Yoki actually is a Thai player as well. So those are sisters from across.
You think it could be one of those like cooling pad things?
Yeah, maybe. It's just to keep you cool, so you don't overheat, like you like saying.
Okay.
Yeah. All right,
But,
looks like SMG are going to
It's
start
okay.
on the defensive side though, because that's their preferred side. They prefer defense, and this is on Pearl. They're choosing defense because X10 have chosen this side, and X10 playing a very slow default to start us off though. Just not pushing anywhere really, expecting SMG to be the ones pushing. When you take a look at the defense is concentrated towards the middle. On the other side, XNS are trying to go towards the extremities, not finding anyone at all.
This is because they want to play these defensive positions, right? SMG, they are giving themselves escape routes so that they can come back in with more potential to dish out more damage. However, the one weakness right now actually is the B side, because Ratatouille, she's gonna have to peek in from Link, and that is a relatively open spot. They are able to walk straight in and possibly get the spike down for free, and then Polly comes in with this big lurk. The hunter becomes the hunted right now. For Envious and Kohabi, they have to be very careful.
Be very careful as they push forward. They're going to try to take Ginny down, but Ginny is the one that's going to take them down instead. With some help from her teammates, Tara is able to find some response kills as Yoki finds yet another one. Makes it a 2v2, makes it even as SMG.
They have the spike.
Try to shuffle around. They do have the spike, but there is the toxic screen as well. There's the stun coming out. Ginny is gonna try to recover that spike. She has no time. She's gonna have to plant that spike, and as they swing out, it's a bit. Polly finds a kill onto Yoki. It's Tara on this 1v2, and she gets taken down. And X10 played that so well.
Oh my god. And it's again this X10S style of playing. They might push in, but they don't just blind rush. They in fact leave Polly on the lurk. They had Ginny to watch the flank. There are just so many layers to it. You peel it back and there's still more. SMG this time around, a valiant effort coming in from Yoki, but it just wasn't enough.
So X10 are like an onion.
Yeah.
Peels them out. There's another layer. Peel another one. Yet another one. And that's what SMG have been trying to solve right now. And as they're trying to solve it, of course, there's tears in their eyes because they're just not finding the rounds. And that's what happens when you try to slice an onion. But now, XNS just really holding those defaults and are able to punish SMG.
Why?
They're a bit too curious, bit pushing out too much. And they just get punished by those Spectres. And X10S with the defaults paid off for them.
It really does. And right now, despite hearing the footsteps, despite knowing the positioning, they can't really do much about it. Tara, Ratatouilles, they want to push in. Tara with the corner lurk, though. That's just not enough.
One kill. No, 2 kills, rather. Ratatouilles. I think she has one more bullet on the Headhunter. 1 bullet and a dream. Might be able to find one more kill. If she does, it'll make it very expensive for X10S. And if she doesn't, then it's yet another round for X10.
Only 1 hit Hunter, though. It's only good for 1 hit. They're all hiding
Ooh,
away.
body shot.
Oh. 8.
There is just... SMG are feeling the pinch because they have not been converting these rounds. It's just very painful for them. But 0-2, I think is okay.
Yeah.
Right? Like
It's early.
Exactly. It's still early. Might not... We're kind of feeling that SMG have not been winning rounds because if you count the previous map, they definitely have not been winning rounds. But this is a fresh map. It is a fresh start. They can reset like they did against Rising Hope. If they do reset, then XNS might... XNS just need to hold on.
Recovering it.
Has to be careful, though. And I like what Ratatouille is doing right now. But it's also this double controller that makes it a little bit difficult to work against. She has that rendezvous to get her out of there, and that's the thing that she got going for her. Information gathered now. The rest of them should be rotating underway.
Healy takes the rendezvous out. The trademark gets taken down as well. SMG are already rotating to this B site. They have an idea that there might be someone in the flank, but X10S are already making their way into the site using the cover of the toxic screen. But Ratatouille sprays through the boxes but gets taken out by Muffin as they swing towards her. Swinging on this backside right now, Envious is actually vulnerable. There's a stun coming out, but the vulnerable are just too much for her to handle. The stun not enough. Kohabi finds a kill, almost finds a second, found it finally, but Tara gets taken down by Polly. Kohabi has to swing out, but taken down really low. It's all down to Yoki right now. Uses a pop flash, doesn't swing out of the toxic screen just yet. 1v2 for them. Spike is not down just yet. It's on the floor, and Yoki is going to be trapped behind his toxic screen. Might want to push out, might want to use that to pop flash. There's a pop flash. She flashes herself, and Ginny actually dodges it and takes her down, and it's not looking good for SMG at all.
Again, the slight, minute mistakes in execution. Yoki, you know, she's a Sova player, and maybe she's just not that used to it yet, but it was the right attempt. It's just that I guess X10S were a little bit sharper. I mean, you can think about attacking as this sort of like rock, paper, scissors sort of thing, where some rounds you can do a default, some rounds you can do a rush, some rounds you can do a set piece, and they all have different advantages and disadvantages. And X10S are just doing all the right ones right now.
Yeah, choosing the right strategies, making the right decisions. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
That toxic screen, just one toxic screen, the exact same percentage time, just been too difficult. As Yoki finds the first kill onto Baby TZ, the triple sheriff push is proving to be effective here. If they can recover that gun, it might be dangerous. Ginny is gonna try to hold it off though, uses the snake bite to buy some time, gets the headshot onto Envious, gets the kill onto Yoki as well, but Kohaibi is gonna be there to kill Polly as well, so it's going to be down to a 3v3. Elise finds the kill onto Ginny, uses the headhunter. SMG are at the man advantage right now, and they can actually win this round as Tara finds a kill, tries to go for another, but Muffin takes her down. Muffin already very low though in his 2v1. They both have Vandals. Muffin does not have the advantage at all. No, not the health advantage, not the gun advantage, but might have the positional advantage as she creeps from behind. Will she be able to find a kill? Are they looking? She finds one. It's now down to a 1v1, and doesn't matter at this point. There's the haunt coming out. Kohaibi fakes the defuse. Muffin is not biting though, but Kohaibi finds the head and they recover it. They win the thrifty round.
You jinxed it, Marky. You said she's not biting it, and then she bit it at the end. She got a little bit hungry. But of course, SMG are hungry for the win as well. The thrifty round win. And after that many rounds, maybe it's X10S sometimes getting a little bit overconfident. Ginny, 2 kills, and then she thinks like, all right, maybe I can go for third. Maybe there isn't anyone there. I could go and check. And of course, Retatuli's hiding in the off angle with the headhunter, and that's just a great play, and it gave them just enough numbers for Kohaibi to finish off the round.
Yeah, and I think it's just that second guessing yourself, right? Like, she didn't bite the fake at first, and then she's like, okay, maybe she's not faking, and then swings out. So I think at that point she was basically trapped.
But still, trapped or not, that's how you need to come back into the game. SMG backed into a corner. They still come out lashing. Kohaibi taking a little bit of damage, sends out the Nightfall to push them back away from the A site. Away with you.
Great utility usage from Kohaibi, spots them out, buys so much time, able to take back a little bit of the control over onto Art as Envious moves forward and takes cover behind those boxes. And there's Kohaibi by the doors now. Wants to use the haunt. There's the stun coming out. The haunt does not find anyone at all, but discourages the push from Ginny onto doors. There's a seize being used as well. Time is ticking, and X10S have to start choosing. Kohaibi is already pushing forward though. She might be able to find this great flank, but Ginny is there to receive, and she gets taken down. 5v3 onto this A side right now. Yoki holds strong onto Art, but Polly is gonna be there for the trade. Envious is gonna be there for the counter trade, and Polly is gonna be there again, but Tara finds a kill, making it a 2v2. The spike is down on Art, and Tara finds yet another kill, saving the day. Just makes it out of the corner alive. Tara with 7 HP. Ginny uses the Viper's Pit. Can she make this happen? Can she make this 1v2 happen? As she sprays her through the smoke, but Elise is going to be there for the kill. Uses the headhunter, creeps up, takes Ginny down, and SNG are finding signs of life.
And that's how you play the numbers advantage. You got 2 players, why not play together rather than to peek in one by one? And of course, that's how you find life as well. I mean, X10S, they are making such great adaptations across the map, mid-round decisions as well, but once SMG are able to find opening picks this way, once SMG are able to fend off X10S's approach, whether it be with a Nightfall or with guns alone, they are able to fight back. And now, who's the one with the bigger gun?
SMG, of course, they save the operator. They have the rifles Yoki needed to settle with the Spectre, but that's more than enough against the buy from X10S, who have pistols, headhunters, a Spectre on Alyssa, overdrive on Muffin as well. I think they're just waiting for an opening frag before fully committing this, but it's definitely going to be an eco for X10S, and whether they can find those first few kills will make the big difference here, because if they can pick up one gun, then it starts becoming more dangerous. Envious on the front lines has to defend this door. Muffin with the Sheriff shoots the trademark out. They know that she's going to be there though, as Envious shoots out a relay bolt, clearing out mid, taking back mid control. The stars are also placed, so they're ready to receive. Tara is just going to be ready to help out her teammates with the stars placed strategically across arc and mid. But it looks like X10S, they're going to go B long instead. And who's waiting B long? Elise with her operator.
She has to land the shot. She has to make it good. But this poison cloud, so annoying, allows them to sneak across safe. She hears the Prowler coming in, of course, but Muffin, overdrive,
Oh, the flick by Ratatouille's onto Muffin takes on the overdrive. That's probably their best weapon in this round right now. The off shot misses. Tries to shoot some more. Ratatouille's gonna try to find someone peeking, but Baby T is just not peeking at all. Looks in the wrong direction at the wrong time. Alyssa finds a kill. Paulie finds a kill as well with a headshot from the Share. There's a Nightfall coming out, buying some time as Envious takes Alyssa down. Baby TZ responds with a headhunter though, and Envious finds yet another kill. This Cosmic Divide is making the map a little bit confusing as Ginny and Paulie find the kills, and X10S pull a rabbit out of the hat. Take this round away from SMG. Won the Thrifty like SMG did against them.
I mean, what a magic trick, Marquis. What a spell that they cast in this round. And it all starts with Muffin attempting that push down lane. Rata did a great job. Yes, her teammates were here to receive as well. But so many smokes, the Cosmic Divide to boot, it allows for X10S to close in the distance, to make use of that space created by Muffin.
Look who called in timeout.
Interesting.
It's X10. But, all right. I mean, maybe they were getting too excited. Maybe the coach was like, "Hey, we need to chill." They just, off the back of a win and leading 2 rounds, they call a timeout. So this is interesting. We'll see. But this also, by the way, gives SMG the chance to talk amongst themselves and kind of readjust, because they're the ones in the back foot.
It's a way for, yes, but 4-2 right now, and this is X10S really trying to perhaps just calm down, but also to keep themselves ahead of the game. That's something that we've seen for a while now from X10S, because SMG are really itchy and eager to push out. And that's something that X10S have been favored to punish so far. Now that they've got the ultimates, I think that's what they're thinking about.
They definitely want to use the ults. There's a 2-to-4 getting committed from Ratatouille's. Envious has the overdrive as well. There's a chance for them to pull this back if they play their cards right, and they do have the right ults to make it happen. Oh, it actually looks like it's Baby TZ using the tour de force. I'm not sure if Ratatouille is actually up there. There's a Prowler coming out. Kohibi swings out a swing and a hit. There's the Haunt coming out as well. Yeah, it's such a great angle, such a great trade from them. Double Prowler using up all the utilities, using the grenade as well. Tries to shoot him as they're running away. Envious with a shorty tries to also find someone trying to peek at doors, but they're not going to find any more than that first kill.
They back off for a second, but they're thinking about re-aggressing in towards Plaza, in towards middle. Trying to suss out that one point of weakness. It could be Envious because she only has 2 rounds with that shorty. Instead, they go in towards Art. Might not be the best call, but then again, those Sheriffs could whiff. Good way to confirm the positioning left. Coming with the 0 point. Now they push forward X10S.
Finding the first kill. Ivy not even glad the shots. Tara's gonna be there for a kill. The frenzy's not hitting.
Enemy remaining.
It's gonna be Baby TZ taking Envious down. It's all down to Ratatouille's. On chamber. Has the headhunter bullets. Has the tour de force as well. They did both pop the tour de force. She can find Ginny first, who's trying to swing out, trying to find this information. But Ratatouille tucks herself into the spawn.
You have to go.
You can't save this gun.
Exactly, you have to go. She's waiting for a push, though, I think. And that could be Ginny.
Oh, there we
Spots
go.
her out.
Finds the first kill. 1v2 now. Looks a bit doable for her because this tour de force is going to prove lethal if she plays her cards right. But the way she's walking,
Look at how they're holding.
the time is just ticking.
Look at how Baby TZ and Polly are holding. That crossfire from A main. Oh god, this does not look good.
It's an A crossfire. There's an Astra as well, so this is definitely going to be a stun coming out. Ratatouille knows she can't do much here, so she just pushes forward. Probably just wants to die to the spike. Finds one though. And that's all she wrote as X10S. Oh wow, she actually lives, but it was just so close. It was so close.
Close, but still, she makes it away in X10S. I mean, it's, again, a pretty nice approach, but maybe some slight moments of hesitation, and you can see that it costs them so much time. Timing as well. I mean, Envious, she had that overdrive. If she came in just on time from behind, maybe XNS wouldn't have been able to react to that, but alas, they did.
Yeah, it's really just about the timing. But now, as we talk about timing, SMG, this is their time to shine. They have the rifles this time around. Can they actually hold this time? Because it's going to be just similar defense, right? 2 on each side of the middle pathway. That's how SMG like to play this defensive round. On the other hand, XNS, they've been playing this default every single round, just trying to look for information. They find a little bit, they find Yoki. Muffin gets hit by the suppression blade, but XNS, they're not going to make a move until maybe 40 seconds left on the clock, and it seems like the spike is going to be at mid. They still have 2 choices, but they're likely going to go B at this point because they've already cleared B long.
Wow. So again, you have to be so darn careful about it, but you also have to read the situations, know exactly when to peek out and when to push. XNS are just slowly traversing across the map again. I mean, creating footpaths for themselves. They go within range and then they pop
30 seconds
the
left.
ultimate. Yoki trying to fight back for this.
Yoki uses null command, trying to buy a little bit of time. Time is ticking after all, and Alyssa has the spike, wants to push forward to try and plant it. That toxic screen is going to allow her to go there, but she gets stunned. Muffin finds the first kill, finds a second onto Kylie. It was pretty crazy. Latara is going to find 2 kills of her own. Ginny responds, and Envious finds yet another kill, down to a 2v2 as XNS with the snake bite. Ginny finishes the rest of them off.
Oh my god. Whether it's utility or whether it's guns, X10S, as long as they have space, as long as they are in control of a site, a spot on the map, they are able to just dish out that damage. I mean, SMG has been trying to retake, trying to fend off spike plants, site hits. It does not work. So now the timeout comes in. I just hope that it's not too late, because XNS are at the cusp of securing that 7-round lead in towards the next half.
Yeah, it looks just like map number 1. When they called timeout, I think it was down 2-7. Like we were saying, they were 5 rounds behind. It's pretty much the same thing here, because SMG do not have the tools to actually mount a thrifty win here. They don't have the tour de force. They don't have the overdrive. They don't have that many guns. They could get some sheriffs, get a Spectre, but what can they realistically do from here? I think they're probably in their heads right now, because X10S are really just getting their way every single time.
My gosh, they really are. It's almost as if this map is theirs, and I guess that's why they picked it. It's not only that they're pulling off any specific set plays or executes, but they're truly just reading SMG and reacting off of whatever they throw at them. Finding out positioning and then going into frag or trade frags. XNS always give themselves an advantage.
And there's going to be the first kill. Baby TZ finding the kill onto Ratatouille, who's trying to get over eager. Wanted to use that headhunter to find the kill, but this long range weapon is just going to be too much for her to handle. SMG gathered towards mid again. Yoki finds the first kill with the sheriff from SMG. Has to go double back though. They can't pick up the gun. That's the biggest travesty here in finding those long range kills, is you can't really pick up those guns. And SMG trying to inch forward here in this mid. probably have an inkling that X10S already want to go to this B site. Tara, on his A site, uses his smoke, just pulls it out back. And now they actually are able to recover the gun. The gun in Envious's hands. This Vandal just might prove to be effective as she inches forward. If she's able to find some kills here, it might open things up for SMG to mount a thrifty round, but Ginny is watching, finds the kill. They actually swap the operators on Ginny now. She gets 2 shots across the wall and takes the flankers down. And SMG, what can you do at this point? The Vandal is not in your hands anymore. It's just a Sheriff and a Spectre. Are those enough?
Key, my friend, I really don't think it is. I hope it is, but it certainly is not. You got 4 targets ahead of you. They're all capable of firing back. Not to mention Ginny has an operator. At this point, you might just have to peek in to find whatever you can get, but no, they get picked off apart instead.
They just getting decimated here. Like, we've seen this in map 1. It's the exact same thing. They're just struggling to hold, struggling to figure out X10, just slightly too fast. Just shot through the wall. Yoki peeking out, peeking back though. Shot through the exact same part of the wall. Gets taken out because they have no armor. And X10S, their economy is great. Their rounds are great. Their ultimates are all almost back up as well, except for Baby TZ. Everything's going right for them.
Oh, here we go. SMG continue to push out. X10S, they predicted this.
Yeah, they're playing the buddy system as well. It's not a solo peek from Baby TZ. Able to be taken back to safety because of that snake bite, and now it's going to be an A execute. But are they ready for Ratatouille's here? In fact, she might just teleport back into danger, but Ginny just takes her out anyway. Not even a chance to teleport into her death. Just Ginny finding the place, getting the kills, finding the shots here, and Muffin pushes far forward. Kohaibi, is she gonna be ready for this? Tara finds one, Yoki finds yet another one. Muffin with a flick though, but Envious is gonna be there for the refrag. That's the op on Baby TZ, finds a kill onto Envious as the fast lane goes down. It's down to a 2v2. There's a flash coming out. Tara has to use her stars, also has the Cosmic Divide if she so wishes to use it. There's the op coming out, there's the Cosmic Divide, but Polly already pushes forward, just gets sprayed through. Moves forward, and Polly is gonna get the kill. SMG do not have the answers as X10 continue their dominant run in this map.
We got 2 more rounds left in this first half, and it's already starting to look so similar to what we just saw on the previous map on Fracture. It's not a good look, and SMG really need to recover from this stump. I mean, they just look a little bit disjointed, not quite in sync. Similar ideas, good ideas to hold and push off and to peak together at times too, but X10S are so prepared.
I think it's just a matter of X10S being on the same page. Like you mentioned, maybe just a little bit of a disjoint when it comes to the decision making for the different players on SMG, but X10, they don't have that same disconnect. They are all connected. They're pretty much like a hive mind. Like they know what to do, when to do it, and just be so effective because of that. And SMG, they're gonna need to pull in deep. They're gonna have to dig deep into their strat, into their playbook, to see if they can even get yet another round in this first half.
Oh well.
There's a
all
pop
your
flash.
sensors are dull.
Yoki finds the first kill. That pop flash is effective. Alyssa finds one as Kohaibi trades with a Spectre. It's going to be Baby TZ with a shorty. Finds a kill. We've seen Chloe do that. Finds yet another kill with a shorty as Ginny with a snake bite finds Yoki on the spike. Kohaibi with the Vandal is gonna get taken on by Ginny as well. She was waiting outside of that smoke, but she just gets punished anyway. And SMG look like they're on the same trajectory as the previous map.
And it's again that unfortunate duel at point blank range. The way they slip in and out of this Viper's pit, it's great. It completely blocks off SMG, and they had no choice but to push in there. But it's also a trap. It's also a prison. 2-9, Marquis.
Yeah, 2-9. At best, 3 to 9, really the worst spot. And if it's gonna be anything like the last map, you know, lose the pistol, start digging your grave, and Alyssa digs Kohibi's grave as she takes her down, hiding in that smoke. Kohibi trying to really catch him off guard, but they were just ready for that. They know the tendencies of SMG. They have the read onto them. As the Nightfall comes out, clears B side, clears that there's no one there, pretty much, as they know that most of the players from SMG are on Heaven. Ratatouille's with the operator, not being able to find space here, not being able to find an opening where she could actually click out of, because that smoke is just annoying. That smoke is just cutting her off. She's just so ineffective in this map, just because of Xen SS utility. There's a null command getting used. Yoki wants to make a play here. Envious goes out with a high gear, finds 2 kills, exactly what they need. Is this the opening that they actually can convert to a win? Need to find out as they push far more forward. Baby TZ gets flashed, he has to hide in. Yogi finds a kill. Baby TZ with a flick. That's Yogi, and Tyra's gonna be there for the kill. All down to Polly right now. The defuse is gonna be able to be stuck as SMG finally find yet another round. 3 to 9 right now, and it's the exact same score as in map 1 in this half.
Switching sides.
A little bit strange, but that is one of those rare retake wins that we were seeing from SMG. Where was that the whole time? It was so good with this one coordinated play. Finally, they sync up again, having this gravity well comboed with the high gear push coming in from Envious. That was the one thing that I think XNS did not quite expect. And then going up front onto B-Long that way as well. That's all I got for now, though, because our panelists will come back in just to break us down into halftime. Donut Leica, it's all you.
That is halftime, and it looks like SMG was cut into half for that specific one. We expected a lot from SMG, especially when it comes down to their star players, right? Kohibi is being shut down by the likes of Jinny and Polly, and I would just really have to say that they're monsters in the map of Pearl. Pearl is their oyster. The amount of control that they're able to do in this map is just so crazy. But when it comes down now to SMG's play, though, like I want to be able to ask you, what are the possibilities of SMG now in the second half? Because there were mistakes here and there, but there is still a ray of hope for them.
I would have to agree with you. There is a ray of hope, especially in that last round that we just witnessed. Wherein the trades were finally coming in. This is what I was talking about behind the scenes. Wherein I was looking for the fundamentals to pop out. You know, the simple refrags, the simple trades, the crossfires. We need them to be there. And it's XNS that has been displaying this consistently throughout the rounds. However, during the rounds that SMG would win, those were the only rounds that they actually displayed the fundamentals that I was mentioning. Like the refrags were in, we saw how they were retaking together, that they were covering all of the angles together to make sure that they had each other's backs. But for the rest of the rounds, it's sad to see that it wasn't there, that it was lacking. And I don't know. I just want to say, though, on the flip side, on a more positive note, I love how Jinny is performing right now. Pop off queen. Even when you hand her the operator, insane.
Yeah, definitely. The consistency of control for this team of X10S is just shining. When there are times that they would be picked off there in mid, because the amount of mid control that SMG is able to put there is so strong. But once that is dismantled, once X10S find another crack through their defense, it all just tumbles down. Because I feel like there's another round wherein SMG was supposed to win that, but they just gave it to XNS. It might be the lack of communication between these teams, because we all know Pearl has a lot of these nooks and crannies that they can actually get into, but SMG doesn't really deliver the way that we want it to. But now that they're on attack, and now that we've seen Jinny on the operator, that might be something, a bit of a shaky start for them. But I mean, SMG, as you mentioned, there is still a chance, but that chance is going to be shown to us by the casters. It's going to be Quack and Key for the second half. Halftime is over.
Thank you so much, Donut and Leica. Of course, we're going to see if SMG can cling on to this upper bracket, can cling on to this series, as they are down 3 to 9. And if they need to avoid what they did, what happened exactly in the first map, which is lose the pistol round. You know, you mentioned it. You're down 3-9, you lose the pistol round. At that point, it's pretty much over. What can they do to actually win this round?
For the past this map and the previous one, they've lost all those pistols. If they are going to win, it has to start now. And what they can do is to play together more, play more cohesively. Straight in towards Link, though, and that's where there are so many traps, so many stars, and instantly Envious backs off. They've got a little bit of control. That's something they can use, but they have to be careful not to get pinched.
Envious finds the first kill. Big T is there for the trade. Finds a second. Kohabi is going to be there. Make it a 2v2, a 2-for-2 though, as she's already on that site. Spike already making its way to the site as well. That Nebula is going to buy some time, buy some safety for Kohabi as they position for the post plant. 3v3 right now. Picked up some ghosts as well, so some nice small upgrades for SMGs, or Team SMG rather. And Elise thinking of putting a rendezvous down, but changes her mind. There's a relay bolt coming out. Elise finds one kill, finds a second as well. Starting to look good for them as Muffin slips and slides as Kohabi takes her down, and SMG avoids the same result. They finally chosen their path. They finally chosen to win this pistol round.
Oh my goodness. It's a little bit of a slip and slide, but then you slide off the ride. And it allows for SMG to take back what is there, to take back control. Winning out the pistol in 4-9, they get to buy back up. It's, again, this speed that sometimes, especially on a map as that feels like a maze sometimes on Pearl, can confuse X10S, and that's what SMG are using to their advantage. It's so good.
Yeah, it was the movement from mid, push from B main. I think X10's defense were pretty much... You're right. They didn't know where SMG was going, and they could only try to back. And they're dashing in this time. Muffin finds a kill. Jinny is going to be there as well to take Yoki down. It's not looking good for SMG. Tara's going to be there, though. She knows that there's someone there. Kohabi finds Jinny. Alyssa trying to inch forward, trying to switch to this frenzy. Has to reload, though. Finds a Spectre as well. That's a good upgrade for them. But SMG get the spike plant down to the 3v3. XNS are still pretty dangerous. They still have the headhunter in the hands of Baby TZ.
Tara recalling the star as well so that she can cross safely but also make use of it in a later part of the round. But right now, they are pretty sure that there are two players coming in from Link. The last one, Baby TZ, that's the unknown one. So that's why they're playing so safe. Tap comes through.
This crossfire not that effective as Polly finds the first kill. Tara has to go for that second. Baby TZ is there for the kill, but does she know where Kohabi is? No. Kohabi takes her down and they convert this round. Pretty costly for them, so not sure coming into this next round how much you'll actually have if they actually want to force. Those are considerations, real considerations for SMG.
Yeah, I think they actually might have to, or just to forfeit the round, but then that puts them in danger because that's going to be X10S with the double-digit score. It's such a back and forth thing, but once it comes down to it, you could see that SMG, given the right calls, given the right reads, they will be able to pull themselves into a lead.
And it looks like they will be buying up for sure. And they want to compete. They don't want to lose any more rounds. They want to call back against X10S, and they had the creds for it. They had the double spike plant from the previous two rounds, so they can afford a few Vandals. They can afford these luxuries. 3 Vandals will be enough against X10S though. Trying to move up in this arch slowly. Already finds Muffin who falls back. There's the Fade utility really just making a lot of space for SMG as they inch forward. Record 2Bs alone pushing forward as well with a Vandal. Might be able to make room in this A main. There's a snake bite coming out. Elise gets taken down so quickly though as SMG get onto that site but are second guessing themselves. They don't get the spike down just yet. Using the suppression blade to get some information. They know there's 2 on main. Kohabi might just get caught here by Polly, who's just been waiting for her. The trap has been sprung, and now it's down to a 5v3. SMG don't even have the best guns right now. A Spectre and a Bulldog in their hands.
They're gonna have to try to do whatever they can though, because I think they're suppressed and pinned down at this point. So just staying in their spot, trying to find some kind of a pick, but then the movement comes through. Oh god, all the traits, it just favors Baby TZ as she sprays down, collects on 3.
My Vandal doesn't spray like that. I'm not sure. That was a triple spray down with the Vandal. All heads, by the way.
All heads.
This one, Kohabi wanting to find that lurk, but Polly was just so ready for that. And the swing out here, 1, 2, into the third headshot. How does that even happen? Different elevations as well, because some were crouching, some were moving around. Was able to get the triple headshot with that Vandal, just really ruining SMG's momentum here as they get completely reset. That investment in that round is nothing.
It's diminished, is what it is. They got nothing in their pockets right now except for some chump change. So envious. The one person with an upgraded weapon right now that is not a pistol, she's gonna have to lead the charge. But if she does and she dies, then what, Marquis? Look at how X10S are defending this. In towards B-Link.
Yeah, it's a strong B-Link hold. There's a tour de force as well that's gonna stop her in her tracks. Gonna stop any rushes as well, or any refrags coming in from her teammates. I think if they choose Art, they might stand a better chance. So they're going to use the Nebula to block a little bit, to find a little bit of space here. The Haunt clears out the pass, and they're gonna try to use this maze to overwhelm this chamber. There's the suppression blade, exactly what they need. Baby TZ just cannot do anything right now. She's down to a classic, but Polly is gonna be there to try and receive SMG. He's forward in the high gear, or rather in the fast lane, but she gets traded real quick. Baby TZ finds one kill onto Elise. There's a swing out from Tara, does not get the flick though. SMG are holding backside Tara, holding the front of the site. There's the fast lane coming out. Hybe finds the kill off of the recovered Vandal. Alyssa takes Envious down though. Baby TZ gets a kill, and Alyssa cleans up shop, and X10S find the right kills, find the right reads, find the right kills.
You got 3 threats like that to look out for. When Baby TZ with a tour de force up on top of heaven. You got Alyssa pushing you in halls that way. It's just too darn overwhelming is what it is. That said though, I love that they still managed to get on site. This was, keep in mind, a half-ish eco buy, and they managed to get the spike down, so maybe still considered a win if you don't look at the scoreline. But that said, this is Tara's IGLing. She was the one who made the call to go towards B. She was the one who placed that Nebula down to give them the space that they needed to push through B-Link.
They definitely need more of those successful pushes, successful decisions, as right now 5-11, they really need more or less to win every single round to keep in this series. And Envious gets pulled in a little bit, switches to the high gear just to get out. There's the Prowler coming out as well, has to deal with all of that. Baby TZ moving forward, finds a kill on Tara. They know that Tara is there as well though, as Tara finds the kill though. Yoki finds a kill as well. It's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade now. Down to a 3v3. This B side is open this time around. Can they hold it?
You're gonna try, but look at how fast X10S are working against this as well. The fast lane comes out and they go in to take halls.
Yeah, take down Yoki through the boxes as well. Radiant box is really not offering that much protection, but Kohybe is gonna get the first kill. Muffin is gonna swing out and take Tara down though. Kohybe in this 1v1. The snake bite takes her down so low though, but all she needs is one headshot. She's not gonna bite. Going to use the Haunt for some information. She gets revealed, and Kohybe with the information, with the ping, swings out at the perfect time. Muffin was expecting to swing back and shoot, but she was just too late. Kohybe on a knife's edge was able to find the timing.
This girl, the high sense queen, just built absolutely different. She's a truck, she's a monster. In a 1v1 where she's low HP, making use of the Haunt just to throw Muffin off. There was a world where Muffin would have just ignored it and possibly got put in danger, but still, SMG's still alive.
Still alive in this map. They have to buy up some Spectres though, as they can't really afford the rifles. Hold that as Envious swings forward with a Spectre, gets sprayed down by Paul though. Yogi is going to be there for the trade to find 2. Nightfall is going to be used to slow SMG down a little bit. There's the Prowler as well, giving a little bit more space for X10S to breathe. But right now it looks like SMG have the upper hand because they have the guns, they have the numbers advantage as well. Already swinging to this A side, the null command gets used, trying to clear things out for her team. Yoki uses the flash, they're on the site right now. Can they get this plant down safely? It seems like X and S will be able to give it up.
This is brilliant combined IGLing coming in from both players, Kohybe and Tara as well. The way that they take quick control of the B-Link and then route back forth in towards A. Now they know where the last player is. They hear it.
Saw the gun. And there's a double headshot. Tara, okay, this is a classic for Tara. Spectres and her finding those burst headshots on the
Upgrade.
Spectre is just very signature Tara. Ever since her AE Celeste days, that's exactly what we've been seeing her do with that Spectre. And SNG are finally finding the right reads, the right duels. The team play, you mentioned it. It's the IGLing. It's a hey Envious, go swing in. Yoki will be there for the trade, and they're finding these 2-for-1s that have already put X10S on the back foot. Look at their economy. Look at their buys right now.
It's looking a little bit good, and of course X10S not so fantastic, but they do have 3 ultimates. Remember, we keep talking about this. The greatest teams win off of thrifties, so you gotta be very careful. The previous round, SMG read that B-Link was always held by at least 2 people, so they knew how to work against that. This time around, X10S switched up completely. Look at how they're holding B-Long. Look at how they're holding A site.
It's a different approach, but at the same time, SMG seem to expect this different approach as well because they're not pushing mid anymore. They pushed mid every single round that they've won, and that's their successful site. And now they're changing things around, executing on this A site. Toxic Stream comes down. There's the Nebulous as well coming in, trying to find the kills. Jinny can't connect. SMG had trouble connecting as well, but Envious has already pushed so far forward, 49 HP, but she doesn't care. She just keeps pushing forward. There's gonna be the shots as well from the Frenzy. Envious slowing down a little bit, trying to at least conserve her HP. Finds a 3rd kill, finds a 4th, does not convert the ace though. So close for her, but it's just what SMG need. 8-11 right now. It looks so bad, 3-9, but they've cut that 6th round lead down to 3.
That is brilliant. And now, with an 8-11, this is exactly when you need a moment like this. It's a huge confidence boost for Envious. Not to mention she's got the overdrive as well. That will be a very handy tool for the future because X10S, they've got 3 ultimates as well.
3 ults. They have the buys as well.
Operator.
There's the operator on the BBTZ, but they're not going to meet the operator. I think this is going to be really good for SMG if they can defer the fight against Baby TZ to the latter part of this round. Not losing a player to the operator is going to be the best thing that SMG could possibly have in this round. There's the Viper Spit committed as well. Like you mentioned, it's all the ultimates being committed. They don't have many options right now, and I'm sure they suspect that Baby TZ has that operator, which is why they're playing this mid. But it seems like they're going to go to this B long. They might want to peek this together instead.
It's either you hold B-Link with the operator or B-Long, right? Those are the most 2 effective spots, and that's, well, one of them. That's where Baby TZ is, so they have to be very careful with how they actually peek into this. Make it a jiggle at least, or some way to force her away from this one spot by the pillar, jumping up, narrowly dodging death.
Oh, there's the C's. The jiggle peek just dodges the shot and wasn't able to connect on the flick on the side of Baby TZ. That C's does not stop the rendezvous from getting used though, as SMG are taking a page out of X10's playbook, but they're using the Cosmic Divide to do that. Envious gets taken out though. Baby TZ got a little bit of chip damage, but was able to take her down. Muffin sprays down, pushes through the Cosmic Divide. Did not expect that speed from X10S. There's a defuse coming in as well. Tara gets taken down, and it's going to be a flawless round for X10S SMG. They thought they had control over that round, but X10S on the back of Muffin just find those kills.
Match point. Señorita, por favor. That is Spain without the S. Muffin, Baby TZ, so good at holding down the site. They sensed danger, they whiffed it initially, but they still stood their ground. Off the rendezvous, off of pushing into halls that way, combining with the utility that distracted SMG. Match point now.
It's X10 timeout again?
Again.
Huh.
Very peculiar, but you could see how...
No, I think this is SMG's timeout. I think probably...
Oh.
Yeah, they have 0 left. No.
I don't know.
Yeah. I thought SMG called a timeout earlier this map, but okay. Alright, looks like it's X10. I guess they want to close it out, and after the back of losing those rounds, maybe they just want to figure it out. Maybe they just want to close it out here because SMG are starting to gain momentum. That round was the momentum breaker, but you could really see the momentum on SMG's side. They're starting to gain it. Might be too little too late, but X10S are not going to mess around. They're not going to wait and find out.
And that's the thing that you got to watch out for as well. Once X10S decides to do something completely different, you just make the wrong reads, you make the wrong calls, and it throws you completely off tempo. SMG, they have to be careful. They've got 2 of the greatest ultimates, and surely use that to find some kind of an opening.
Let's play.
Yeah, using the tour de force, trying to go for this op duel on B long. Does Ratatouille's want to peek that? I think she more or less peeking it out. Using the Prowler to get some information, Hybe confirms that there's someone on B link. Using the Haunt does not find anything at all. So it looks like SMG are going on to A link instead. Oh, it's actually a split. Summon Art, summon B link.
Okay.
Just trying to look for those kills. I think they just really want a kill. And they're not finding that. XNS are not giving them that space.
Teleport's ready.
Wow. Just zero. Absolutely nada. X10S so far back. I mean, look at what Alyssa is holding. Like who holds there? Normally, you don't. You're not by flowers at the point, but now, ouch. Again.
Pulling them in.
Yeah, that's the ouch. They wanted that kill. Misses the shot though, as Envious is able to find a trade. Uses the high gear to make her way onto the backside, but gets taken down by Polly because of vulnerable. Alyssa takes her down. Hybe has to hold here, finds one, has to reload, runs out of bullets. Might get some by the relay ball. Ginny is going to be there. Tara is going to find the kill. The Spike is in a dangerous spot though. There's the high gear. There's the overdrive coming in. All down to Tara in this 1v2 right now. They know where she is though. Down to 70 HP. This just might be the doom for Team SMG. Tara doesn't have the time. Has to peek out. There's only 10 seconds left. There's the Haunt coming out. They confirm her position. She's going to have to swing. Time is ticking. And time is ticking for SMG as they get sent down to lower bracket. X10S really showing us that they're back. And they're back in full form.
I cannot believe how strong X10S looks right now. Indeed, back in full form. Maybe this isn't even their final form, but at last, the sands of time truly were just sent away, and that hourglass is now finished. We just swap over to the other side. X10S, they move forward in this upper bracket, and unfortunately for SMG, they got to go back to the drawing board. I don't know what it is, but those first halves are so painful for them.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it wasn't even whether it's on attacking side or defense side, because on Fracture, it was on attack that they struggled. On Pearl, it was on defense that they actually struggled. So cleaning those up, I think that's essential if they want to make a deep run in this tournament. On the side of X10 though, they're so ready. They looked so much better than they did all year long. And we talk about 9 months. I think some teams have fallen, some teams have risen. Orangutan look a bit better. Ace let's look as strong as ever. Bren and SMG though, they both get sent to the lower bracket, and very uncharacteristic because it's normally one of those two teams facing Ace Celeste in the upper bracket finals.
But alas, today that's not what we have. Let's see what we have tomorrow though, and also to break down what just happened. Our panelists Donut and Laika, this is all yours. We give it to you.
I'm taking it. Thank you, QQ casters. Yes, back over here at the desk, it's Lykable and Donut, and oh my, what a turn of events. In the end, it was still X10S that won that map, but I love that SMG was really putting up a fight over there. I know that I had a lot of harsh comments towards the halftime, but they were really pulling it off towards the second half, Donut, and I was so happy to see it. That's what we love to see here.
Yeah, despite the consistency of control that the team of SMG was X10S was able to offer, right? Some rounds were taken back by the team of SMG. That clutch from Hybe, Envious with the multi-kills, and even Rata with the intro kills in the pistol. That all goes to show that they are in it for the fight. It wasn't just really crowned to them because of the amount of control that X10S had to offer. Like in this first half, right? Ginny with the operator kills, Envious though taking it back. But at the same time, Baby TZ is not really afraid of any type of fight against this team of SMG. They all know that they have to go round after round, and I've seen their improvement all throughout the whole stages. They now take these timeouts even if they win after a round because they know they have to slow things down. They have to play at the pace of their own or against their opponents, and that's what I love to see for X10S.
I absolutely agree with you. I loved every time that they called the timeout when they were winning. It just goes to show that, hey, I'm assuming that this is how the timeout went. They're like, hey, you know what? We're doing this right. Let's keep on doing it. Let's keep the consistency going because it's really working for us. Although on the side of SMG, I know that a lot of fans out there actually missed seeing Terra. And to have her on this team, being that IGL, really, really good. And I believe that it was her big brain moves over there that actually started turning the game around towards their favor. But alas, in the end, we all know how it ended. It was 13-8 on the side of X10S, with Baby TZ being the match MVP, or the map MVP rather. And of course, like I mentioned earlier, absolutely loved all of the clutch potential and the op shots that Ginny was doing behind the scenes as well. So much to talk about in this series, but I'm sure that you have a lot to share as well, Donut.
Yeah, I mean, we also have to celebrate Tara here as the team MVP for Team SMG. What Tara did was a little bit of selflessness when she creates a lot of safe passage for the team, especially during attack. A lot of the reasons why they won these rounds is they want to be able to be safe and secure when they get on towards the site, because they know that X10S love to play all of these cheeky angles. Even if there's a smoke, X10S will actually push forward and get these kills to get that advantage. But at the end of the day, of course, SMG, even if they had a good round, or at least a run of rounds during the second half, it wasn't just enough. That was such a big gap to actually really try and take away from the team of X10S. And that's the reason why we're celebrating. I mean, the Sapphire, right? They're royalty. We have to celebrate them because of the 2-0.
Oh yeah, the 2-0 have been intense. And speaking of 2-0s, actually one thing that I want to point out is that I think SMG maybe need to improve on their endurance. I know that they had a really long day with 3 games in their first series, but that is a story for another day, because in the meantime, let's put all of our focus on the winning team today. In this specific series, we've got an interview with Ginny herself from X10 Sapphire. Hi, Ginny!
Hello.
Oh my god, can I just say that I loved your Viper plays over there. Amazing stuff that you showed for us. I just gotta ask you, what convinced you to pick up that op all of a sudden, that operator? You're also very good at it.
No, it's like suddenly Baby TC asked me like, "Hey, Pigeon, switch gun." I was like, "Oh, I'm holding Frank while you throw the op to me." Yeah, but just suddenly she threw to me.
Well, I love how you're just able to make it work. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of flexibility with the teams, right? When it comes to Ginny, though, how are you now embracing this role of controller for the team? Although I know that there are some changes for certain maps, but in Fracture, what's the reason behind you selecting that Viper and giving away that Astra to another player? We want to talk about your role as a Viper.
Actually, I was play initiator for Pearl, but after we practice a lot and scream many times, we feel like we more comfortable with Viper. Yeah.
And it really shows the comfort that you have. So for my final question, you guys are gonna go up against Alter Ego Celeste. Are you excited, nervous? What are you feeling? What are your thoughts on that?
I was no special feeling for them because we lose so many times, right? So I just feel like all the team really strong. We just need to focus one by one. Like one game we have to just think like we have to win every game. We cannot do a mistake anymore, because if we miss this time again, we didn't get the slot to go Berlin. Yeah.
Well, at least, thank you. I hope you're feeling well, though, because you have a fever pack over your forehead,
yeah.
so I hope everything else is well. And you still played so good otherwise, even if you're feeling bad or feverish. But thank you so much for joining this interview, and congratulations again, Ginny, for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Aww.
She
hope
was
she
feeling
feels
bad.
better.
I felt bad about her having that fever patch over her forehead.
No, you know what? The fever patch is for taking out the toxins because she's a viper. That's what it is. Yeah. You know.
Remove the negative thoughts. Let it
mhm.
steam through, and that's maybe why they won. Did you know that a sapphire is usually worn so that it removes negative energies?
I did not know that.
Yeah, so at least some of them wear it just for that, right? Well, except for them being royalty and very rich with all of these great plays that we've seen them do earlier on. And early for match number 4, we saw X and S finish with a clean 2-0, and they're going to be battling with their nemesis, AE Celeste.
Oh my goodness. Is it a rivalry? Would you call it that at this point?
They used to be. They used to have these rounds or these matches that are so close. At least early on in the stages, for last year, right? It's always gonna be head to head X and S, or before they were called Mad Army. It's always gonna be these close rounds. But at the end of it, AE Celeste will take home the gold.
Oh yeah, but maybe this is the time for change. We never really know with these girls. They always tend to surprise us. After all, this is Game Changers, and they always change the game. Now over here, we've got the schedule for tomorrow, folks. Take note of everything and make sure that you stay tuned for all of the matches because it's just insane. Today at day number 1, we already experienced so much. There were so many new lineups, new rosters, and just experimental phases for all of these ladies, just bringing out the strats for us to watch and enjoy, of course. But Donut, is there any specific matchup that you're looking forward to see in this list?
Well, at least I would want to see Bren have that type of revival, right? But they're going against another Filipino team, so that's going to be quite heartbreaking. If any of them lose another round, then that means elimination for them. But tomorrow is going to be another story. People rising from the ashes because of the defeat that they faced for today. Everything else was good, at least for the winners. But for those who encountered the losses, it's time for them to shine and regain that throne yet again. Probably continue on in the lower brackets and get to the final.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, all of these players, especially those that were falling a little bit short for today, have a lot of things to reevaluate. This is just day number 1. We still have a few days as the competition goes, so they still have a chance to turn things around and make it further into the competition and possibly Berlin. Well, that is a story for another day. But now, Donut, I believe that it's time to close the show. Why don't you go ahead and do it for us?
Well, again, thank you so much, Laika, for joining us for today. As the host, we have been your panel / your host. We're doubling down on all of the thoughts that we have come here for today, and it has been a great show. But tomorrow is going to be bigger because it is do or die for these teams. So tomorrow, we'll catch you then. It's going to be at 12 p.m. Stay tuned for the next broadcast.
Get it, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred bucks. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred bucks. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, everybody round, everybody round here, know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, know we get hype.
One enemy remaining.
club, Quack in the club, with a get it Quack with a couple hundred thugs. Quack in the club, Quack in the club, with a Quack in the club, Quack in the club, Quack in the club, Quack in the club, with a get it Quack with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody down,